Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Curtin.
I rise today to call for an increase in funding from the Medical Research Future Fund for Australian health and medical research. The Canadian psychologist Steven Pinker described his favourite sentence in the whole English language. It was the start of a Wikipedia page that read, "Smallpox was an infectious disease." Was. A disease that caused millions of deaths has been completely eradicated. Medical research is one of humanity's greatest success stories. Over the past few centuries, we've developed antibiotics, vaccines and public health systems that have transformed our lives. Life expectancy has soared and infant mortality has fallen. But there's still so much more to do. Every family in Australia has been touched by illness, by cancer, dementia, diabetes or rare genetic conditions. Continued investment in medical research is vital to saving and improving lives. I'm proud to represent a community, Curtin, that punches well above its weight in medical research. Curtin is home to the University of Western Australia, the Harry Perkins Institute for Medical Research, the Perrin Institute, the Kids Research Institute, the Rain Medical Research Foundation, the Ear Science Institute, the Lion's Eye Institute and a number of other medical research institutions. WA has been responsible for 7 of the 17 Australian drugs that have been approved by the US FDA, but we only receive 4% of federal medical research funding. It was researchers in Curtin who first identified the toxic amyloid beta protein that causes Alzheimer's disease, which affects 30% of older Australians. Alzheimer's Research Australia, based in Curtin, is continuing the fight against Alzheimer's through groundbreaking work on how we can slow cognitive decline. But despite their incredible work, they've received limited funds from the MRFF, simply because of the cap on MRFF spending. More broadly, researchers in Curtin have had projects rated highly by the MRFF, but turned down simply because of the funding cap. This includes research into rare childhood diseases, Indigenous children's health, diabetes, heart disease detection and cancer therapy. These are exactly the kinds of projects the MRFF was created to support. And get this, the funding cap is arbitrary. The MRFF was established with bipartisan support to provide a sustainable funding stream for life-changing medical research. It's grown into a $24 billion fund, yet it disburses only around $650 million each year. That's far less than was originally intended. The Coalition, when it created the MRFF, envisioned spending $1 billion a year once the fund reached maturity at $20 billion. We've passed that milestone. That's why I'm here backing the call from the member for Kooyong to increase disbursements to $1 billion a year. It's time to unlock the potential of the MRFF, to back the researchers in Curtin and across Australia who are working every day to change lives.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I had the pleasure of attending this year's Lake Macquarie Business Excellence Awards, a night that celebrates the people, the businesses that keep our community moving. These are locals who are open early, close late and back our region every single day, creating jobs, supporting families and helping our towns thrive. A big shout out to this year's winners. Outstanding employee went to Jade Gray from Flying Colours Education. Outstanding young business leader was awarded to Quinn Nguyen from Dental Folk. Outstanding business leader went to Peter Hayes from Northern New South Wales Football. Well done, Hazy. Outstanding visitor experience was awarded to Matt Hall Racing. Employer of choice went to Move About Therapy Services, Warners Bay. Excellence in innovation went to Fire Response. Excellence in sustainability went to Northern New South Wales Football. Outstanding new business went to Showtime Kayaking. Excellence in diversity and inclusion went to Dynamic Business Technologies. Outstanding community organisation went again to New South Wales Football, Northern New South Wales Football. They cleaned up that night. Excellence in micro business went to Cyborg. Excellence in small business went to Yard Kings Brewing and its beautiful beer, may I say. Excellence in large business went to Agility Professional Tree Services. Origin Energy's People's Choice Award went to 8 at Trinity. Congratulations to Keith and Natalie. And the big one, Business of the Year, went to the amazing Matt Hall Racing. Congratulations to all the winners and finalists. It's groups like yourselves that keep the Hunter what it is. Thank you. And speaking of local pride, it's not just our businesses that are kicking goals, Speaker. The same drive and determination we see in local entrepreneurs can also be found in our young athletes too. I rise to recognise some outstanding young sports stars from the Hunter recently celebrated by the Hunter Academy of Sport. Every year, the Academy's Athlete of the Year and Rising Star Awards shine a light on the next generation of talent in our region. This year's recipients show exactly why the Hunter has had such a proud sporting reputation. Firstly, Zach West from Cessnock has been turning heads in Aussie rules footy. His attitude and commitment to the game are a credit to his club and the community. Then there's Addison Kirby, also from Cessnock, making her mark in basketball. Her drive, her leadership on the court and inspires her teammates and other young women in sport. Amika Melmoth from Cameron Park is another talent rising extremely fast in basketball. Her work ethic and skill are on show and she will go a long, long way. And finally, we got Lathan Jenkinson from Killaban Bay. He's proving himself one to watch in tennis. His achievements already speak volumes about where his future might take him. To the Hunter Academy of Sport, the coaches, the parents, the volunteers, thank you very much. Behind every athlete is a team who gives their time, energy and encouragement. None of this happens without you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, I stand today to celebrate 3 stellar members of the Bradfield community, people who have gone above and beyond the hundreds, even thousands of outstanding Bradfielders. The first is Sally Ann McClelland, outgoing president of Wahroonga Rotary, named Hornsby Woman of the Year in 2018 for her incredible hard work, passion and determination to ensure the success of the Hornsby Ku-ring-gai Women's Shelter. Sally Ann has gone from strength to strength, using her energy and ingenuity to contribute to our local community. Continuing as an advocate for the broader women's community shelters, she now serves as Deputy Mayor on Hornsby Shire Council and has been invaluable in her leadership as President of Wahroonga Rotary. Sally Ann's also worked directly for the benefit of younger generations in Northern Sydney in her role as the Volunteer Club President and Director of the PCYC Northern Beaches, contributing to sports, mentorship programs and crime prevention initiatives. Next up is Mayor Christine Kay, who's used her leadership position at Ku-ring-gai local government as a powerful advocate of advancing gender equality in so many efficient ways. Elected Mayor in 2024, Christine has wasted no time in using her role to foster a framework of cooperation and community-mindedness. Just some examples include championing the council, setting aside a grant funding for $100,000 to fight violence against women. She's launched a clothing drive to empower women, partnering with Dress for Success, and established an advisory committee on council for the status of women. Furthermore, she's launched a new award in July 2025 to honour inspiring women's leaders and announced a menopause forum in September 2025 as part of council's commitment to supporting the health and well-being of women in her community. And then Mayor Tanya Taylor, who leads Willoughby City Council with a strong focus on sustainability, inclusivity and community engagement and cultural development. Here's just some of the practical ways that the Mayor has demonstrated that she is so effective, Deputy Speaker. She's trialled food-only waste collections in apartments as part of a $1 million multi-council initiative, instituted an award-winning initiative called High Neighbours, which fosters connections between people who are living in high-rise apartments, developed a reconciliation she's developed a reconciliation action plan to strengthen cultural understanding inclusion, and supported events like the vibrant and diverse Emerge Festival, which celebrates the richness of our different local arts and cultural communities. It's plain to see that through leadership activities like these extraordinary women in Bradfield find strength and diversity, build social connection and community empowerment, which means that everyone in Bradfield benefits. I tip my hat to these extraordinary women for their local leadership across Bradfield and beyond.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. In Adelaide's north, we have long memories. Residents in the city of Playford have had to endure its share of fizzes, spanning from a hotel to a car park that ratepayers spent millions on, yet no one uses. White elephants hidden in plain sight. Under the leadership of Mayor Glenn Docherty, the city of Playford has too often prioritised publicity over planning, and focused on ribbon-cutting events before due diligence. But this isn't about personalities, it's about priorities. It's about how every dollar spent on these vanity projects is a dollar spent, not spent, fixing local roads, parks and community facilities. The Ice Arena in Elizabeth is yet another one of these projects. When the City of Playford sought my support for federal funding for this project, I declined, making it clear they should instead focus on delivering long overdue local road and infrastructure upgrades that have been overlooked for far too long. These are the projects I will support every day of the week. The Ice Arena was given development approval back in April last year, hailed by many as a huge win for the North with few downsides. Now I'm told that as of late last week, residents have only until November 20 to make submissions on the Ice Arena, after the developers proposed a number of changes. You'd have known this if you drove past the site and scanned a QR code on a sign they placed there, leading one to a 143-page document outlining these changes. Token consultation, if ever I saw it. Despite this, I strongly encourage locals to use the next 15 days to make a submission and make your voices heard. In their application, we can see their original plans being put on ice, and many aspects of this development being pared back entirely, such as the elite rock climbing gym, basement car parking, basketball courts, playground, restaurant and an outdoor dining area and more, all gone. Though we've been assured that the Ice Arena in Elizabeth isn't skating on thin ice, the arena that was proposed like the arena that was proposed in the City of Marion. And we're also assured that ratepayers will not end up paying for this development. What aren't you telling us, Mayor Docherty? I welcome investment in the North and I welcome ambition, but I don't accept poor judgment calls. I encourage the City of Playford to stop with the secrecy and act with integrity to ensure we are not left with another cost blowout left for ratepayers to clean up. Start prioritising the basics. We deserve delivery and not more debt and disappointment. It's time to pull up your socks, Mayor Docherty, get on the program and start engaging in good faith with the entire ratepayer community in the City of Playford. Enough with the smoke and mirrors, come out of the dark and be honest with everyone in our community.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like many in this House, I recently attended a moving Police Remembrance Day service on September 29. I joined my community in Bundaberg to pay respects to the police officers who run towards danger when others flee, and to remember those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. As a former police officer of 23 years, this is especially important to me, to remember friends and colleagues who are no longer with us. I'd like to acknowledge Chief Inspector Grant Marcus for coordinating a well-attended service at the Bundaberg Baptist Church. The special guest was Acting Deputy Commissioner Mark Kelly. Mark and I were police cadets together, both commencing our service in 1989. It was great to catch up with Mark and I thank him for attending our local service. We must extend support to all of our police, men and women, because the thin blue line is getting thinner. To our police, both retired and actively serving, thank you. Deputy Speaker, next Tuesday, the 11th of the 11th at 11 a.m, we will pause and reflect for Remembrance Day. Across my electorate of Hinkler, commemoration services will be held in memory of those who have served and sacrificed in all wars, conflicts and peacekeeping operations. November the 11th marks the end of World War I in 1918, the day when the guns fell silent in the Western Front. I will join the Hervey Bay RSL sub-branch for its 2025 Remembrance Day ceremony and lay a wreath at Freedom Park. It's a time for all of us to remember those who fought for our freedom and this land we love, and I encourage everyone to spend just a few minutes to remember our fallen. Deputy Speaker, in the lead up to Christmas, we need to put money into the pockets of local small business, local primary producers and local tourism. And that's why I'll be launching a Local First campaign right across my region of Bundy, Bay and Bush. It's about tourism. Visit local first. It's about our farmers and fishermen. Choose local first. It's about our local businesses. Buy local first. This is about supporting those in our own backyard first. If it's tourism, you can see the turtles lay at Monrepo or take a tour of the rum distillery. For your Christmas feast, get your seafood fresh from your Angan Fisheries, Red Shed or the Australian Ocean King Prawn Company. Then there's too much in the salad bowl to mention. An abundance of fresh produce, macadamias, mangoes, juicy lychees, melons of all shapes and sizes and much more. If we each do our little bit in Hinkler and go local first, it'll go a long way at a time if we do it in Hinkler to go first, it'll go a long way when doing business is a tough gig. I'll be joining forces with state MPs, the member for Hervey Bay, David Lee, and the member for Burnett, Stephen Bennett, for this campaign because they too want best for businesses in our community.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, all local MPs, one of the joys of this job is to always recognise our local sporting champs. Scholarships and grants that come from the federal government. It has existed for quite a number of years now to support young people in their pursuit of sport. In my electorate, being a regional electorate, people can receive a grant between $600 and $950, depending upon how far they have to travel and where they're travelling to. Like many regional electorates, Bendigo is blessed with many successful young people in a variety of sports. And I'm pleased to stand here today to say at our most recent award ceremony, we recognised 7 successful recipients in the round 1 25-26. Some of them had previously been acknowledged as well. Because as I said at the event, rarely are our young sporting champs brilliant once. Quite often they are brilliant over and over again. I acknowledged in the ceremony the dedication and commitment from family. Quite often mum and dad, driving them down the Calder to do the training required for them to compete. I'd like to give a special mention to young superstars like Harriet Caldwell, who's doing great things in wheelchair basketball. Not only is she achieving at that elite level, but is a para sports star. Congratulations, Harriet, on what you are doing, not just for your sport, for your community, but for young people with a disability. You are an inspiration. Also wish to give a special shout out to our swimming sports stars and champions, Matthew Skews and Sarah Reynolds. To be good at swimming in an electorate like Bendigo is phenomenal. It's cold for huge chunks of the year in our electorate, snowing in Maldon on Monday, just to demonstrate how cold it can get. So to have that commitment to get up on those cold mornings and to do your swim training is phenomenal. Matthew is actually from one of the newest parts of the electorate that came in at the last redistribution, Pylon. Again, overcoming the tyranny of distance just to get to training. Congratulations to Matthew and Sarah. The opportunity to participate in local sport is big in regional electorates, whether it be football, netball, or some of the more engaged sports like basketball, or whether it be dance sport or lawn bowls. There are a myriad of opportunities for young people to engage in. It's great for mental health, it's great for building community, sportsmanship, and giving young people that opportunity. Congratulations to everyone who's been successful and to those who will be successful in the future.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I had the great pleasure of hosting the Leader of the Opposition when she visited my electorate of Moncrieff just last week. And one of the standouts of her visit was introducing the Leader to exceptional young leaders of Merrimack High School, and a beautiful school that I have the privilege of visiting regularly, not far from my home. And one of the 34 schools in Moncrieff, in the electorate of Moncrieff, and I love all of them, Madam Deputy Speaker. The focus of the visit with the Leader at Merrimack was to involve students in a Young Leader Roundtable discussion. And firstly, can I acknowledge the exceptional calibre of questions that the young people asked the Leader, along with the initiative shown by our bright young leaders at the school. The pride they have in themselves, their school, their education, their families was on full display, and I congratulate them on their achievements. Some of the thoughtful questions asked by our student leaders were, how do you hope to support small business in the future? What are some key skills that leaders need to possess? How can we bring together the polar ends of the political spectrum for the betterment of Australia? Tricky one there. It's so very important to listen to the voices of our young people. They are our future and they deserve to have a seat at the table. It was clear that the student leaders seated around the table were eager to learn more about what it means to be a parliamentarian. Lots of questions around that, along with issues that affect them now and into the future, of course. Together, we engaged in robust discussion and explored topics of youth crime, the housing crisis, university affordability and, of course, the broader cost of living pressure they face. These are the concerns of young people on the Gold Coast, and we have a duty to represent them in this place, to ensure we act on their concerns and leave this place much better than we found it, so they can continue to thrive into the future. And whilst I'm on the topic of young people, I also want to highlight my recent meeting with Australia's youth representative to the United Nations, Satara, who came into my office here in Parliament House in Canberra. And Satara recently returned from New York, where she presented an interim report on her year-long nationwide consultation with the youth of Australia. And we had a very frank discussion about the future of our country, along with the issues affecting youth. We talked about pretty much everything in the half-hour period, from macroeconomics to social policy to international injustice and international aid as well. She also spoke about her experience at the United Nations. There are truly some very, very remarkable young Australians among us, and I'm very proud of their achievements. And I'm privileged to speak to them daily in my role as both the member for Moncrieff and, of course, the Shadow Environment Minister and the Shadow Minister for Youth as well. Very proud of all young Gold Coasters. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Speaker, it was 254 years in the making, but the Gweagal spears have been returned to the La Perouse Aboriginal community. The 4 spears were taken by Captain Cook and Sir Joseph Banks at the time of first contact between the crew of the Endeavour and First Nations people of Gamay or Botany Bay. They belong here, in Australia, on country, and I was delighted to join the local community for the documentary film premiere about the journey from Cambridge University to Sydney for the Gweagal spears at the Australian Film and Television Radio School. I'd like to acknowledge the great work of the Gajaga Foundation in helping to produce the Return of the Gweagal Spears documentary. The short film focuses on both the decades-long campaign by members of the La Perouse Aboriginal community and the experiences of the delegation of traditional owners which travelled to Cambridge for the handback ceremony. The delegation was made up of Nolan Timbry, Ray Ingray, Tristan Sims, David Johnson, Quader Williams-Riley and Ash Walker. It also captures the perspectives of representatives from the University of Cambridge who received the Gweagal spears in 1770 and held them until their handback. The return of the spears is extremely important to the La Perouse Aboriginal community, but it's also important for Australia. It's a significant step towards the journey of reconciliation and finally telling the truth about what actually occurred when Captain Cook landed in Botany Bay. Speaker, I was also proud to join the 100th anniversary celebrations of the Eastern Suburbs Football Association in Sydney recently. In 1925, the association, known as ESFA, was founded to create a place where people across our community could unite on the football pitch. And what began with just a handful of local clubs has flourished into a thriving association boasting 24 member clubs and a record high of over 10,000 registered players. Notable milestones have included historic premiership wins, expansion of women's football opportunities and ongoing growth in player participation year after year, with grades right through from very young children all the way up to walking football. Off the pitch, ESFA is recognised for its commitment to inclusion, volunteerism and club development. This includes supporting junior football and investing in coaching education so that the beautiful game continues to flourish in our community. I'd like to make special mention of the tireless dedication of the volunteers who keep ESFA kicking goals year on year. Congratulations to everyone who has played a part, the players, in particular the referees, who week in, week out adjudicate on games, coaches, volunteers, sponsors and supporters. Happy 100th anniversary to the Eastern Suburbs Football Association.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For nearly 40 years, the Hillsville Interchurch Community Care Incorporated, better known as HICI, has been a steadfast provider of vital support for residents throughout my community in the Healesville region. Their critical assistance extends across a vast service area, including Healesville, Yarra Glen, Steeles Creek, Badger Creek, Dixons Creek, Castella, Talangi, and frequently reaches Narberthong and Marysville. Now, Hickey's capacity to sustain these crucial services has long relied upon federal government funding, specifically through food relief and financial wellbeing support. Through these funds, they've been able to assist countless people, offering essential food packages, assistance with paying bills, and critical advocacy to additional support services. The partnership between Hickey and the federal government has spanned over 20 years, ensuring these vital services have reached our region. Yet, despite this decades-long partnership, Hickey received a letter earlier this year that their application for continued funding under the Financial Wellbeing and Capability Activity programs was unsuccessful. This decision was a complete cut in funding. No discussion, no consultation, and disappointingly, there was not even an opportunity for Hickey to receive a reduced sum. The greatest concern now is for the community members who rely on Hickey and where they can turn for help. The financial shock has already forced immediate, painful cuts. Hickey has informed me that they have been forced to retrench an experienced community support worker, reduce appointment availability for those seeking assistance, and reduce the extent of bill assistance that they can provide. This complete cut has already and will significantly impact Healesville and the surrounding communities. More concerning is the thought that vulnerable members of our community will be left without necessary support. On behalf of my community, I've written to Minister Plibersek seeking the Minister's urgent attention to this matter, including that the appropriate member of her department engages directly with Hickey and the Minister reconsiders the decision to cut all funding to Hickey. Families and locals in my community are struggling due to the cost of living crisis, at a time when households are paying 15% more for food, 40% more for electricity, 37% more for insurance. Services like Hickey are more important than ever, and we cannot allow decades of vital community support to simply disappear overnight.
Thank you, and I give the call for the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm excited to let you know that November is Australian Music Month, a fantastic time to celebrate the incredible talent, creativity and culture power of our local Oz music scene. In my electorate of Melbourne, music isn't just entertainment, it's a part of who we are. It fills our iconic pubs like the Corner Hotel and the Tote, laneways, stadiums as big as the MCG, drives our festivals, too many to mention, and brings people together across all generations and backgrounds. Recently, I had the privilege of visiting the amazing Bakehouse Studios in Richmond with a special envoy for the arts, Susan Templeman, a legendary creative space that has hosted just about every major Australian artist you can name. A very special thanks to Quincy McLean and Helen McElroy for your passion and helping to keep Australian music alive. The Bakehouse has hosted everyone from the Go-Betweens to Courtney Barnett, from Paul Kelly to the Avalanches. The list goes on and on. Bakehouse is also a favourite destination for international music artists. It showcases visual arts and it opens its doors for photography and filming. It is truly a wonderful creative space. On the day I visited, at least 5 bands and artists were rehearsing, including the Temper Trap, the Pierce Brothers and an artist named Remedy, who is writing and recording her music there, with the help of Revive Live grants received by a Bakehouse to help artists with disabilities. That energy, creative people working side by side is what makes Bakehouse so special and why I truly enjoyed my visit there. What struck me most was not just the history of those walls, but the sense of community. Bakehouse has long been a place where musicians, producers and performers come together to collaborate, experiment and keep our live music culture thriving. As we celebrate Australia's Music Month, we recognise the artists, venues and workers who make this industry possible, and we commit to supporting them through fair pay, safe workplace and investment in the creative economy. Part of that investment is through our government's successful Revive Live program that is delivering millions in funding to help live music venues and festivals bounce back, supporting touring artists and ensuring Australian music is heard loud and proud right across the country and the world. Because when Australian music thrives, our whole culture thrives. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for... which one, sorry? Oh, you're here, Fadden.
Yes,
thank
you.
Thanks, sorry for that. Member
Thanks,
for
Deputy
Fadden,
Speaker.
you have the call.
And it's always difficult juggling between the two rooms that we need to be in, so I apologise to my colleagues for being bumped down the list. Deputy Speaker, I wanted today to reflect on Remembrance Day and what it means to our local community. The 11th of November holds a very special place in the heart of all Australians, and at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November each year, we come together and take a moment's silence to remember the lives lost and to commemorate those who've served and protected our nation and its values. And having been connected directly to serving personnel, my grandfather fought in World War II and my great-uncle died at Lone Pine in Gallipoli in World War I. I probably feel the sense of contribution of our servicemen and women more deeply. But on the 11th of November, we recognise the moment in time where peace transcended on the world, and we recognise and remember the role that Australians played in that peace. And in the electorate that I represent, we are very well served by RSL sub-branches that look after our local veterans, but also take a lead role in commemorations for both Remembrance Day and Anzac Day. And I just wanted to thank those organisations and the many volunteers for the work they do in providing that opportunity in April and November each year for the community to gather. And on Remembrance Day this year, we will have services at the Runaway Bay Cenotaph, which is conducted by the Runaway Bay RSL sub-branch, and also over at the Northern Gold Coast RSL sub-branch's service, which is at Helensvale, just behind the Bowls Club. Additionally, I'm very pleased to see that the Rotary Club of Hope Island has continued their commemoration services at Sanctuary Cove, and we have a community service out at Woongoolba, which is at the Bowls Club, led by members of the community, and what has become an iconic service at Woongoolba State School. But there will also be services across our community at many schools, and I just urge everyone on that day to take a moment to remember. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In Senate estimates, I was alarmed to hear comments made by Liberal Senator for South Australia, Senator Antic, about the National Immunisation Program, a program that delivers protection against many diseases through immunisation, a simple, safe and effective way to protect ourselves, our families and our communities. One vaccine included in the National Immunisation Program is for hepatitis B. Hepatitis B is one of the most common liver viruses in the world, which causes significant damage to the liver, causing both short-term and long-term effects, and can lead to cancer. Around 200,000 Australians live with chronic hepatitis B, and thousands more are newly diagnosed every year. For First Nations Australians and for many culturally and linguistically diverse communities, the rates are even higher. The hepatitis B vaccine given to newborns is one of the safest, most effective public health measures we have. Last week in Senate estimates, Senator Antic asked, I'm going to quote directly, "Who can tell me the rationale for newborn babies having a vaccine for a disease which is largely in the domain of intravenous drug users and prostitutes?" This from a senator in the Liberal Party of Australia. We know that there are 200,000 people living with hepatitis B in Australia, including vulnerable communities like sex workers, intravenous drug users, First Nations communities and culturally and linguistically diverse communities. Sex workers, injecting drug users experience discrimination daily, which, sadly, results in a general acceptance of social stigma against them and internalised stigma within these communities. These people are valuable members of our community, people who matter, people who deserve respect, quality health care and our protection. Included in the 200,000 people living with hepatitis B are people who have contracted the disease at birth through their mother or through exposure to unsterilised equipment, including those in tattooing and body piercing studios, from medical procedures or from needle stick injuries, because unlike Liberal senators, hepatitis B does not discriminate. What Senator Antic forgets is that immunisation as a preventative measure has seen diagnosis rates fall across Australia and internationally. With Australia's program of neonatal immunisation for hepatitis B, there has been a clear and profound decrease in the rates of Hep B in our community. To dismiss this as unnecessary or attempt to paint it with a brush of stigma is not just wrong and dehumanising, it is dangerous. It risks undermining public confidence in vaccines and public health. It risks turning back the clock to a time when preventable diseases claimed countless lives. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve representatives who listen to the experts, not those who use their position to peddle misinformation and conspiracy theories. When medical researchers, public health experts, immunologists, physicians stand united behind our nation's vaccines program, that should count for something. Our national immunisation program saves lives. It protects our most vulnerable and it upholds our shared responsibility to one another.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to send my warmest congratulations to the incredible team at Hanson Yuncken on 100 years of continuous building excellence in Shepparton and the Goulburn Valley. For a century, Hanson Yuncken has been more than just a construction company. Founded by Laritz Hanson and Otto Yuncken with a simple handshake, the company has been a vital part of our community, shaping the places where we live, work, learn and come together. From early projects with Ardmona and Kyabram Cannery to modern facilities like the Greater Shepparton Secondary College, All Saints Anglican School and the Goulburn Valley Hospital Accommodation Project, their work has left a lasting mark on our region. Equally important is the ongoing commitment to the people of Shepparton and the Goulburn Valley. Employing local tradies, supporting local suppliers and fostering opportunities for young apprentices has strengthened our community and ensured that skills and expertise stay in our region. It's always a delight to see Hanson Yuncken signs when you drive past a building site, because you know local tradies are being employed, local businesses are being supported and our community is benefiting. The company is now visible across Australia, where you will find their projects at the centre of everyday life. From universities and schools to iconic arts precincts, commercial and industrial buildings and public buildings for defence and the Australian Tax Office. This century is not only a celebration of past achievements, but also a recognition of the values that have guided Hanson Yuncken's journey. Trust, excellence and connection to the local community. On behalf of all the residents of Nichols, I want to acknowledge the generations of Hanson and Yuncken families, the countless staff, past and present, who have contributed to their remarkable legacy across Shepparton, the Goulburn Valley and now indeed Australia. Yeah. Congratulations on 100 years of success, service and commitment and making sure local kids have opportunities in trades and other jobs. May the next century continue to bring innovation, growth and pride to Shepparton, the Goulburn Valley and beyond. Thank you, Hanson Yuncken.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Macnamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Well, Macnamara is a proudly diverse and wonderful place, and sitting in the heart of Macnamara is the Victorian Pride Centre, and sitting in the heart of the Victorian Pride Centre is Joy Media, which is Australia's premier community LGBTIQA+ radio station. And it was founded in 1993 amidst the AIDS crisis with its original purpose of bringing together an isolated community through connection and inclusion. And what it does is it amplifies the incredible voices of the LGBTIQ community, both inside Macnamara and around. It also brings people across the political divide. I've co-hosted shows on Joy with the member for Goldstein, for a brief period, the other member for Goldstein, and now the original member for Goldstein, the Senator Smith, and of course many other crossbenchers as well. It is an outstanding organisation, and we were proud to support them with a $250,000 election commitment that was going to ensure that Joy was going to be able to thrive, survive and expand its reach and its network so that people could hear the voices and the views and the good nature and the welcoming nature of the LGBTI community. That grand process is underway, and I'm pleased to report good progress on it, and we will fulfil that election commitment as per we set out in the election. And I just want to say to all of the team at Joy Media, we are proud to support you. We look forward to it growing, and we look forward to Joy entering into the next chapter. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to just congratulate the Parliament on the passing of Priya's bill. This is a bill that will mean a lot to families, where we are ensuring that any family that has a stillborn or a child that passes away tragically after birth is able to still take paid parental leave. And I think that some of the contributions across the chamber have really been outstanding on all sides of politics, and I congratulate the parliaments for passing this. I do think that it is worth mentioning the fact that, as often is the case, these sorts of sensitive topics have been hijacked by people who are putting their own agenda and putting misinformation and frankly damaging and hurtful information into these sorts of bills. And the four Liberal members who decided to make this about something that it's not, and to make it about late-term abortion, was something that was really hurtful to those families who are in those positions, hurtful to those people who actually and devastatingly need this bill, and it also is a very bad reflection on the way in which this debate is often warped for the interests of people who have their own agendas. So I just want to say that those views and those members should really reflect on that moment of raising those issues. I have seen some of the ways in which this debate becomes toxic and very personal, and I just want to say that for the members that did the right thing, thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the recent inflation numbers are not just figures on a page, they represent people in pain. They remind me of Howard at Foodworks in Aruna. After 25 years serving locals, his latest monthly power bill jumped by $1,200. He can't raise shelf prices because families are already stretched. What keeps him going is the loyalty of his customers and neighbours. That is Fisher at its best, community standing with small business. I hear the same message online and on the street. Ryan, who runs a bakery, told me his latest power bill was $3,774. That is 800 loaves just to pay for electricity. Christopher, a pensioner living alone, saw his quarterly bill jump by $400 and asked what exactly he is using to justify that rise. And Jeff said, what many are thinking. While bills climb, the Prime Minister always seems to be somewhere else. Madam Deputy Speaker, people in Fisher are proud of this country, and so am I. We live in the best nation on earth, but we can't take it for granted. Under Labor, essentials are up, savings are down, and even hope is taking a hit. Homelessness is rising on the Sunshine Coast. More families are calling my office because they can't find a rental or keep up with repayments. Charities are telling me demand has never been higher, and community groups say there are fewer grants and less support under this Labor government. No longer is homelessness just restricted to people who don't have jobs. We have people who have good jobs but simply cannot afford a home or can't find one. That's why my office is working overtime to promote opportunities so locals don't miss out. At the same time, the nation's credit card is being hammered. Debt is heading past $1 trillion, with $50,000 being paid by this government in interest every minute. That is money that should be going to hospitals, schools, Medicare and law enforcement agencies. When Labor runs out of money, they come after yours. This government promised cheaper power, more homes and lower costs. Instead, power bills are up, housing targets are missed and new taxes are on the table. It's out of touch and sends a heartless message to struggling Australians. The Coalition will always back small business and families, reward for effort with lower and fairer taxes, prioritise reliable and affordable energy and encourage people to live within our means. To the people of Fisher, I'll keep telling your stories in this place and fighting for policies that ease pressure on households and put Australians first.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Volunteers are the heart of regional communities, and I'm really proud to stand here today to congratulate the outstanding Eden-Monaro volunteers who are recognised in the 2025 Southern Inland and South Coast Volunteer of the Year Awards. In Southern Inland, Volunteer and Adult Volunteer of the Year, Abby McPherson from the Michelego RFS, who is the RFS captain, recognised for her leadership, innovation and dedication to community safety. The Senior Volunteer of the Year, Adolf Franco, for 14 years of service with the Snowy River and Alpine Search and Rescue, Marine Rescue and Berrydale RFS. The Volunteer Team of the Year, the Terry Campese Foundation Youth Mentoring Tonga Team, supporting at-risk youth through community service and international outreach. And the South Coast Awards, Volunteer and Senior Volunteer of the Year, went to Marie O'Neill for her tireless work across numerous Eden community organisations, and Adult Volunteer of the Year, Samara McGovern, for 20 years of dedication to the debutante ball tradition in Merimbula. To all recipients, thank you so much. Your service and leadership continue to inspire us all. I'd like to congratulate Doug Palmer on being awarded life membership of the Bungendore Rural Fire Brigade after 27 years of dedicated service. Doug joined the RFS in September 1988 and has since received the National Medal, the National Emergency Medal and the 2019-2020 Bushfire Clasp, the RFS Long Service Medal and the Premier's Bushfire Emergency Citation. Between 2005 and 2018, Doug served in a variety of roles, including Deputy Captain, Senior and Captain. Over the years, Doug attended more than 552 call-outs, undoubtedly saving countless lives, homes and our beautiful countryside. People like Doug are the cornerstone of our community, and I congratulate him on a well-deserved achievement. In the 2025 New South Wales Tourism Awards, Eden-Monaro stood out. We had finalists across a number of categories, including tours, festivals, accommodation, food and more. Representing our diverse and stunning region, Eden Local Aboriginal Land Council for delivering authentic cultural experiences and creating meaningful local jobs. The Narooma Oyster Festival, now in its 19th year, showcasing our world-class oysters and coastal culture. Tathra Beach Eco Camp, recognised for its sustainable nature-based tourism, and Merimbula's Eat Festival, celebrating local food, chefs and producers on the beautiful foreshores of Fishpen. From the coast to the mountains, Eden-Monaro offers unforgettable experiences. Congratulations to all the finalists. You make our region proud. Finally, I want to give a shout out to Hunter Clark, Year 12 student, for her achievement of the Service Award for the New South Wales branch of the Order of Australia. She's been the captain of TS Orion Cadets, the captain of Jindabyne High School, was Snowy Monaro Young Citizen of the Year and is an all-round inspiration to young people. She said when she was congratulated on the award in the Monaro Post, "Don't forget to smile. Its power is often underestimated, but it truly makes the biggest difference." Thanks so much, Hunter, for all your work.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let's go Dan. Wonthaggi veteran Dan Lucas has been through a lot, and now he's kicking goals at the Australian Masters Games just last week. Dan had a terrific debut in the archery, finishing first in his group in his first ever competition. I've met Dan a number of times through his volunteer work at the Wonthaggi RSL, advocating for veteran welfare, and he is doing a great job. And I think it's a timely reminder to reflect with gratitude on all of our veterans community with Remembrance Day next week on the 11th of November. And for me, I reflect on my grandfather, my mum's dad, who served in World War II. He was captured and imprisoned as a prisoner of war at Changi under terrible conditions, and I reflect on his service and the service of so many across Australia. The Phillip Island Rec Reserve is something that I've been advocating passionately for a very long time, and I'm working with the mighty Phillip Island Bulldogs footy team, who are at absolute capacity. Locals have been advocating for this project for over 20 years. It's the biggest football club in Gippsland. It's having to divert players away to Dalston and other clubs. Also working with the Phillip Island Dog Walkers Association, who have limited off-leash areas for their dogs, and I'll continue to advocate for their needs as well. The South Gippsland Highway intersection at McCartan Street, Roughhead Street, and along Hughes Street is a huge headache for lots of parents that suffer a bottleneck every morning on their way to school drop-off. It's also a dangerous black spot area, and of course as a freight-driven area we need safe, efficient routes to market for our local producers. I'm going to keep fighting for an upgrade to the McCartan Street corner in Leongatha to make sure that we get the investment and support we need to upgrade our infrastructure, and that is a critical area of priority. I also want to give a shout out to Leongatha Basketball, the Leongatha Parrots, where their Leongatha Basketball Stadium roof has between, or actually up to 50 plus upside-down umbrellas attached to the roof to catch the water leaking when it rains heavily. Such is the condition and disrepair of their roof. Leongatha basketball players, from young players starting out through to elite players, deserve much better facilities. I will continue to advocate for funding. I came to the last election with a support from the Coalition, and I will continue to raise that as a major priority. I also want to give a shout out to the film Just a Farmer, which is screening in Warragul and right across Australia, doing a tremendous job raising the issue of mental health for many of our farming communities.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Minister for Northern Australia and Resources.
Thank you. Local councils play a vital role in supporting local communities across Australia, and I want to congratulate the newly elected Mayor of the City of Rockingham, Lorna Buchan. Lorna served as the city's Deputy Mayor for the last 2 years and has been a councillor for the Comet Bay ward in Secret Harbour since 2019. I also want to congratulate the 3 new elected councillors to the City of Rockingham, Dylan Mabano in Baldivis, Ryan Robertson in the Rockingham Safety Bay ward, and David Rudman also in the Comet Bay ward. And I particularly want to congratulate Robert Schmidt, who was re-elected with a majority of the primary vote in Comet Bay ward and has also been elected the Deputy Mayor of Rockingham. Congratulations to you all. I want to acknowledge the tireless work of outgoing Mayor Deb Hamlin. I thank her for her years of service as councillor, deputy mayor and mayor for the commitment she has shown to my hometown. I want to particularly commend Deb for her support of Rockingham's role in the AUKUS partnership and the opportunities it will bring to our local community. My best wishes also go to outgoing councillors Caroline Hume and Brett Wormel for their tremendous contributions to our beautiful city. And in the City of Kwinana to the north, I want to congratulate newly elected councillor Balian Miller. Balian is 18 years old and the youngest councillor ever elected to the City of Kwinana. My sincere congratulations also go to the 3 re-elected councillors Erin Sargent, Matthew Rouse and Barry Winmar. Barry was also re-elected as the Deputy Mayor and will bring years of important experience to that role. I want to thank the dedication and service of retiring councillor Sue Carney and wish her all the best. The City of Kwinana has an unprecedented opportunity for economic growth and development at its doorstep. I look forward to working with the City of Kwinana and Mayor Peter Feasey and all the councillors and hope to continue delivering positive outcomes for the community. And I want to thank all those candidates who stood in the local government elections, in particular in Rockingham, Kwinana, but also right across WA recently. It is an important step and shows your commitment to the community. I'm really pleased that the new Veterans and Families Hub in Brand will officially be known as the Goldsworthy Veterans and Families Centre, in honour of Lieutenant Commander Leon Goldsworthy, who is Australia's most decorated naval officer of the Second World War. I want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Duncan Anderson, the State President of RSLWA, Stephen Barton, the CEO, and Janine Gardner, who have led the project in finding a site for this really important hub. And I want to thank the Minister for Veterans Affairs, Matt Keogh, and his team for his work in delivering the hub. It will provide support for over 4,000 veterans in Rockingham, as well as veterans and families living across the southern metropolitan region. It is really important for Rockingham, it is important for Brand, and of course important to all those vets.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to stand here today as a member of the party that is putting Australians first. In my electorate of Parkes, covering half of New South Wales, I've often heard firsthand the stories of exactly what the rapidly escalating cost of living means to families. My heart is with the people of this vast electorate who often struggle against the odds just to remain on the land. In recent years, some of these communities and their families have had the added pressure and the conflict and the financial impact that can come with living in a renewable energy zone. They are caught up in arbitrary boundaries that are earmarked to carry the burden of the race towards the unattainable target of net zero. Net zero might be a great sounding concept to some, but for those who are facing the prospect of a giant transmission towers or wind turbines or solar panels parading across the land that has been in their family for generations, this infrastructure will impact livelihoods, is dividing families and neighbours, and it has an impact on the environment. Deputy Speaker, I'm not against wind, solar and battery projects, and I am all for reducing emissions. But net zero is not the way to do it. It clusters industrial-sized developments in small communities that are ill-prepared and sometimes ill-suited for the proposal. It is causing headaches, friction and stress. To add to these concerns,
I'll just ask the member to pause. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent division.
And member for Parkes in continuation.
It causes headaches, friction and stress. To add to these concerns, the Australian Energy Market Operator sent out a release in June 2024 that showed plans to expand New South Wales' 5 renewable energy zones to 12. This includes one of the northwest New South Wales' most prime agricultural landing, covering Moree, Narrabri and potentially Gunnedah, some of the best agricultural land the country has to offer, but it also covers Broken Hill. As I said, there may be some solar, wind and battery projects that are ideal for these regions, but making the communities a renewable energy zone means they face the potential inundation of industrial-sized projects. It is a huge black cloud on the horizon of the Parkes electorate. Deputy Speaker, the Nationals are putting Australia first with cheaper electricity, secure jobs, lower emissions. Our way forward is cheaper, better and fairer. The Albanese Labor government's net zero plan is an impossible task that puts the burden squarely and unfairly on regional Australians.
I thank the member and I call the Deputy Leader of the House, Minister for Health and Ageing, Disability and National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, today I'd like to share a story that captures the very best of our young people, their courage, their compassion and their instinct to help others, even in the face of real danger. Earlier this year at West Beach, in my electorate, a grandmother and her young grandson were swept into a powerful rip after the boy fell from the rocks. In a matter of seconds, what began as a normal afternoon turned into a life-or-death emergency. But on that same beach were 4 remarkable teenage boys, Kai Nixon and Cruz Campbell, both just 14 years old, along with their friends Louis Kempster, 16, and Riley Kellock, 18. When they saw what was happening, they did not hesitate for a moment. Kai and Cruz paddled straight out into the rough surf to reach the young boy, while Louis and Riley worked to help the grandmother, using their boards to bring her safely back to shore. Kai later said, "I had to stay calm because this can't be the last moment of their lives." These are remarkable words from a 14-year-old boy. And what makes his actions even more extraordinary is that Kai was undergoing chemotherapy at the time. He was fighting his own battle, yet when he saw someone else in danger, he didn't think of himself, he thought only of saving others. In fact, today, the 5th of November 2025, is a special day for Kai. It's his final day of chemotherapy, and I know everyone here will want to join me in wishing him strength, good health, and congratulations on this truly inspiring milestone. These young men didn't wait for someone else to take charge. They didn't freeze or second-guess the situation. They drew on their training, their teamwork, and their instinct for doing what is right. Because of them, that grandmother and her grandson are alive today. Their bravery has already rightly been recognised. The boys received a ministerial award from South Australian Education Minister Blair Boyer, and they've been nominated, quite rightly, for a Surf Lifesaving Award. And today I'm proud to announce that I've nominated Kai, Cruz, Louis and Riley for a bravery commendation through the Governor-General's office, an honour that I believe they richly deserve. These young men remind us of the power of youth, training, teamwork and community spirit. Kai had recently completed his surf rescue certificate, and that training gave him the skills and the calm to act when it mattered most. But more than that, it was his heart, courage, compassion and mateship that made the difference and saved those lives that day. We should celebrate and support programs like Surf Lifesaving, youth volunteering and first aid education, because these programs not only teach skills, they also give young people the confidence to act when it truly matters. Their bravery saved 2 lives. They've made their families, their surf club and our state incredibly proud.
I thank the Minister. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
The question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Wentworth has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. And I call the member for New England. No,
just
sorry.
Order. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've just been informed recently. We thought we were going to government business defence amendment. I've just been talking to the Whip's clerk in our office to get the change in speakers. Because we've changed the order of business, we don't have speakers who do want to speak on this. I know we've got 3 on the list. I can't remember the names. I know, and I'm just. When was this change made to go to this bill?
Member for New England, I'm not aware of when that was changed, but certainly in front of me now I have the Freedom of Information Amendment. I can suspend the chamber. While we find someone who is
really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Suspended until further notice. So now that we have quorum, we had a bit of a debacle beforehand, so I'll just proceed again to, with respect to the Freedom of Information Bill. Chair, would you like to The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Wentworth has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. After house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment be moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. And I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm not surprised at all that there is a level of confusion around this bill and where we're up to in the debate, because it's been a bit like a yo-yo going back and forth between this place and the chamber downstairs. And I think that is a little bit emblematic of the government's approach to this legislation. Unfortunately, we're seeing a bill here that is, I think, relatively friendless. There's great support, I'm sure, from the government and the government backbenchers, but very little support from my side of the chamber, from the crossbench, or even anyone out there in civil society who's made comment on this bill so far. What we're seeing in this bill is something that weakens the transparency measures around our government processes. It entrenches secrecy and it reduces accountability. And that's something that we certainly cannot support. Unfortunately, we're seeing the government rush this bill, and the antics today of seeing it going back and forth between our debating chambers is indicative of that. They've rushed this bill through. They are ignoring the 2023 Senate FOI inquiry and without advancing credible national security measures. And we're also seeing this bill introduced without consultation. Unfortunately, it undermines transparency and democratic accountability. It moves FOI from a presumption of openness to a presumption of control. And Australians will see only announcements and never the debates that lead to them. And unfortunately, it also creates a truth tax, and we're seeing a lot of opposition to that from not just civil society groups, but also those whose job it is to also hold the government to account, and that is our media. By imposing application fees and processing caps, Australians will have to pay for access to information that already belongs to them. We're also seeing a lot of criticism of this bill that it will silence whistleblowers and it will prevent vulnerable applicants from being able to access the information. It's a ban on anonymous requests, which strips away protections for those who fear retaliation. I think that is an area that I'll focus on a bit later in my remarks as well. It's really critical that we do allow those anonymous requests, because people do at times require the protection of anonymity to be able to make these requests and to get to the bottom of things, and I'll touch on that a bit later. It also expands secrecy around cabinet advice. New clauses will allow agencies to block access to any document that describes or refers to cabinet material, and to classify factual briefs as deliberative to keep them hidden. Anyone who's had anything to do with making freedom of information requests before will understand that inherent grey area between what is cabinet material and what is not. And I've certainly had quite a bit of experience in lodging freedom of information requests. I've worked for a number of industry associations over the years where I've had to make FOI requests, and of course, being a member of parliament as well, I've made a number of freedom of information requests to the government, but also to the Queensland state government as well. And it's been interesting to draw a parallel between the different systems. And it has always been a benefit of the federal government systems that they've always been cheaper, more transparent, more clear than what the state government offers. And I recall one particularly bad incident where I was requesting a rather simple bit of information from the Queensland government in relation to a helipad which had been closed, and a helipad that was being utilised to withdraw patients from Stradbroke Island in my electorate. It had been closed under unusual circumstances. We have gotten to the bottom of it now, but it took me about 2 years to find out a clear answer from the state government. And I fear that the changes that these laws will implement will provide that same labyrinth, that same level of complexity to federal FOI requests as well. It also rewards delays and dysfunction. We already see agencies that breach FOI timeframes all the time. In fact, I had one last year where an agency rejected, well, they didn't reject, they requested more time to be able to meet their FOI request and were unable to make it.
If the member for Bowman would just pause. Member for New England.
Speak on your mobile phone in the chamber.
Thank you, member for New England. Member for Kennedy, would you mind not speaking on your mobile phone in the chamber, please? Just while other members are on their feet speaking. Thank you. Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Kennedy.
As I was saying, you end up the changes that the government are proposing through this legislation will reward delay and dysfunction. And I was explaining an example that I made recently with an FOI request whereby the government waited till the final day before asking for additional time. This happens all the time, and unfortunately what this process, what these proposals would do would only make that worse. It will extend the timeframes, will only make the system slower and less accountable. And of course we're seeing a complete lack of public support for this bill. Every major integrity and transparency body has condemned this bill. None support it, and I'll run through a few of those examples a bit later. And it also contradicts Labor's integrity pledges. There was a lot made by this government in the lead-up to the last election and, of course, the election before that about transparency. But unfortunately, this is just delivering secrecy. Non-disclosure agreements, of course, have become part and parcel of the way this government conducts business and conducts consultation with outside groups. We're seeing secret estimates manuals and document refusals have become the norm. Unfortunately, I think it's extra hypocritical the government is bringing these forward when we've had so much comment from them in the lead-up to these elections about trying to restore and improve integrity, accountability and transparency. And I fear that this will damage public trust. Secrecy undermines democracy and prevents Australians from forming informed opinions about government. The FOI process is an important part of that, and anything that waters that down and makes it less transparent, more secret, is not going to assist in building the public trust around the federal government. And also increases bureaucracy and legal complexity. By introducing new thresholds, exemptions and caps, this is going to lead to more disputes, more appeals, more time tied up asking for appeals and reviews of decisions, and far less transparency. I want to read from an open letter, an advertisement that was put in recently by a range of different groups who are all voicing their opposition to what the government here is proposing. And this has been signed by the following groups: by the Alliance for Journalist Freedom, the Centre for Public Integrity, the Human Rights Law Centre, the Grata Fund and the Whistleblower Justice Fund. And I'll read it verbatim because I think it's important that we understand where these groups are standing on this important area of government policy and also these reforms the government's proposing. They've written, "Freedom of information is a cornerstone of our democracy," and I think it's hard to argue with that. It certainly is a cornerstone of our democracy, and it's something that's utilised by so many different groups and media outlets to try to get to the bottom of government decision-making. I'll continue. As voters, the Australian people must know what governments are doing. Without transparency, corruption remains hidden and public interest journalism goes unreported. While Australia's existing FOI Act is in desperate need of updating, the government's proposed FOI amendment bill fails to provide the necessary structural solutions. Instead, it will make things worse by making it harder to access information and creating more secrecy in government, not less. And I repeat that, more secrecy in government, not less. The bill's process also represents a grave integrity failure, with no public consultation or attempt to address the real issues applicants face with the current regime. The government has also refused to provide Parliament and the public with any evidence to justify this move to secrecy. The passage of this bill would represent the greatest attack on transparency since the FOI Act was established. And these 5 groups have called on the Albanese government to withdraw the seriously flawed Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 and to urgently establish an independent and comprehensive review of Australia's freedom of information regime. I think it's important to share that because it demonstrates what a lot of groups outside of this building are saying about these amendments. We've also had criticism from the Australian Lawyers Alliance. They've observed that the government has tried to defend the moves defend the changes within this legislation, noting that they're concerned about the impact that hostile foreign governments might have on the FOI process. They're saying that the Australian Lawyers Alliance is saying that hostile foreign governments, big business and other well-resourced applicants will have no problem in meeting the $50 fee contemplated, but not yet published, and therefore such a fee will have no deterrent effect to these applicants. They've also noticed the processing caps, and they've said this is an obvious flaw in this system with respect to how the proposed 40-hour ceiling would be calculated. The bill does not make clear whether the cap applies to a single decision-maker's processing time or whether it is cumulative across multiple public servants. In practice, the ceiling would be reached quickly where a decision is reviewed at multiple levels within an agency or where the consultation with the minister or the third parties is required. Without clear guidance and external scrutiny, applicants would have no way of verifying whether an agency's estimates is genuine or reasonable. And that's already a flaw within the current system. There is a lack of transparency around the current system and whether an agency's decision has been reached objectively. But this, of course, will just provide another area of confusion there, another area where these agencies have greater ability to hold things up, and whether and applicants will not be able to tell whether it's been genuine or not. The Law Council of Australia also have taken exception to the processing cap. They said that in practice the impact of the processing cap will be heavily influenced by the efficiency, resourcing and technological capability of individual agencies. Agencies with well-developed information management systems and experienced FOI teams may be better placed to process large or complex requests within the cap, whereas less resource agencies may be more likely to rely on the cap as the basis for a practical refusal. And this could result in inconsistent access outcomes across government, potentially undermining the objectives of the FOI Act. Crikey, of course, they've provided a submission as well. They've said that the government's Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 purports to improve the operation of the FOI framework. From our perspective as a small independent news outlet, it does the very opposite. And I think that's a sentiment shared by many different media outlets in this building and beyond this building. The Australian Press Council, in their submission, they've said that access to information is a fundamental democratic right and should not be contingent on financial means. Application and review fees pose a significant barrier for freelance journalists, smaller outlets, academics and civil society groups. Evidence suggests that individuals are far less likely to pursue reviews when fees are imposed, effectively excluding them from scrutiny. This results in a two-tier system where large media organisations can pursue appeals, but community and independent journalists cannot. And I'll use the example, I spoke in this chamber yesterday about the great work undertaken by the Australian Remembrance Army, who are a very small group of a couple of volunteers who do a lot of very important work in researching information around unmarked World War I veterans' graves within my electorate and across Greater Brisbane. And they've been using FOI requests to try to get information as to Department of Veterans Affairs records into how they've been maintaining war graves. This is, if they had to provide this fee for every FOI request that they make, that cost adds up. It's not just big media organisations or big business that need to make FOI requests. Sometimes it's individuals just making requests in relation to their own information. Other times it's small community groups who just need to get a certain aspect of government information that's not publicly available. Any extra fee that we impose on them is just another barrier to entry. And I don't think that's the direction we should be heading. I think that we should be heading in a process where we have greater transparency, greater accountability, and less secrecy around this whole process. One of my colleagues, in speaking on this bill, talked about letting the sunlight in. I think that's so important. Transparency is critical. The Coalition will oppose the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 in the House because we believe that it ignores those key recommendations from the 2023 Senate inquiry, particularly in relation to resourcing, timeframes and cultural issues within the Office of Australian Information Commissioner. It imposes, of course, new barriers such as fees and the ban on anonymous requests that reduce access and discourage legitimate applications. And it expands the grounds for refusing information, especially through new broad exemptions on the cabinet and deliberative processes. And I think that it speaks for itself. We've got so much opposition to this bill, I think the government should seriously reconsider it.
I thank the member for Bowman. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Labor government loves to talk about transparency. They promise openness, integrity and accountability. But with this Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, they have done the opposite. This bill is not about freedom of information. It is about freedom from scrutiny. It weakens the public's right to know, entrenches secrecy and reduces accountability of the federal government. It is the most significant rollback of transparency laws in over 40 years. Labor tells us this bill will modernise the Freedom of Information framework and improve efficiency. But when you look closely, when you look very closely, it becomes clear. What they really mean is make it easier to say no. Make it easier to encourage dysfunction and to encourage and reward incompetence. So let's look at what the bill actually does. Schedule 1. Schedule 1 rewrites the objects of the Act to prioritise the proper functioning of government over the public's right to access information. Schedule 2, well, it bans anonymous requests, ending protections for whistleblowers, advocates and citizens who fear reprisal. Schedule 3 introduces a discretionary 40-hour processing cap, allowing agencies to stop searching once a request just gets that little bit too difficult. Schedule 4 extends decision timeframes from 30 calendar days to 30 working days, delaying responses. Schedule 5, well, it changes the Information Commissioner's review processes in a way that limit third-party participation. Schedule 6 creates application fees for freedom of information requests and reviews, effectively a truth tax on citizens seeking information. Schedule 7 expands cabinet and deliberative processes, exemptions, making it easier to refuse requests without even searching for one document. Schedule 8 allows a different minister or agency to respond if a minister leaves office. So this bill moves freedom of information from a presumption of openness to a presumption of control. I'll say that again. It moves from a presumption of openness to a presumption of control. So much for transparency. Australians will only see the final announcements, never the debates, never the advice or the disagreements that led to those decisions. The Coalition opposes this bill because it undermines transparency, accountability and trust in government. This bill was introduced without consultation, rushed into the parliament despite the findings of the 2023 Senate FOI inquiry, which made it clear that the real problems are under-resourcing, delays and cultural resistance within agencies. Well, Labor's clearly ignored those findings. Instead of fixing the system, they're breaking it even further. It takes a lot of talent, Madam Deputy Speaker. Instead of fixing it, they're breaking it even further. So let's be honest, this is not a reform born out of necessity. It is a reaction to scrutiny, a desire for less scrutiny. I can't believe I'm saying those words. I just cannot believe it. It's a reaction to scrutiny, a desire for less scrutiny. By banning anonymity, Labor silences whistleblowers and vulnerable applicants. By imposing the fees, they make transparency a privilege only for those who can afford it. By expanding exemptions, they ensure that the most politically sensitive information will stay hidden. Every major integrity body, transparency advocate, media organisation has condemned this bill, and so they should. Not one of them supports it. The only supporters, of course, are the bureaucrats, who would rather not be questioned. So they're cheering from the sidelines. This is not just poor policy, it is procedural abuse. And yet, here we are, being forced to consider it before the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee has even reported. They've been working hard on this very issue. Their report is due on the 3rd of December. What's the rush? Why can't we wait until that report's finished so we look at the recommendations? We all could look at the recommendations. The report is due on the 3rd of December. The government's decision to rush debate now, before the committee has finished its work, is a disgrace. It's another example of this government's contempt for parliamentary process.
Oh, sorry, it's not a division, it's quorum. And Member for Durack, please continue.
Thank you. So much for transparency, Madam Deputy Speaker, so much for transparency. But what is Labor scared of? I mean, this is what you've got to ask yourself. Labor came into power promising integrity. They spoke of sunlight as the best disinfectant. Yet under this government, we've seen non-disclosure agreements, secret costings, hidden estimates manuals, and now legislation designed to make it harder for Australians to see what their government is doing. Now, I've been in government. I was in government for 10 years. We don't always like the scrutiny, but it's important. It's important for our democracy. This bill damages public trust. It tells citizens that the government...
If the member for Durack would just pause. We we no longer have quorum in this chamber. The chamber is suspended until further notice. And the member for Durack in continuation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I'm in continuance, I might repeat some of the words that I've just said, but I think it's worth repeating anyway. This bill damages public trust. It tells citizens that the government doesn't trust them with the truth. And when people can't access information, they can't form an informed opinion. And that strikes at the heart of our democracy. Freedom of information is not a privilege granted by government. It is a right owed to every Australian citizen. And when you limit what citizens can know, you limit what they can decide. The Coalition stands for open government, a free press and the people's right to know. We will engage constructively with the Senate inquiry and consider amendments that are genuinely there to protect transparency, including removing the most restrictive provisions in Schedules 2, 3, 6, 7 and 8. But make no mistake, as it stands now, this bill is indefensible. It ignores the expert advice of the 2023 Senate inquiry. It expands secrecy, delays access, discourages application and imposes new costs on citizens. It turns a system built for accountability into a fortress for concealment. So you have to ask yourself, what is Labor so scared of? What is the bureaucracy so scared of? Labor says this bill will modernise the Freedom of Information framework. Well, in truth, it will take Australia backwards. Back in the days when government decisions were made behind closed doors and the public was told only what it was allowed to know. Democracy dies in the darkness, and this bill is darkness by design. The Coalition will oppose the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 because transparency should not depend on convenience. The truth should never come with a price tag. I thank the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Freedom of information isn't a privilege. It's a right that belongs to the Australian people. The documents of governments don't belong to ministers or departments. They belong to the people. When Australians ask for information, they're not being difficult. They're exercising their right to know how their government works. And that right, one of the most important in our democracy, is what this bill, the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, puts at risk. The government says this bill will modernise the FOI system, but it doesn't modernise it, it weakens it. It moves our system from a presumption of openness to a presumption of control. It gives agencies more excuses to say no and gives citizens fewer tools to hold government accountable. Speaker, that's not reform, that is retreat. I want to thank my colleagues who have called this bill for what it is, a truth tax. Australians will be made to pay more, wait longer and receive less when they're simply asked to know what their government is doing. Now let's remember what FOI is actually for. It's for journalists to expose waste or how community groups check on decisions that affect them, and how citizens hold us, their representatives, to account. Remember what FOI stands for: freedom of information. Not freedom of information if we feel like it. If FOI fails, bad decisions multiply in the dark. And this government already has a transparency problem. And now, under this bill, even that small window of sunlight will start to close. Speaker, in regional Australia, we value straight talk. In Grey, people don't expect perfection from government, but they do expect honesty and openness. They expect to see where their money is being spent. They want to know why a road project in the Mid-North stalled, or how decisions about aged care or rural hospitals were indeed made. They want to know why programs are announced, but the delivery never seems to reach the Eyre Peninsula, the Yorke Peninsula, or indeed the far north. Freedom of information helps us keep that trust alive. It's how the local paper in Port Augusta or Whyalla can ask the hard questions. It's how communities make sure decisions about them are made with them, not for them behind closed doors. That's why this bill matters, because when you shut down transparency, you shut out the people. Now let's look at what this bill actually does. Schedule 1 rewrites the whole purpose of the Act. Right now, the law says government information should be released, and there's a good reason for it not to. Under this bill, information will only be released if it is part of, quote, proper functioning of government. Now that sounds harmless, but it's a huge shift. It gives every department an easy way out. Sorry, we can't release that. It might interfere with our processes. What a cop-out. It's the kind of language that breeds bureaucracy, not accountability. Schedule 2 bans anonymous requests. The government claims that that's about protecting national security from bots. Now that's nonsense. Once a document is released, it's public. Who asked for it doesn't matter. But for the whistleblower, the community advocate, the local journo, or the local public servant who spots something wrong, anonymity is protection. Removing it will silence the people who most need it to be heard. Schedule 3 caps processing times at 40 hours. That's not efficiency, that's a get-out clause. It lets agencies stop searching when things get hard. The big, complex cases, the ones that expose systematic issues, will be the first ones to hit the wall. Imagine a journalist in Balaclava trying to uncover while local job funding fell through, or a volunteer group in Port Lincoln asking for a correspondence about a fisheries decision. Once that search hits 40 hours, the answer will simply be too hard, denied. That's not accountability, that's called obstruction. Schedule 4 changes the time frame from 30 days to 30 working days. That means longer wait times, 6 weeks instead of 4. And that's before you add the usual extensions. And then there's Schedule 7, which quietly expands the Cabinet exemption to cover any document that merely refers to Cabinet material. That means a department could refuse to search at all, claiming that papers might be related to Cabinet. That's not protecting Cabinet confidentiality. That's bearing anything that might cause political discomfort. It's the difference between keeping deliberations private and hiding inconvenient truths. Speaker, this bill doesn't come in isolation. It fits a pattern of control, concealment and centralisation. We've seen it in the refusal to release energy modelling, in the endless redactions on defence and procurement, and in the Prime Minister's own handling of his diary. The culture of no is spreading through this government. And Speaker, right now we need absolute transparency on energy policy and power prices. This government has not released anything on how much it will cost the country to get to net zero, for example. Some say $8 to $9 trillion. What does that mean for the steelmaker in Whyalla or the worker at the lead smelter in Port Pirie? Their livelihoods are on the line, and regional manufacturing is hitting the wall because of this energy policy. Speaker, who loses when transparency dies? Not ministers, not the big corporates with lawyers and lobbyists. It's the local paper in Port Augusta that can't afford the new fees. It's the community group in Ceduna trying to trace where regional grants went. It's the citizen in Kimber asking simple questions about infrastructure funding, and getting stonewalled by process. Now, this bill will make it harder and more expensive for those people to participate in their own democracy. Freedom of information should not be a luxury item for those who can pay the most. It should be the ordinary right of every Australian. This government says this bill is about efficiency. Let's be honest, it is not. Efficiency doesn't come from new excuses to say no. It comes from properly resourcing the Office of Australian Information Commissioner so it can clear the backlog. I'll repeat that again. It comes from properly resourcing the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner so it can clear the backlog. It comes from better training, clearer systems and a culture that values transparency instead of fearing it. Right now there is a stack of unresolved reviews. Applicants wait years. Departments drag things out until the story is cold and the issue is forgotten. That is not efficiency. That is delay by design. Speaker, in grey, people don't have the time or the money to fight through red tape to get answers. When a community wants to know why a hospital service was downgraded or why a road repair project fell off the budget, they should be able to ask and get a straight answer. They shouldn't need a lawyer. a lobbyist or a media team to do it. That's what this bill forgets. It treats the public as a nuisance, not a stakeholder. It forgets that power is lent to us by the people, not owned by us. If the government was serious about improving the system, it would take a very different approach. Here's what genuine reform looks like. Keep the law's purpose clear, that information belongs to the people, not to the government. Protect anonymity, so whistleblowers and citizens can speak without fear. Replace the 40-hour cap with a duty to assist, so agencies must work with applicants to refine requests, not block them. Limit the Cabinet exemption to genuine Cabinet documents, not every piece of paper that mentions a minister's name. And properly fund the Information Commissioner so that the system actually works. Those steps will deliver real transparency. They'd make government more open, not more opaque. Speaker, freedom of information is meant to make governments uncomfortable. It's meant to hold power to account. That is the point. Governments that fear scrutiny don't trust the people. And when governments don't trust the people stop trusting government. We already see that distrust growing across the country. People are cynical about politics, frustrated by a spin, and tired of decisions being made without explanation. If this bill passes, that cynicism will deepen, and the next government will inherit a system even more closed off than before. Transparency shouldn't be a partisan issue. It's not about left or right. It's about fairness, honesty, and accountability. When people can see the facts for themselves, democracy gets stronger. In Grey and right across regional Australia, people expect straight talk and fair play. They expect government to answer the questions honestly, even when the answer is uncomfortable. This bill fails that test. It weakens transparency, it increases secrecy, and it shifts power further away from the public and into the hands of the bureaucracy. Speaker, this parliament should not vote for longer delays, higher costs and wider exemptions. We should vote for openness, honesty and confidence. Freedom of information is not a nuance, it is a right. It is a right. Speaker, this bill does the opposite. It narrows it, it entrenches secrecy, and it weakens the fundamental rights of Australians to know what their government is doing in their name. This bill represents a profound step backwards for transparency, accountability and open government. The government tells us that this bill will modernise the Freedom of Information Framework, that it will streamline processes and improve efficiencies. But when you read it, when you listen to those who understand the FOI system, journalists, integrity experts, transparency advocates, the truth becomes clear. This bill is about control, not modernisation. The bill proposes a long list of sweeping changes to the Freedom of Information Act 1982 and the Australian Information Commissioner Act 2010. It would require all FOI requests to include verified identification, banning anonymous requests, imposing a 40-hour cap on processing requests, allowing agencies to simply stop searching if they decide a request is too hard, allow new application fees and requests and for reviews, except for personal information, effectively taxing Australians for seeking the truth. Expand exemptions for cabinet and deliberative documents, making refusals easier and transparency rarer. extend the time agencies have to respond from 30 calendar days to 30 working days, further delaying public access, and give the Information Commissioner power to remit reviews back to the very agencies that made the decisions in the first place. These are not minor procedural tweaks. These are major structural changes to how Australians access information from their government. Speaker, the Coalition will oppose this bill because it strikes at the very heart of democratic accountability. Thank you.
I call the Attorney-General.
I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their contributions to the debate on this bill. The Albanese government recognises that an effective freedom of information system is vital to fostering citizens' trust in government decision-making and supporting participation in Australia's civic and democratic processes. Australia's current Freedom of Information framework was established over 40 years ago and does not reflect our world today, including the opportunities and challenges presented by modern technology. Outdated provisions divert resources and cost taxpayers money while delaying responding to genuine requests. Complex procedural and technical rules contribute to system inefficiencies without benefits to Australians or Australia's democracy. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 will ensure our Freedom of Information framework is fit for purpose in 2025 and beyond by upholding and promoting core democratic principles that underpin freedom of information laws and addressing issues that, in practice, undermine a more effective and balanced framework. The government remains committed to delivering meaningful freedom of information reform. We remain ready and willing to engage across the parliament on possible amendments, given the importance of getting this right. One of the important measures in this bill is the ban on anonymous requests. This will provide greater transparency about who is seeking to access information held by the Australian government, ensuring our FOI system cannot be exploited by those who may seek to do Australia or Australians harm. However, some stakeholders and those opposite have expressed concern that the proposed ban might discourage individuals or organisations with legitimate reasons for seeking anonymity, such as whistleblowers, from making FOI requests. Today I will be moving an amendment to address this concern by allowing applicants to make requests for non-personal information without having to disclose whether a request is being made on behalf of another person. This change will mean that a person with a legitimate reason for seeking anonymity can ask a Member of Parliament, a journalist, a lawyer, a friend or any other person to make a request for non-personal information on their behalf while maintaining their anonymity. More broadly, we have been listening to evidence provided as part of the Senate committee inquiry, and the government will keep an open mind and continue to engage in good faith on the final form of these important reforms. We all agree on the need to get on with fixing what is currently a broken freedom of information system. What we know is that every stakeholder says the current FOI system isn't working and there are significant delays in having FOI requests processed. The fact is that the government's freedom of information laws will create efficiencies in the system to ensure it works better for all users of the system. This will allow genuine FOI requests to be prioritised and taxpayers' money to be better utilised. The Albanese government and our FOI reforms are focused on delivering for the Australian people. This bill amends the Freedom of Information Act 1982 to reflect the modern environment. It will improve the Freedom of Information framework through reducing system inefficiencies, providing clarity of the law and addressing abusive processes that impact on people's right to access information. The amendments achieve this by clarifying the scope and objects of the Freedom of Information Act, streamlining processes relating to information access requests and reviews, establishing mechanisms to address improper use of the FOI system, enabling application fees, and clarifying the operation of certain exemptions and treatment of official documents of a minister. The bill also makes consequential amendments to the Australian Information Commission Act 2010 and the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013 to support the changes to the Freedom of Information Act. The bill provides important updates to the Commonwealth's Freedom of Information framework, with a focus on modernisation, reducing system inefficiencies and addressing abusive processes that impact on people's right to access information. It recognises the importance of a well-functioning system of information access balanced with an efficient and effective government. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin to be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. Aye. All those against? No. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will return to the House for further consideration. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Defence Amendment. Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
The original question was that the bill be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with the view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And this bill establishes the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. And there's never been a more important time for parliamentary accountability and oversight over defence decisions. The stakes are higher than at any time since the Second World War. As the 2024 National Defence Strategy stated, Australia faces the most complex and challenging strategic environment since that time. Conflict has returned to Europe. Conflict has returned to the Middle East. We've also seen conflict in our own region, in Southeast Asia. We face evolving threats as well, cyber threats, grey zone tactics, foreign interference, as well as continuing threats like that of nuclear conflict. And in a time of geostrategic uncertainty, it's never been more important to maintain independent oversight of our defence community. Engaging the Parliament and the public in these matters is vital to the way that Australia responds to these challenges. And the new Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will enhance transparency, accountability and oversight of defence decisions. It will provide scrutiny to all parts of the defence ecosystem at a significant moment in Australia's history. And I want to acknowledge at this point my colleague, the member for Bruce, Assistant Minister Julian Hill. This bill would not be before the House but for the work of Minister Hill in chairing the Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in the previous parliament. He led the inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making, which led to the bill before the House being with us today. And the Parliament plays a crucial role in scrutinising and debating decisions of the executive government and the implementation of those decisions by departments and agencies. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will provide oversight of all areas of our defence ecosystem, and the circumstances demand a coordinated whole-of-government and whole-of-nation approach to our nation's defence. That's why this legislation is so important. The committee is modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security and provides a mechanism for classified parliamentary intelligence briefings and oversight of defence. The PJCD fills a gap in the current oversight framework by enabling scrutiny of classified matters in a secure setting. The bill gives the committee broad information-gathering powers, and the committee's information-gathering powers include the ability to request a person to give evidence or to produce specified documents. The committee is empowered to receive and consider classified information, subject to appropriate safeguards. And these safeguards balance the government's commitment to greater public transparency with the necessity for the protection of information. These safeguards will ensure that the information which maintains Australia's national security and that of our international partners is protected. And the arrangements for information handling will be closely modelled on those that apply to the PJCS today. The PJCD will have oversight of the ADF, the Department of Defence, Department of Veterans Affairs and portfolio agencies, including the Australian Submarine Agency, Defence Housing Australia and the Australian War Memorial. It will also include the performance of key independent regulators, including the Inspector-General of the ADF and the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator. The committee's functions will include oversight of administration and expenditure and personnel matters, and it will have the ability to scrutinise Australia's defence capability development, including strategy, planning and acquisitions. The committee will also be responsible for monitoring and reviewing the findings of Royal Commission inquiries relating to defence. The committee will be able to assess war, warlike and major non-conflict operations in the event of the executive deciding to enter into armed conflict. Now, the establishment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence is just one part of the government's strategy on our defence and security. Greater oversight and transparency is necessary at a time when we've been lifting our defence engagement with regional partners in order to build the kind of region that we want to see. a region that's peaceful, prosperous, secure and stable, governed by rules, norms, international law, a region where sovereignty is respected and countries are free to make their own choices, where no country dominates and no country is dominated. Now, as outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy, our enhanced defence and cooperation and activities with key partners, quote, builds depth and trust in Australia's relationships, supports collective deterrence and demonstrates Australia's value as a reliable partner. Now, in response to the more complex security environment facing the Indo-Pacific region, we've established upgraded bilateral defence arrangements with a number of partners. We've established upgraded defence agreements with partners including Papua New Guinea, Singapore, Japan, Korea, India and Indonesia. These agreements will facilitate deeper and more sophisticated practical cooperation between the ADF and our partners. In particular, we've been lifting our engagement with the Indian Ocean region. The 2024 National Defence Strategy identified the North East Indian Ocean region as an area of primary strategic interest and is critical to Australia's security. It was identified in the National Defence Strategy because the Indian Ocean matters to Australia. It's critical for our prosperity and security. It's home to the world's fastest and large growing economies. Around half of Australia's seabound exports set sail from Indian Ocean ports. And the shipping lanes of the Indian Ocean are vital to Australia and the broader global economy. More than a third of the world's bulk cargo traffic and 2/3 of global oil shipments travel through the Indian Ocean. It's critical for our defence force posture. Half of Australia's naval fleet is based in the Indian Ocean. It's home to Fleet Base West, which is critical for Australia's capacity to deploy major fleet units for sustained operations off our west coast in the Indian Ocean. It's also home to Submarine Rotational Force West, and Submarine Rotational Force West will help Australia build the necessary operational capabilities and skills to be sovereign ready. It'll ensure Australia can safely and securely own, operate, maintain and regulate a fleet of nuclear-powered submarines from the early 2030s. Now, Submarine Rotational Force West will accelerate our efforts to deploy and to develop Australia's capability to safely and securely operate and sustain its future nuclear-powered submarines. It's an investment in AUKUS and a significant contribution to the security and stability of the Indian Ocean region. Our defence relationships in the Indian Ocean region are an important part of our regional engagement, and the gifting of the first Australian-built Guardian-class patrol boat to an Indian Ocean country, the Maldives, will enhance its capability to protect its sovereign waters. It will also contribute to collective maritime security in the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean also saw in 2025 Exercise Talisman Sabre, the largest ever participation in that exercise, with over 30,000 military personnel from 19 nations partaking and an additional 3 nations observing. Now, joint exercises like Talisman Sabre reflect the strength of Australia's alliance with the United States and demonstrates our commitment to working with like-minded partners in the region. Bilateral defence cooperation between Australia and regional partners enhances collective strength, contributes to all countries' security and makes an important contribution to regional peace and security. Now, the context in this bill is that we're also undertaking a long overdue program of base hardening and investment in our north and western defence bases. The Albanese government is hardening Australia's northern defence infrastructure in the Northern Territory, North Queensland and Western Australia, and we're doing this because the Defence Strategic Review identified improving the ability of the ADF to operate from Australia's northern bases as a key priority. Now, given our strategic circumstances, the ADF must be optimised for littoral operations in northern land and maritime spaces. The ADF must be equipped to support operations in the north through surveillance, air defence, strike and air transport. Development of defence estates will address force posture requirements and enhance an integrated, focused force, as outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy. Now, in order to realise this, the government is upgrading defence bases, including $1 billion for upgrades to land and joint estate capabilities, $600 million in maritime estate investments, including HMAS Coonawarra, HMAS Cairns and the Harold E. Holt Naval Communications Station, and an additional $200 million towards the acceleration of additional projects. The ADF will be better equipped to defend Australia's north, thanks to $14 to $18 billion in funding for resilient bases under the 2024 Integrated Investment Program. In the Indian Ocean, the Cocos-Keeling Islands is a key territory for Australia. The island's located 2,000 kilometres from Australia's northwest coastline, adjacent to vital Indian Ocean sea lanes. Now, as argued by Professor Peter Dean and Alice Nason in a recent report by the US Studies Centre, Cocos-Keeling Islands is a key Indian Ocean asset for Australia. That's why we're investing $567.6 million to upgrade the airfield there to sustain defence operations in the Indian Ocean. This investment is expanding infrastructure in this territory. We'll see its operational significance for Australia only grow in the future. Now, despite this clear strategic imperative, the implementation of upgrades to Australia's Northern Defence Network has been impaired by significant delays and rising costs. Under the previous government, we lost a decade of work on these projects. The lack of oversight and lack of focus in the development of these bases in the north and northwest led to a decade-long delay between the 2012 Force Posture Review and the 2023 Defence Strategic Review. That's why the establishment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence is so significant for Australia. Our government's defence base hardening is important for Australia's security, and the delay between the 2012 Force Posture Review and the 2023 Defence Strategic Review meant that our key bases in the north and west faced vulnerabilities. It also means that they now require significant, rapid investment and hardening. We got to work doing this as soon as we came to government, so it's important that we have committees like this to ensure that issues like that and investments maintain the focus of the parliament that they desire. Now, more than ever, we need to ensure our defence ecosystems are transparent, accountable and have appropriate oversight. We need to ensure there is oversight of strategically key investments. We need to ensure Australia's defence ecosystem can meet the challenges of the time, and that is what the bill before the House represents. And I cede time to my colleagues on the opposite side of the chamber to address this bill. Thank you.
I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that, member for Gellibrand. And much of the member's contribution I earnestly agree with, particularly the need for this sort of joint committee on defence, and this is why this defence amendment bill is so important. And the proposal implements long-standing bipartisan support for defence oversight. This particular committee was first proposed by the late Jim Moland, AO, DSC, the late great senator, who'd probably forgotten more about defence than most of us in Parliament will ever actually know. And indeed, his not only his advice and his knowledge and his first-hand experience as a very decorated military man was complemented by the fact that he wrote very authoritative books on matters pertaining to national security, particularly in the Asia-Pacific. It was also put forward by the much-maligned Linda Reynolds, CSC. And I say much maligned because the former senator was unfairly treated. She was, and but her contribution to this place will continue, even though she no longer has a seat on the in the Red Chamber. But the efforts that she went to and the knowledge that she brought to the military space are very much appreciated and recognised, as well as David Fawcett. And I know his work too. His intimate knowledge of defence matters has been critical. Australia is unique amongst AUKUS partners in lacking a dedicated parliamentary defence committee, and one would think that this particular amendment and this committee will rectify that. Now, for the coalition, it was very much when this was first mooted by Labor. Of course, we brought it up initially, but when Labor cottoned onto this idea, there was talk about the makeup of this committee, and very much a line in the sand for the Conservative side of Parliament was the potential appointment of Greens or crossbenchers. And with all due respect to the member for Kennedy in this chamber at the moment, and I very much have the utmost respect for him, and he knows that, but I'm particularly referring to Greens and Teals in this regard. They do not share the same values for our military and oversight thereof that Labor, that Liberal and that Nationals members of Parliament, senators too, would have. And the Defence Minister, and again somebody I've got the greatest respect for, member for Carrara, has assured the committee that committee members must firstly support the Australian Defence Force and increased resourcing for defence. That's absolutely bottom line. And secondly, support AUKUS. Support AUKUS. And when it comes to AUKUS, that is a wonderful thing, and it will enhance our security with our two most trusted and long-standing friends, the United Kingdom and the United States of America. Now, in late 2019, then Prime Minister Morrison tasked defence officials to look into feasibility of acquiring nuclear-powered submarines after doubts over the French contract. In May 2021, Prime Minister Morrison presented the AUKUS proposal to full National Security Committee. I was on it at the time, and was given permission to approach US and UK leaders with an official government policy. This was groundbreaking. This was landmark. In June of that year, he met with US President Joe Biden and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, they being the leaders of those two nations at the time, on the sidelines of the G7 and agreed to an in-principle deal. And on the 15th September 2021, AUKUS was announced. And obviously since then, we've had multiple meetings between the three nations, and Prime Minister Albanese met with President Trump just recently to strengthen the deal and to absolutely ratify US's involvement in this arrangement with Australia. And for America, this is a very vital geopolitical space, Australia, Asia-Pacific Rim. What is happening with incursions into the Pacific is as worrying for the US, or should be, as it is for Australia. And this, as I say, with US Marines coming into the top end on a rotation basis, anyone who's been to Darwin at that time of year, when the Marines are at their full strength, would know how important and how critical Australia's geographic and geopolitical position is for Washington. Now, in September 2021, an 18-month consultation period began into how Australia would acquire nuclear power submarines and which model it would proceed with. Now, I know there's been a lot of conjecture. I know there's been a lot of debate. I know during the recent federal election, in one of the lead-up fora in Wagga Wagga, the candidates, and I had equal the number of opponents of anyone in Australia, along with the member for Cornwall, and at that particular candidate's debate, I was the only one who supported the spending of the billions of dollars into defence for AUKUS, for the submarines of those candidates. And I make no apology for that, particularly as a former Assistant Minister for Defence, former Veterans Affairs Minister, and someone who was largely responsible for the now more than $1.4 billion being spent to upgrade RAF Wagga and Blamey Barracks, home of the soldier, Kapooka, 1st Recruit Training Battalion, where all of our Army recruits, and at the moment they range in age from 17 to late 50s, going through that particular facility. And Wagga Wagga is also home to a strategic naval presence where we have, member for Kennedy, you'll be interested in this, 80 personnel from the Navy in Wagga Wagga. And you would know that Wagga Wagga is a long way from the nearest drop of seawater, but it's an important strategic base alongside the Air Force at Forest Hill, and they do a power of good and a power of work and produce a power of benefit for the nation's military endeavours. Now, I'm pleased that when Labor won the election in May 2022, I'm not pleased about the fact that they won, but I am pleased about the fact that they have continued with the coalition's military objectives, with AUKUS. What I'm not particularly enamoured about was the recent report, October 23, under the heading Defence Orders Brutal Cost Cuts, was the Australian story whereby the introductory paragraph by Ben Packham said that Defence is being ordered to delay projects, slash maintenance costs and cut workforce spending in a severe austerity drive as the soaring costs of nuclear submarines and new shipbuilding programs undermine the nation's readiness for conflict. And the story continued days after Donald Trump declared, quote, full steam ahead, close quotes, for the AUKUS pact. The Australian can reveal the Chief of the Air Force, Stephen Chappell, has initiated reviews of capability and sustainment costs as part of a service-wide push to, quote, mitigate overspending, close quote, and, quote, address budget challenges, close quote. That is a concern. That is a worry. That is something that needs to be addressed, because if ever, as the member for Gellibrand quite correctly pointed out, we need to be full steam ahead, that we need to be absolutely putting the accelerator down on defence spending. It is now. And I've heard the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister and many others besides say on any number of occasions on the floor of the nation's parliament that we live in the most challenging and difficult and dangerous times since the end of World War II in 1945. And we do. And we need to be at all times ready. And absolutely what has been going on in the Middle East, hopefully, I know we've got a very fractured and tenuous and fragile peace being enacted at the moment, but that is a tinderbox at any time that could go up again. And it was interesting in the last fortnight to have had conversations with Ukraine Ambassador to Australia, His Excellency Vasyl Marushenko, and today with the Australian Ambassador to Ukraine, His Excellency Paul Lerman, in relation to what is happening with Russia's illegal aggression, which has now been going on for way too long. One day would be way too long, but what Moscow is doing in Ukraine at the moment is unforgivable. I was interested to hear Ambassador Mellem this morning say that one thing you won't see is Ukrainians giving up, and good on them for that. I was disturbed that the Ukraine ambassador mentioned last week, and it was well publicised, about the fact that Australia can step up its efforts and that Australia had not done as much as would have been desired or liked or preferred this year, this calendar year, 2025, to assist and aid the efforts in Kiev. And whilst the capital of Ukraine is very much protected and very much has a strong military presence, particularly in the east of that country, they are under constant bombardment from drones, from incursions. Planes are grounded in that country. People are getting in and out via other means. It is a worrying situation. It truly is. And I would implore and ask the government to go back and revisit what you are doing insofar as helping our Ukrainian friends out, and as much as you can wave that gold and blue flag, and but more than that, put some real, genuine military efforts into helping in whatever capacity you feel is desirable. But the expected composition of this particular bipartisan committee is 7 ALP, 6 coalition. Any deviation by the Prime Minister to appoint any member from the Greens political party or independents would be a captain's call and would absolutely absolutely and totally breach any convention and the good faith that the coalition is bringing to this particular bill, because we know that the Greens political party do not share our, as in the political party's view on how the world should be, on how Australia should stand up its national security. They want to change all things military. They don't believe in even the executive having the authority to send people into war, when if it were up to the Greens, quite frankly, if trouble started, they would want Parliament recalled, they would want to get their travel entitlements, they'd want to have sit-down lunches and discussions and Senate inquiries and go backwards and forwards. In the meantime, the country would be probably invaded. I mean, you just can't rely on it. You just simply can't rely on it. That's the truth of the matter. But this, provided it meets all the tick-offs, and with the ruler being put over it by the right people, the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025 is supported, is good, is to be encouraged, but let's never have those Teals or those Greens in any way, shape or form on this committee or anywhere near its discussions or deliberations.
I call the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, getting up to speak on this bill, I would like to quote two people. One is one of the soldiers that has seen most active warfare than any other soldier in Australian history, probably. And the other one is a very close friend of mine, a Cloncurry boy, whose best friend was one of my best friends. The soldier with great experience, I said, what do you think about the new rifles and the light calibre of the bullet? They said, it stinks. I said, why? And he said, when you squeeze the trigger, I want the bloke dead. The idea that, oh, this will only wound him and it'll take 3 men out of the front line, he said in warfare, that is not how anyone looks at it. When I squeeze the trigger, I want him dead. Now, the last head of the armed forces reputed to have given orders that they were not to use the word kill. This person has spent $40,000 million buying patrol boats that have no ordnance. They can't kill anybody. Well, what is the bloody use of having them? They're supposed to be our front line of defence, and they can't kill anyone. They've got a machine gun. So we spent $40,000 million buying 15 machine guns. Well, my platoon, and 2 wars that we were on 24-hour call-up to fight in Borneo, then later in Vietnam, we had 23 machine guns amongst the 32 of us. But he spent $40,000 million buying 15 machine guns. The man should have been jailed and issued instructions that they are not to use the word kill. Well, I'll tell you, I was a weapons instructor for about 11 years of my life, as most of us were of my age, born in 1945, the year the war ended. And, I mean, obviously, no one was going to be doing bayonet charges in the 60s or 70s. That was not going to happen. So why were we doing bayonet drill? You charged and you let out a blood-curdling scream and you plunged your bayonet into the dummy and you screamed out, on guard, and then charged the next dummy. Well, what was all that about? It was about training people to kill without thinking. And that gets back to my good friend, the soldier who'd probably seen more combat than anyone else in Australian history. He said it's about killing people. Don't have any illusions about this. Now, it's interesting. America calls them armed forces. We call them defence forces. And that is a very interesting comment. Now, the second person I want to quote is a very good friend of mine from my hometown, Cloncurry. And as I say, his mutual friend was one of my closest friends. And he'd come back from Vietnam and he came in to see me and he said, Robbie, I was in the unit that was responsible for this so-called massacre. And, you know, I felt so sorry for those blokes that went to Vietnam. It was a terrifying experience, and I don't think any of them came back the way they were before they went there. And he said, our commander, our lieutenant said, they're a VC coming down the track, Speaker Kong, and he said, when I fire, you will all fire. You hear me? And the 23 of us nodded our heads. And he said, anyway, coming down the track were some women and young people. He started firing. So he said, I was on a GPMG, machine gun. So I started firing. And he said, Robbie, they were women and children that we killed. But he said, I swear to you that they were carrying ordnance. Now, in warfare, I mean, what are you people in this place going to judge these people that have to make those sort of decisions in a fraction of a second, whether they're going to die or whether they're not, or whether they're going to let down their platoon and have their platoon wiped out? And you're going to judge them? You're going to judge them? What the hell would you know about it? You've never been near a firearm in your life, most of you, apart from any other consideration. Madam Speaker, there are people here talking about how wonderful our defence forces are. What a joke. A flotilla of Chinese warships circled Australia, and I don't know about other people, but a very bad psychological effect upon me. I felt I was at the side of the road in a road accident with the kite hooks circling around overhead. And we didn't even have warships that could have tracked them. And they just sailed around Australia, letting us know that they were the bosses of the Southern Pacific and we were nobody and nothing, and we're here at their pleasure or displeasure. Now, you say America. Well, America happens to be about 4,000 or 5,000 kilometres away from Australia. And I didn't notice any Americans around at Kokoda or at Milne Bay. In fact, I didn't notice any Americans there at all when our country was about to be invaded. My own father was sitting behind a machine gun outside of Brisbane, and he wouldn't have been very happy if he'd known that the government of Australia had already given Northern Australia to the enemy. The decision had already been made. Now, if you want to be serious, then clearly you have to have a fortress wall. Ever since man has been man, he has had a palisade, maybe thorn bushes, maybe fire. He's got a fire in the cave where he's living. We have had a protective wall of some description around us. Obviously, in days past, that was a huge construction, very, very high, which people had to breach if they wanted to take the city. The modern fortress wall clearly is the missile umbrella that is over Israel, given to them by the Americans. We have a coastline that precludes us from that approach. But if we have 80 vessels, I call them defence vessels because we don't actually have a vessel of this type, a bit bigger than a patrol boat, but able to carry missiles and interception capacity and interception of drone capacity. If you've got 80 of those, maybe 40 in Darwin and 40 in Cairns or Townsville, then you come sailing around our waters, we'll say hello to you. And won't be a very friendly hello. We'll now be stalking you, not stalking you, stalking us. And if you say, well, what can we do against a country the size of China? Well, China better make the best of it, because in 25, 30 years' time, the vast bulk of their population will be over 70 or under 13. So they better make hay while the sun shines, I would say to them. Ukraine, and I spoke to one of the leading people in the army in Australia. Obviously, my electorate goes into Townsville. And I said, so what's your take on Ukraine? He said, very interesting, isn't it? Mortars. Yeah, it's not about rockets. or missiles, as everyone thought it would be. They're too expensive, apparently. But they're hurling 10,000 mortar bombs at each other every day. So, you know, where's our mortars? I doubt whether we have 150 or 200 mortars. We probably need about 2,000. Yeah, the other interesting thing, and I hate to say this because I have very great respect and very great admiration for John Howard, and it wasn't entirely his decision, and I'm not going to go into what happened. I was still in the party room at that stage. But, you know, there was 2 or 3 million rifles in Australia that were taken off us. So not only could we not defend our homes, and I might add, the biggest ever signatures ever taken in Queensland history have been taken on castle law, your right to defend your own home. 130,000 when the time period closed, the highest ever recorded in Queensland history. And those people want the right to protect their home. Well, you know, you can try defending your home with a cricket bat if you wanted, but I know what I'd like, need to defend my home. And you say, oh, what'll happen if everyone's got a rifle? Well, lady, I was brought up most of my life, everyone did have a rifle in this country. And I'll give you one statistic, and that wipes out your arguments. One single statistic. Queensland that had no gun laws at all. I went in to buy a pair of socks, they had AK-47 rifles for sale, so I bought an AK-47 rifle, 350 rounds of ammunition, instead of buying my socks. No gun laws at all in Queensland. 8 deaths with guns. Just remember that figure? 8 deaths with guns in Queensland that year. In the same year, New South Wales, draconian gun laws, had 36 deaths with guns. With fierce draconian anti-gun laws in Victoria, they had 54 deaths with guns. And if you think that's an isolated phenomenon, check on deaths with guns in Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, where every home has a gun. Check the figures. East Germany had the highest death rate with guns in Europe, and guns were banned in East Germany. The neighbouring country, Sweden, Switzerland, where every single home had a gun, had the lowest death rate with guns in Europe. In America, North and South Dakota, highest gun ownership in the world, there were 2 deaths with guns in 3 years. Now, places where there were very restrictive gun laws, guess where the highest death rate with guns were? Oh, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and California, capital city. So I am not keen to rob a house if I think that house won't have a gun in it. I think I'll raid that house, not that house. But every house in Australia now has a sign on it saying you're quite safe to rob this house, because not only do we not have castle law, a right to defend ourselves in our own home, but we don't have any wherewithal to be able to defend ourselves in our own home. And you say, oh, the police will look after you. Well, the downtime in Queensland is about 40 minutes. So I think it'll be all over Red Rover, this show, by the time police arrive. So don't even think about that one. So, Madam Speaker, once upon a time, my country, Australians, believed in the right of the individual, not the government. This bill is the complete opposite. It takes away the rights of the individual and says, we people sitting in our ivory towers on our plush air-conditioned rooms here in Canberra will pass judgment on men that are out there risking their lives for this country. Young men risking their lives for this country. And I tell you, if you're on bivouac and you're marching 40 kilometres a day with a 40-pound pack on your back, you're not even in combat, but you're doing that for your country. And believe me, it amazes me that the young people in the army, and a lot of them are in the Kennedy electorate, that but they do it out of patriotic reasons. You know, you sit down and you're at the pub with them, listening to them. It's amazing how many of them actually do it out of patriotism, believe it or not. So, Madam Speaker, here we are today, taking away the rights of the individuals, taking away our right to protect our country, and now we have a star chamber. And for those of us who've had legal training, and I was in final year law at the toughest law school in Australia, 72% dropout rate. So when it comes to the law, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. We have a star chamber here. And a star chamber is notorious in English history. It was a period under one of the totalitarian kings in England where they simply could pass judgment upon you in closed shop. No one knew what was going on. And they could pass any judgment on you they liked. They were not bound by rule of law. And if you want to know the difference between a civilised country and another civilised country, the country that has democracy and rule of law and Christianity, and I make no apologies for saying that, they're the civilised countries. Those that don't have those, and industrial awards, those that don't have those four hallmarks are not, and as far as I'm concerned, people that come from countries that don't have those four things should not be coming into our country. I feel very, very fearful of what is going on with immigration. Whether that undermines the security of our country or not, I won't address that today.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation. It seeks to entrench parliamentary oversight of defence through a new joint committee, a structure that, if implemented with discipline and respect for convention, can strengthen accountability, transparency and public confidence in a way we defend our nation.
Statement you regret sometime in your life later.
The Coalition supports the principle of this bill, but with an important caveat. The committee this bill creates must remain bipartisan, serious and focused on the national interest. Australia faces the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War. This is a hard truth that must be confronted, and this reality demands seriousness in all that we do. Seriousness in our policy, seriousness in our spending and in how this parliament exercises its responsibilities. This bill can contribute to that, provided it is implemented in the right spirit. So I'll begin by commenting on the composition of this committee, and I make no apologies for supporting the member for Hume's amendment, which explicitly calls for the membership of the new joint committee to be limited to members of the opposition and the government parties of the day. This is a proven model which is already in place with respect to the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security and has been the convention for more than 2 decades. For doubters of this approach, let's consider what would happen if a member of the Greens political party was included on this committee. Let's consider what their goals might be if they were a part of the membership of this important committee. This is a party that took to the last election a policy to cut defence spending, cancel AUKUS and to end our alliance with the United States. They also have on their website that the decisions made by the Liberal and Labor Party have escalated tensions with our neighbours. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, in their view, the acquisition of nuclear submarines and other capabilities which are designed to protect Australia, they don't contribute to deterrence but instead make conflict more likely. It is their view that Australia would be in a stronger position if we had less alliances and a weaker arsenal. The Greens' defence policy fundamentally diverges from what is required in the current strategic environment. In this context, entrusting them with a committee whose purpose is to enhance parliamentary oversight of key defence decisions would risk diluting the bipartisan consensus required on capability, readiness and deterrence. This would not be in the national interest. Also, beyond policy positions, there is a demonstrated lack of alignment with respect to Australia's service personnel and commemorative traditions. When the Australian War Memorial was defaced with politically charged graffiti, the Greens' leadership at the time declined to unequivocally condemn the desecration. WA Green Senator Jordan Steele-John described the memorials as not politically neutral spaces and suggested that the vandalism, which is a crime, by the way, was a valid form of free speech. Over 103,000 Australians have died in war protecting this nation. The Australian War Memorial is a monument to their sacrifice, which provides us with the very freedom to hold elections and be elected to this place. For the Greens to come into this place and excuse the vandalism of our memorials, our sacred sites, is an absolute disgrace that should not be forgotten. In light of the Greens' extreme views, the Prime Minister should have no trouble ruling out that no member of the Greens will sit on this committee. Now, I use the Greens as an example, but they aren't the only anti-AUKUS, anti-defence representatives in this place. So I again stress that membership should only be limited to government and opposition parties. I want to reflect on how we got to this moment. This idea builds on the work of coalition senators and members over a long period of time, people like the late Jim Molan, Linda Reynolds and David Fawcett, who each recognise that effective parliamentary engagement with defence is essential to good policy. Major General Jim Molan, in particular, devoted much of his time in this parliament to improving the way that elected representatives understand and scrutinise defence. In the 2018 Joint Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade report, called Contestability and Consensus, a bipartisan approach to more effective parliamentary engagement with defence, the late Jim Molan wrote, "Defence is one of the most important priorities of any national government. Greater bipartisanship on defence, reached through debate and contest on this new committee, will help to produce better policy outcomes to develop the capability Australia needs to defend ourselves into the future." End of quote. We are debating this bill at a time when Australia faces the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War. As I outlined last week in a keynote address at the 4th CAS Australia and Pacific Security Conference, the rules-based order is being tested across multiple fronts. Russia's invasion of Ukraine shattered any illusion that interstate war in Europe was a relic of the past. China's behaviour in the South China Sea challenges freedom of navigation and projects power into the Indo-Pacific. Iran and its proxies fuel instability from Yemen to Lebanon and Gaza, with the atrocities of the 7th of October 2023, the worst massacre of Jewish lives since the Holocaust. And we have recently seen the influence of this wicked regime in Australia, with attacks on our own Jewish community, resulting in undermining of our social cohesion. North Korea keeps advancing its nuclear and missile programs. Cyber attacks, disinformation and economic coercion blur the line between peace and conflict. The Coalition understands this moment we are in at the moment, and that what is required right now is peace through strength. Unlike the approach of the Greens, we recognise that when you have a neighbour that is engaging in the largest military build-up since the Second World War, without strategic assurance, it is not an escalation to invest in your own capabilities. That is why the Coalition is committed to a credible, costed pathway to spend 3% on defence. This target reflects the gravity of the strategic moment that we currently find ourselves in. We cannot prepare for tomorrow on yesterday's budget. This turns me to AUKUS. Obtaining conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines through AUKUS remains the most ambitious defence and industrial partnership in our nation's history. It will transform not just our Navy, but our economy, our workforce and our place in the world. We recognise that obtaining nuclear submarines is not a cheap exercise. It requires a genuine increase in defence spending. Yesterday, I was very lucky to secure leave from this place to be able to attend the Indo-Pac in Sydney. Inside the exhibition hall were hundreds of Australian defence industry companies. They represent the potential for Australia's defence capability going forward. There was a clear view from the groups that I talked to, many that I talked to, that if you aren't involved in submarines, you are unlikely to get any form of financial assistance or a contract from the current federal government. AUKUS cannot come at the expense of the rest of our defence capability needs. Also at Indo-Pac yesterday, I was delighted to visit the first Navy Life Expo, which was designed to attract new recruits to the service. I was very happy to run into 3 young people who had just joined the Navy, 1 through the Gap Year program and 2 through the standard enlistment process. I'll conclude by saying it is my hope that this new committee will help Parliament's oversight of defence so that we can better understand what those young people need in order for us to defend our country. Again, this committee must be about strengthening Australia's defence, not weakening the conventions that protect it. It must help build a defence force that is properly funded, properly equipped and properly supported, one that can deter aggression, defend our sovereignty and protect the freedoms that generations of Australians have fought and died to secure. That is the standard the Coalition will uphold, and that is the test by which this government will be judged. I thank the House.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved an amendment that all the words "that" be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All of those in favour say aye. All of those against? Okay. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to the bill in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will return to the House for further consideration. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Customs Tariff Amendment, Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Recently, I had the pleasure as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of AUKUS to welcome members of the UK House of Commons Defence Select Committee to Parliament House. It was a powerful reminder that the AUKUS partnership is not just a policy or a simple handshake agreement. It is a relationship between people, parliaments and communities that share values, trust and ideas. The conversations I had reaffirmed what the Geelong Treaty embodies: a 50-year commitment to industrial cooperation, technological exchange and mutual security. And that is why today I speak in strong support of the Custom Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025, legislation that brings to life one of the most significant defence partnerships in our nation's history. This bill gives domestic effect to the Geelong Treaty, signed on 26 July 2025 by the Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles and the UK Defence Secretary John Healey. It marks a moment of deep renewal between the two nations whose friendship predates federation, but now finds new expression in shared capability, shared technology and in shared purpose under AUKUS. Our relationship with the United Kingdom is among our oldest. We have fought together across Europe, Africa and Asia, built together and grown as nations together. And now, through AUKUS, that historic bond carries a contemporary strategic weight deep into the 21st century. The Geelong Treaty represents the most significant bilateral agreement between Australia and the UK since 1901. It sets the foundation for the design, construction, operation, sustainment and eventual deployment of a new class of conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines, the SSN AUKUS. and it ensures that both our nations' navies will sail side by side for generations to come, protecting both of our island homes. The treaty is a cornerstone of AUKUS Pillar 1, the submarine program that will create over 20,000 high-skilled jobs in Australia through the design and construction of these vessels. Those jobs will not just be in shipyards, they will span engineering, science, cyber, welding, nuclear stewardship, logistics and advanced manufacturing. Across our TAFEs, universities and research institutes, new education pathways are opening that will link directly into these AUKUS jobs. Students that are in high school today will graduate into apprenticeships and degrees tailored to AUKUS industries, nuclear engineering streams, maritime systems training and defence technology courses developed through partnership between government and education providers. These pathways mean that a student in my electorate of Spence, Geelong or Osborne can see a clear line from the classroom to a career in sovereign shipbuilding and defence innovation. The Geelong Treaty cements that pipeline. It supports the growth of the workforce, infrastructure and regulatory systems required to build and sustain our submarines here in Australia. It also enables the rotational presence of a UK Astute-class submarine as part of the Submarine Rotational Force West in Perth. This will be a training ground for our sailors and technicians and a living classroom for the transfer of skills and knowledge. Beyond the strategic benefits, the treaty delivers real economic and commercial benefits through trade, information sharing and joint procurement arrangements. It will allow both countries to share materials and equipment freely under the treaty framework without additional tariffs adding cost to the trade exchange. That is why this bill is so important. It provides the legislative mechanism to apply a free rate of duty for goods imported for use under the Geelong Treaty. It amends the Customs Tariff Act 1995 by inserting a new item, Item 58A, ensuring that the movement of materials under AUKUS is swift, efficient and cost neutral. There are no revenue implications from this change. What it delivers is clarity and readiness, and it is a necessary step before Australia can declare that it has completed its domestic obligations for the treaty to enter into force later this year. Speaker, when I welcomed the UK Defence Select Committee to Parliament House as co-chair Parliamentary Friends of AUKUS, I was struck by how aligned we are on the fundamentals: safety, sovereignty, transparency and the long game required to do this right. Doing it right means maintaining the highest safeguards and non-proliferation standards, a culture of safety in every workshop and laboratory, and an unwavering commitment to the communities that will host these capabilities. Doing it right means building partnerships with industry and education providers, aligning curricula, equipment and placements so graduates are job ready on day one. Doing it right means ensuring small or medium-sized Australian businesses can access the opportunities that come with AUKUS, with capability uplift, quality accreditation and payment terms that let small firms scale into global supply chains. Extensive consultation has been undertaken across the Commonwealth, with the Department of Defence, Foreign Affairs and Trade, Prime Minister and Cabinet, Treasury Finance, the Attorney-General's Department, the Australian Submarine Agency, Border Force and nuclear safety bodies. All agencies support the implementation of this treaty and the amendments contained in this bill. The Joint Standing Committee on Treaties has already held public hearings, receiving a range of submissions from industry and the public. That consultation shows a healthy engagement with this national endeavour, an endeavour that belongs not to one governmental party but to the nation itself. This is a 50-year undertaking, a project that will span decades of policy, decades of people and decades of progress. The AUKUS program is already building momentum across our regions, from Perth to Adelaide to Geelong, in TAFE campuses.
Just take your seat. There has been a division called for this House and the proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. In continuation, I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, the AUKUS program is already building momentum across our regions. From Perth to Adelaide to Geelong, in TAFE campuses and university hubs across the nation, young Australians are preparing for a new era of opportunity. Every course, every apprenticeship, every partnership that flows from AUKUS builds a pipeline of skills and careers for decades to come. These aren't just defence jobs, they are jobs that will strengthen advanced manufacturing, robotics, AI and engineering industries across Australia. That is why the Geelong Treaty is so vital. It ties our education system, our workforce and our industrial base together in service of a shared national mission. The treaty also deepens our people-to-people connections. As we welcome UK sailors, engineers and scientists to our shores, Australian workers and students will train and work in the UK, creating knowledge, sharing and cooperation that will stand the test of time. As its name suggests, this treaty was signed in Geelong, a city with a heritage of industry and innovation, and fittingly so, because it represents the same spirit that built our manufacturing base and our naval tradition. It reminds us that the nation building is never a thing of the past. It is an ongoing responsibility. The Geelong Treaty is how we continue to carry that responsibility forward into the 21st century. It is how we equip our nation to defend our interests, strengthen our alliances and grow our economy through technological excellence and people power. It is how we ensure that the next generation of Australians, from our classrooms to our shipyards, inherit a country that is secure, prosperous and respected. And it is why this parliament should support the passage of this bill without delay. The Geelong Treaty will shape our strategic landscape for the next half-century. It's not merely about submarines. It is about sovereignty, skills and shared security. I commend this bill to the House.
I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this legislation, of course, on one level is not necessarily one that will change the universe. The flip side is it's still an important part of the implementation regime associated with the AUKUS submarines project. And it remains an important part of the architecture because Australia needs to be a trusted partner when working with other nations, and particularly when we're sharing different pieces of technology, to ensure that we're a trusted partner to be able to build the sorts of technology we need to defend the future of this country. And of course the Geelong Treaty implementation is one that simply provides a pathway for the governments of the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland to be able to cooperate as part of the nuclear-powered submarine partnership collaboration with the Commonwealth of Australia. But when it comes down to it, Deputy Speaker, this bill is about something far bigger. It's about the enabling legislation of what is going to be required if we're going to defend ourselves in the 21st century. This nation has been left in the period after the Cold War, where we have progressively relaxed our security premium and taken a false sense of complacency about the challenges we face. We're a nation that has facing the most challenging environment since the Second World War. This is the view of the White Paper of the Department of Defence, and we're acutely aware of the fact that we're exposed on many fronts as a consequence of relaxing our approach to security. We never want to overspend on security, Deputy Speaker. It doesn't matter what government is in office, because every dollar has to come from taxpayers and, of course, has part of a trade-off of the priorities of the Commonwealth. But we do need to make sure that we achieve the first objective of the Commonwealth, which is to defend the Australian homeland and this continent and, of course, our territories, so we can be safe and secure. And more importantly, that we can help and support other countries in our region, particularly with our benefits and our standing, to be able to support their sovereignty and secure their sovereignty as well. That's why having different technologies is going to be so important to meet the challenges of the 21st century and the potential for kinetic war. We, of course, never want that to happen, Deputy Speaker, and I mean that never want that to happen. But we know that from the actions of foreign governments and non-state actors that we're seeing an increasing level of grey zone activity, often through things like cybersecurity and threats, and attacks on other essential infrastructure, that the era of complacency that we have enjoyed must come to an end. Part of that is understanding how we're going to work with our allies to project our capacity, if required, in the event of conflict, and more importantly to make sure that we have the security of the technology we are going to need to do so. That obviously is where part of the AUKUS regime comes in, not just around the role of submarines, Deputy Speaker, but also the potential for partnerships for other technologies and foreign technologies we can build into the capacity of the ADF. So we should not be complacent about this. There should be a very active interest from this parliament because it goes to the core of the role of this nation, its government, and how it's going to be a partner with foreign nations. Additionally into that, it's a pathway to support and grow industries in different parts of our nation. Of course, Geelong being one of them, South Australia being others, other parts of the country, particularly in Western Australia, will be part beneficiaries of them too. We have to harness that potential so that we're building up our capacity, not just in terms of our defence capacity, but our skills capacity, and of course take that through to our improvement in our overall capacity to build out industrial development. And it reminds me, only the other day when I was at Monash University, my alma mater, where the Monash University is looking at companies like Rolls-Royce, who of course provide things like nuclear technology, propulsion technology, to be part of submarines, but also could be used for other purposes, including civil nuclear power as well. But one of the biggest frustrations they have is they're not getting the clear signals from this government and at a state level to deliver the technology that Australians desperately need. This legislation does provide a very clear signal to the marketplace and to companies like Rolls-Royce about how they can be part of the solution of building out the technology to build out Australia's defence capacity. But they also have a place to build out our civilian capacity as well, and off the back of things like the AUKUS submarine project, there's a natural, logical conclusion that we should be investing in a civilian nuclear program to build out the capacity for Australia's clean industrial growth. Unfortunately, that falls on deaf ears from the ideologues in the Labor Party who simply oppose nuclear at all costs, but we will all pay a very heavy price through their mad pursuit of looking only at energy through the lens of renewables, rather than taking a rational, informed energy mix approach which recognises the critical role of existing technologies and the decommissioning of them over time. If their state governments say one thing, then do something complete opposite. They talk renewables, then they underwrite contracts, secret contracts with the New South Wales and Victorian government for coal generators. Of course, the extraction of gas, but of course, as part of that, you need to build the baseload potential of the future, with, of course, renewables as part of that conversation, both at a household level, sometimes at an industrial level as well, because our interest must be how are we going to build the strength of our great country and its future. So then we can go on and create the well-paying jobs so that Australians can get the incomes they need, so they can then go on and buy the homes they need to support themselves and their families and put them in a financial position to retire with security. Some of us will never stop fighting for the future of this country, Deputy Speaker. I know you're one. I know there's other members in this chamber who will always fight for the future of the country. Sometimes we'll have differences of opinion about what that is. But if it is to be a nation that is secure, a nation that has the capacity to stand up for itself and its confidence, a nation that can help support other countries secure their sovereignty and their rights to be able to maintain free and independent in our region, and one that's able to provide the economic opportunity for future generations of Australia, that is something that we should be immensely proud to fight for. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
There being no further speakers, I will put the question. All those in favour say aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the question. I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. Those all in favour say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk for the next order of business.
Government business order of the day next order of the day, Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And the question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I'm proud to speak in strong support of the Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. This bill goes to the heart of something that Labor believes in, building the skilled workforce Australia needs, now and into the future. The Vet Student Loans program makes vocational education and training more accessible to Australians by providing opportunities for students to undertake a vet course and defer their tuition fees through an income contingent loan. It's a system that gives Australians from all walks of life a chance to gain qualifications in high-demand fields, from engineering to project management to occupational trades like plumbing, carpentry and electrical work. This bill ensures the system remains fair, transparent and secure. Under the current law, students applying for a vet student loan must provide the tax file number. This is essential because, like university HECS-style loans, repayments are made through the Australian tax system. The tax file number ensures that the student's loan details align with the Australian Taxation Office records. However, due to a recent review of how vet student loans are administered, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified a legislative grey area. The Vet Student Loans Act 2016 did not explicitly authorise providers to handle tax file numbers, even though this has been a practical necessity since the beginning of this program. The department also identified that improvements could be made to better align legislation, IT systems and privacy safeguards. We have acted to fix that. Since early 2025, updates have been made to the department's IT systems. These updates now mask students' tax file numbers and automate the secure transfer of data between student interface and government systems. This means VSL providers no longer need to directly handle tax file numbers at all. The bill before the House today therefore does two things. It retrospectively authorises VSL providers past handling of student tax file numbers for the purpose of administrating vet student loans, and it authorises the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations to pass disclosure of those tax file numbers to provide for the same purpose. This measure applies to all current and former VSL providers and their officers who handle tax file numbers between the 1st of January 2017 and 30 September 2025, as well as to the Secretary of the Department, the Commissioner of Taxation and the relevant Commonwealth officers. By clarifying this legal authority, we protect both students and providers from uncertainty about past administrative processes, and we reinforce confidence in the ongoing integrity of the system. Importantly, there have been no student complaints about the handling of tax file numbers under the program since its commencement in 2017. This bill simply ensures that the administrative reality of past 8 years is now aligned with the law and that the program continues to operate smoothly and securely. Deputy Speaker, while this bill is technical in nature, it speaks to something much broader: Labor's unwavering commitment to rebuilding Australia's vocational education and training system. Because the truth is, the vet sector is crucial for the future of Australian industries. It trains the builders who construct our homes, the electricians who power our cities, and the nurses who care for us, and the clean energy workers driving our transition to a net zero future. That's why the Albanese Labor government is building Australia's future and boosting the workforce we need to deliver it. We are investing in priority occupations and creating a modern, adaptable apprenticeship system, one that's critical to our nation's future productivity and prosperity. Labor knows apprentices are essential to Australia's growth. They're the young people and the career changers picking up the tools, learning the trades and gaining the skills our country needs. That's why we've implemented targeted measures to ease the cost of living pressures for apprentices and support employers with training costs. From 1 July 2025, the government expanded the Key Apprentices program to include a housing construction apprenticeship scheme, offering up to $10,000 in financial incentives to new apprentices in construction. And it's already working. In just the first 3 months of the program, we've seen 4,700 new apprentices commence training as plumbers, electricians and carpenters. We've also extended the Australian Apprentice Training Support Payment and the Priority Hiring Incentive by 6 months to the end of 2025. These provide up to $5,000 to apprentices and employers in priority occupations. For those who relocate for work, the living away from home allowance has been increased for the first time in more than 20 years, from $77 to $120 a week for the first-year apprentices and similar rises for second and third years. For the apprentice with disability, we've increased the Disability Australian Apprentice Wage Support payment from $104 to $104 to $216 per week, the first increase since 1998, back when I was 4 years old. Time for a change. And it scraps unnecessary red tape that force annual rechecks. These measures are more about than cost of living relief. They're about fairness, opportunity and inclusion. And we can see the results. There are currently 300,000 apprentices in training across Australia, up by 15% compared to pre-COVID levels. Over the last financial year, more than 62,000 employers and 119,000 apprentices received incentive payments. Trade completions are up 8.7% compared to last year, and a remarkable 34% compared to before the pandemic. Here in Queensland, apprenticeship commencements and completions have risen steadily under Labor, particularly in construction, electrical and engineering trades. And in my own electorate of Petrie, as of December 2024, there were 1,480 apprentices and trainees in training, young locals and career changers gaining practical skills that lead to secure, well-paid work. These are the people who will build our homes, wire our renewable energy systems and drive the next generation of Queensland industry. Deputy Speaker, only Labor is the party of free TAFE. We are delivering real cost of living relief and valuable skills for Australians through the most significant investment in vocational education in decades. More than 685,000 Australians have already enrolled in free TAFE courses under the Albanese government. Thousands of opportunities to get skilled and start a career in sectors our country needs most. And almost 200,000 Australians have already completed their qualifications. That's hundreds of thousands of Australians who can now access better jobs with higher wages without being crushed by student debt. These are the skills Australia needs, and they're being taught in our TAFEs right now, free of charge. For students in my electorate of Petrie, this means life-changing savings. These are real dollars staying in the pockets of local students and families, opening doors that might otherwise stay closed. That's what Labor's free TAFE program is all about. Under Labor, free TAFE isn't a short-term pilot, it's a permanent pillar of our education system. We've locked in 100,000 free TAFE places every year from 2027, guaranteeing a pipeline of skilled workers for the future. Labor is also delivering fairer loan arrangements for all students, whether they study at TAFE or at university. We are cutting 20% off all student debt and raising the minimum repayment threshold, so repayments only start when graduates are earning more. This is a one-off reduction applies to over 280,000 VET student loan and Australian apprenticeship support loan accounts, cutting more than $500 million of student balances. That's real relief for apprentices, tradies and students who keep our economy running. Because Labor is the party of education, whether it's TAFE or university, we believe in giving Australians every chance to succeed. The VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 might be a small technical bill, but it sits within a much larger Labor mission to rebuild the vocational education, restore fairness and ensure that every Australian has access to skills, opportunity and secure employment. We're making sure that the VET system supports our nation's big goals, from building 1.2 million new homes to transforming our energy grid to expanding our care economy. We're supporting more women in trades through the $60 million Building Women's Careers program, partnering with business, industry and education institutions to create inclusive, higher-paying jobs. We're reforming apprenticeships, strengthening pathways and investing in institutions that deliver quality training, our TAFEs. Because we know that when Australians have the chance to learn, they have the power to build their future and our nation's future. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about good governance, ensuring that VET student loan system remains compliant, fair and effective, but also about Labor's bigger story, one of investment, fairness and nation building through education. In my electorate of Petrie, I've met apprentices training to become electricians, nurses, retraining in the care sector and parents returning to study through free TAFE. Each one of them is building a better life because of the choices the Labor government has made. This bill ensures that their opportunities are backed by integrity and security, and is part of a broader vision, a skills system that gives every Australian the chance to learn, contribute and prosper. Because when we invest in skills, we invest in people. When we invest in people, we build communities. And when we build communities, we build Australia's future.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, my remarks on this bill will be short. We support the bill. The work led by the Shadow Assistant Minister for Skills has been outstanding, and I commend him for his incredible work. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moore.
Deputy Speaker, every now and then a bill comes before this House that doesn't spark headlines or hashtags, but quietly makes the system fairer. This is one of those bills, because at its core, the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 is about trust. Trust in the law, trust in our institutions, and trust for the students and providers who rely on them. It fixes an ambiguity that should never have existed. It confirms that the people administering student loans did so lawfully and in good faith. And it future-proofs privacy protections so the same uncertainty can never happen again. That's it. No spin, no sleight of hand, just the kind of measured repair work that good government does quietly and well. When Australians apply for a VET student loan, they must include their tax file number. And that's what ties the loan to their tax record and ensures repayments are made correctly through the Australian Tax Office. It's a safeguard that keeps the whole scheme honest, so that the person who borrows the money is the person who pays it back. But here's the issue. The technology that made this possible moved faster than the legislation that governed it. While the law required the tax file number to make the system function, it never clearly authorised providers to handle it. So for years, approved training organisations were doing exactly what the system needed them to do, entering data into secure government portals, reconciling loan information, but the authorising words in the statute weren't there. No one acted improperly, no one misused data, there were no complaints, no breaches, no scandals, just a gap between what the law said on paper and how the system worked in practice. This bill closes that gap. It makes clear that everything done in good faith since 1 January 2017 was and always has been lawful, and it confirms that from the 1st of October 2025, providers no longer need to handle tax file numbers at all. Earlier this year, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations finished a major technology upgrade. Student tax file numbers are now masked from view in the student loan portal and transferred automatically between government systems. That means the data never passes through the hands of training providers or their staff. It moves seamlessly and securely from the student's application to the ATO and back again. That's modern governance in action, tightening privacy, reducing risk and removing unnecessary human handling altogether. So this bill doesn't create new powers or broaden access to personal information. It simply aligns the law with the secure digital systems we already have. It ensures that people who are already doing their jobs, providers, Commonwealth officers, departmental staff, are protected from the technical uncertainty created by a missing line of legislative authority. And it sends a clear signal. When Labor finds something that isn't quite right, we don't bury it, we fix it, and we make it stronger for the future. From the day the VET student loans program began, privacy has been tightly controlled. Providers have been bound by strict information handling rules under the VET Student Loans Act. They must meet a fit and proper persons test, undergo extensive approval processes and report any breach immediately. They are subject to civil penalties and even criminal offences for misuse of data. Those safeguards remain. What changes under this bill is the certainty that every past action performed in good faith to get the student loans processed or reconciled sits squarely within the law. And for the future, the system will operate with even higher privacy standards. No provider will see, store or transmit a student's tax file number. That's exactly how it should be in the digital age. Minimal access, maximum protection. This bill, therefore, strengthens both integrity and confidence in a program that's helped hundreds of thousands of Australians learn, train and work. Deputy Speaker, the principles behind this bill are simple and consistent with the values that underpin our democracy. It supports the right to education by ensuring that VET student loans program continues to operate smoothly for those who already rely on it to study and upskill. It supports the right to work by guaranteeing access to training that leads directly to secure jobs in our economy. And it protects the right to privacy by tightening the rules so that personal information is handled only when absolutely necessary and always within the bounds of the law. That is how we maintain trust in public administration, through careful, proportionate reform that respects both the individual and the institution. Deputy Speaker, this bill may look technical, but it sits within a much larger effort, rebuilding Australia's vocational education system after years of neglect. Because the truth is, when Labor returned to government, we inherited a skills system that had already been hollowed out. TAFE campuses left to crumble, apprentice numbers in freefall, billions stripped from training budgets. And young Australians were told, implicitly and sometimes explicitly, that choosing a trade or a technical career was second best. We reject that nonsense. We believe that whether you're wiring a hospital, caring for the elderly or coding a new piece of software, your contribution matters equally to this country's future. And that's why Labor has put TAFE back at the centre of Australia's training system. Since coming to office, Free TAFE has delivered more than 685,000 enrolments across the nation in early childhood education, in disability care, in construction and in digital technology. That's 685,000 Australians getting a real qualification for a real job without the financial barrier that once kept them out. When the opposition leader was Shadow Minister for Skills, she said, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Well, Deputy Speaker, Australians are proving her wrong every single day. They value Free TAFE because it changes lives, theirs and their families. In my own electorate of Moore, I see that transformation up close at the North Metropolitan TAFE. Under the leadership of Michelle Hode, its dedicated staff are training the electricians, engineers and technicians who keep Western Australia running. These people are juggling work, study and family. They're showing the same grit and determination that built this country. They deserve a government that has their back. And that's exactly what this bill represents. A government that's making sure the system that supports them is watertight and fair. Because when those students apply for a VET loan, they deserve to know that their personal information is safe, that their debt is correctly recorded and that the government has done its homework. Labor's skills agenda goes further. We're backing apprentices in every corner of the country because they're the ones who build the homes, the infrastructure and the clean energy projects of the future. From July 2025, the Key Apprenticeship program was expanded to include a dedicated housing construction stream offering up to $10,000 in incentives for new apprentices. We extended the training support payment and priority hiring incentive through to the end of 2025, providing up to $5,000 for apprentices and employers in priority occupations. We increased the living away from home allowance to help young people relocate for work, and we boosted support for apprentices with disabilities by removing unnecessary red tape. Each of these measures helps someone start and finish their trade, and each of them builds a stronger, more skilled workforce for our nation. Deputy Speaker, we also understand that students and apprentices are under real cost of living pressures. That's why this government took decisive action to cut student debt by 20% and lift the repayment threshold so that graduates begin repaying only when they can actually afford it. More than 280,000 VET and apprenticeship loan accounts will benefit from that change, representing over $500 million in debt relief. That's money that stays in people's pockets, money that helps them pay rent, buy tools, or simply breathe a little easier when they build their future. It's another example of a government that understands what fairness looks like in practice. Deputy Speaker, This bill also reinforces something deeper, confidence in the government itself, because when citizens see their government fixing problems quietly and properly, rather than ignoring them or playing politics with them, it strengthens faith in every other reform we deliver. This is responsible lawmaking. No fanfare, no finger-pointing, just solid, careful work that keeps our system strong. Those opposite might prefer a headline, we prefer results. They might treat governance as theatre, we treat it as service. And service means doing the unglamorous work, tightening a definition, updating the system, closing a legal loophole so that the whole machine runs as it should. That's what this bill does. It ensures that every form lodged, every record kept, every repayment made under the VET student loans program sits securely on the right side of the law. It's easy sometimes to think of legislation like this as dry or technical, but behind every data point and clause is a person, a mature-age student retraining after a redundancy, an apprentice starting their first job in the trades, a single parent studying nursing to re-enter the workforce. They are the reason this program exists. They are the reason we make sure every part of it, from the online form to the privacy settings, work flawlessly. Because when we get these details right, we're not just fixing a database, we're reaffirming a social contract, that government will look after people who put in the effort to better themselves. That's something Labor will always stand for. Deputy Speaker, I often think that good government is a bit like good wiring. You don't notice it when it's done well, it just works. This bill is the wiring behind a much larger system. It's the quiet work that keeps the lights on, literally and figuratively, for thousands of students who rely on VET loans every year. It shows that we take responsibility seriously. When we find a problem, we own it, we fix it, and we make sure it never happens again. That's what separates governing from posturing. So yes, this bill is small. It won't lead the evening news, but its impact will last. It strengthens privacy, it validates the good faith actions of people who did their jobs, it modernises the administration of student loans and reinforces the integrity of one of the most important programs in our education system. It gives students confidence that their personal information is safe, it gives providers certainty that they are operating within the law, and it gives the Australian people proof that their government is paying attention, even to the fine print. Deputy Speaker, the VET sector is one of the great engines of national opportunity. It changes lives, opens doors and drives innovation. By maintaining integrity and trust in the systems that support it, this bill helps ensure that opportunity endures. It may be modest, but it's meaningful. It is, in every sense, what good government looks like: practical, careful and built to last. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'm always delighted, I'm always pleased to be able to have the opportunity to talk about vocational education and training. And it's not just because in my electorate on Brisbane South Side we are home to the flagship Acacia Ridge TAFE. But it does, Deputy Speaker, give me a little bit of an opportunity to brag about it, because it's something we're very proud of in the electorate of Moreton. It's the largest trade training centre, not just in Brisbane, not just in Queensland, not just in Australia, but in the entire Southern Hemisphere. And I've had the great pleasure to be able to host the Deputy Prime Minister when we tried out dyno chassis behind the wheel of a car. I've had the great pleasure of hosting Minister Giles, working through how battery technology works and talking to the students about their experiences at their TAFE. Deputy Speaker, the Acacia Ridge campus is 22 hectares of purpose-built, state-of-the-art training facilities. And I always enjoy visiting there because it's a hive of activity. It offers a wide range of trade-related courses in automotive, building, construction, electrotechnology, engineering, manufacturing and design, resources and mining, transport and utilities. And it's all about making sure that we're giving people, many of them young people, access to the skills that we need as a nation for the future. The VET sector delivers vital, industry-specific skills and qualification across all of these fields, and many more, helping to boost economic development, helping to enhance business efficiency, and helping to tackle workforce skills gaps. Deputy Speaker, the Labor government is supporting people to do that. We're supporting people to learn. We're supporting people to train. We're supporting people to work. And we're supporting people to gain skills that will make their lives better and that will make our country better. Because we're supporting them to be the people who make the things that we need. We're supporting them to be the people who build the homes and houses that we need. And we're supporting them to be the people to care for our loved ones in an ageing population. Data from the National Centre for Vocational Education Research from September 2024 indicated that 5.1 million students took part in nationally recognised training in 2023, and a 10.8% increase from 2022. And, Deputy Speaker, what that means is that we have more Australians, in my part of the world, more Southsiders who have got pathways. Pathways to skilling, pathways to a future, pathways to job security, pathways to ensuring that they not only have jobs, but those are good jobs. Of this number, 3.5 million students studied stand-alone subjects. Over 2.1 million gained full qualifications and 230,000 completed short courses. This is about the skills that our country needs, and contrary to what you might hear, it is working people. It is working people, particularly those who have been trained, just as in Acacia Ridge. It is those who drive our economy. It is those working people who grow our economy. It is those working people who make sure that our economy is moving forward. Many of these students were able to study thanks to the VET Student Loans VSL program. This program supports eligible students to cover tuition fees for approved higher level, such as diplomas and above, VET courses at approved providers. The aim of the program is to promote courses and to grow the workforce in areas that align with industry needs, with what our country needs, with what business needs. The VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 concerns the administration of these loans. This bill addresses an issue with the administration of VET student loans, which was identified during a recent review. It concerns the handling of students' tax file numbers and the fact that the VET Student Loans Act 2016 does not authorise VSL providers to handle tax file numbers. VSL providers are registered training organisations which are authorised by the Australian Government to deliver VSL-approved courses. These may be TAFE institutions or private providers. Tax file numbers are necessary for the administration of student loan programs such as VSL. They are used to accurately link loan accounts to individuals within the taxation system, enabling precise tracking of loan balances and repayments over time. It is important to note that there is no knowledge of tax file number misuse throughout the administration of the VSL program. Similarly, there have been no student complaints in regard to the tax file number administration. Nonetheless, the Albanese Labor government is taking swift action to resolve this challenge. We want both students and VET providers to have certainty and to have confidence in the administration of their loans. The bill enables the retrospective authorisation of VSL providers' handling of students' tax file numbers. This will also give providers and government alike certainty that the administration of the loans between 1 January 2017 to 30 September 2025 was lawful. Since early 2025, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations has implemented a series of enhancements to its IT infrastructure aimed at improving the security and efficiency of handling sensitive personal data. One of the key changes involves the automatic masking of tax file numbers from VET student loans providers, and this update ensures that providers no longer have access to or need to manage tax file numbers directly. The transfer of this information between relevant government systems is now fully automated. By streamlining the handling of tax file numbers and removing the need for providers to process them, the department has strengthened data privacy protections while maintaining the integrity of the loan management process. Importantly, these system updates do not affect the way students apply for a VET student loan. The application process through the electronic Commonwealth Assistance form remains unchanged, ensuring a familiar experience for students seeking financial support for their training. VSL providers are subject to a range of robust scrutiny measures and integrity protocols embedded within the relevant IT systems. These controls are designed to safeguard students' personal information and ensure that providers operate within a secure and compliant framework. Before being granted approval to administer VSLs, providers must complete comprehensive vetting procedures, ensuring that only qualified institutions are permitted to participate in the program. Providers are required to adhere to several key obligations. These include strict compliance with legislation. Providers must follow stringent rules regarding the use and disclosure of information as outlined in the VET Student Loans Act. VSL providers are also subject to mandatory breach reporting. In the event of any data breach involving student information, providers are obligated to promptly notify the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. This requirement supports transparency and enables swift action to mitigate potential harm. Importantly, the data protection standards that have historically governed the handling of TFNs by VSL providers will remain in effect following the commencement of the new bill. These ongoing safeguards reinforce the government's commitment to maintaining high levels of privacy and data security within the VET student loans framework. The Albanese Labor government has invested $42 million over 4 years from July 2023 to help develop a fit-for-purpose VSL IT system. And this means that from 2026, the VSL program will be bolstered by new assessments and payment system. This is just one way that Labor stands behind the VET sector. One of Labor's key election promises was to cut student debt by 20%. In fact, we promised it would be the first piece of legislation that we brought to this parliament, and it was. The result is, of course, that 3 million Australians with student debt will have 20% off their debt wiped, gone. This includes students with VSL program debts. And when we think about the contrast between the Albanese Labor government and those opposite, what becomes clear is that when it comes to TAFE, when it comes to vocational education and training, we are focused on delivering for students, not just through this bill, but through taking 20% off people's debt, through free TAFE. And we know that those opposite do not support free TAFE. And so while we're focused on delivering, the only thing that the opposition has done when it comes to students is to say no. No, we cannot give you that cost of living relief. No, you cannot have 20% off your student debt that will help you set up for the future. We've made TAFE free, and we've made that permanent, nationwide. This provides cost of living support to more Australians to get the qualifications they want for the jobs our economy desperately needs. Free TAFE will boost Australia's workforce by training more tradies and construction workers to build more homes, and more nurses and more healthcare workers to look after our loved ones. From January 2023 to June this year, 128,231 people in Queensland alone had taken up the opportunity to upskill for free. Across the country, thousands of students have flocked to courses such as the Cert 4 in Building and Construction, the Diploma of Early Childhood Education and Care, the Cert 4 in Cybersecurity, the Cert 3 in Individual Support and Diploma of Nursing, and the Cert 3 in Horticulture. A February 2025 report from Jobs and Skills Australia, Opportunity and Productivity towards a Tertiary Harmonisation Roadmap, indicates that a more integrated and coordinated tertiary education system has the potential to enhance workforce productivity, has the potential to elevate skill levels across the industries that we're talking about, and to support the development of a future-ready workforce that meets the industry demands. Our government has invested $27.7 million to support the development of a more aligned tertiary education system. And this includes developing better student pathways by clarifying recognition of prior learning and streamlining regulation for dual sector providers. Through the National Skills Agreement, the government has partnered with states and territories to establish nationally networked TAFE centres of excellence. These partnerships among TAFEs, universities and industry will deliver the skilled workers, the skilled workforce for critical industries. And an example in Queensland is the TAFE Centre of Excellence, Clean Energy Batteries. The focus will be on targeted training solutions in renewable energy batteries, intermittent renewable energy source storage, grid connectivity.
Excuse me, Member for Moreton, if you'd just take your seat. It being 1:30, the Federation Chamber is adjourned until 4 p.m. today.
Call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Call the member for Ford.
I move that debate be adjourned.
The question is that debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in an order of the day for a later hour. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Call the member. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. Further consideration of the bill.
Call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Call the member for Indi.
I move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, freedom of information should never come with a fee. Today I move amendments that would repeal Schedule 6 of the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. Schedule 6 allows the government to charge application fees for FOI matters via regulation, which would be created at a later date. The bill would let the government set fees for things like making an FOI request, seeking internal review of a refusal, or applying for an independent Information Commissioner review. Fee for access is contrary to the right to access information, and these provisions to create application fees appear to be just another barrier to access, with little justification provided by the government. Speaker, I have three key concerns with application fees that I'll now outline. First, a fee system will simply create new barriers for people with little disposable income to access the FOI system and make it more likely they will decide against pursuing information. Provisions for financial hardship and exemptions for personal information are important, but the fact remains that when there is cost, there is a subset of our community that will not even apply, even when they have a genuine and reasonable reason to do so. And even with hardship waivers, the burden of proof will shift to the applicant to establish this hardship, provide paperwork and endure any delays. And I say that this will further disincentivise people from exercising their right to seek information. Second, the administration of application fees is likely to cost more than it will ever raise in revenue. And if it isn't a revenue measure, then what is it and why have it? It's just bureaucracy that unfairly burdens people who can least afford it. If it's not raising revenue, it must be achieving some other aim. and the only obvious conclusion is that the purpose of charging a fee is to deter people from applying in the first place. Now, remarkably, the bill's own explanatory memorandum, written by the Attorney-General's own office, states that, and I quote, "The existence of an application fee may unintentionally limit access to information for certain persons," end of quote. The government then says that the application fees, and I quote, "are reasonable, proportionate and necessary," without providing any evidence for why this is true. Put simply, saying it's true doesn't make it true. Finally, the government tries to justify application fees on the basis that most state and territory governments charge fees. Now, this is a poor argument, and on its own is no justification for such a significant change. If the government wishes to establish a fee-charging system, it should lay out a clear case for change and explain how the benefits of such reform would outweigh any negative impacts on vulnerable persons or those otherwise disadvantaged by the proposed application fees. It hasn't done so, and I would truly appreciate hearing from the Attorney-General, I'm really grateful that the Attorney is here, how the government weighed up the disincentive it acknowledges exists against the supposed need to limit the number of requests made. On what basis did the government determine this was proportionate and reasonable? As I previously stated, the government has thus far failed to make the case for why application fees are necessary and has not sufficiently justified that application fees won't deter people from making an application in the first place. Without a case for change and a solid evidence base, I cannot support Schedule 6.
Thank the member for Indi. Before the member for Indi spoke, the question was the bill be agreed to. Question now is the amendment be agreed to. I call the member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Dennis.
No, I was just curious if the minister wanted to respond to the Attorney-General. Deputy Speaker, I support the member for Indi's amendment. I think it's a good and worthwhile amendment. And I support the amendment, first of all, as a matter of principle. I think as a matter of principle, the government should be doing whatever it possibly can to facilitate the community's access to information, thereby promoting democracy through public participation and scrutiny. So I think this is first and foremost a matter of principle, that people should not be charged for seeking information that they need to find. I think there's also, Deputy Speaker, a practical dimension of this, and this goes to the point from the member for Indi that it's a disincentive for people seeking information through the FOI framework. You know, just about whatever financial impost the government might put on applying through the FOI framework, that will be unaffordable for a lot of Australians. Even the most modest amount of money will be an unreasonable impost. I'm sure in our own communities we would all regularly come across people who cannot even afford to shout themselves a cup of coffee at the local cafe. For them, $5 is too much to spend. And it's not unusual, in fact, as an MP, that on behalf of members of my community, I apply through the Tasmanian FOI framework for people to access information in the Tasmanian system, and they come to me and ask me to apply because there is no financial charge in Tasmania for an MP applying. They go to all of that trouble to come to me because they can't afford it. And I would also add, Deputy Speaker, I don't think the government has satisfactorily made the case that there is a need to charge. I was at first attracted to the argument from the government that with emerging technologies and with artificial intelligence, there needs to be some tension in the process as an impediment to AI just swamping us with FOI requests. But we haven't seen the evidence of that. And in fact, when I look at the data between 2020 and 2024, FOI requests to the government have remained fairly steady at about 34,000 a year. You know, they've gone up a bit, gone down a bit. But we, you know, if there's an issue in the future, we haven't actually seen even a whiff of it at this stage, Deputy Speaker. So, I can only draw the conclusion that this is either ill-considered because it's unnecessary, or, as the member for Indi has spoken to, that it is meant to, this imposition of a charge is indeed meant to create that tension to deter people from pursuing FOIs or applying for FOIs in the first case. Now, if that is the case, then sadly the Centre for Public Integrity is quite right on its recent report card, integrity report card on the Albanese government. I just remind you, Deputy Speaker, on that report card, when it came to transparency in the report card, the Centre for Public Integrity gave the government a fail. When it came to cronyism, the federal government, the Centre for Public Integrity gave the government a fail. When it came to undue influence, and in particular the access of lobbyists, the Centre for Public Integrity gave the Albanese government a fail. It also gave it a fail for parliamentary accountability and a fail for supporting an independent public service. So the government is rating poorly already, and this adds to the criticism of the government. Frankly, Deputy Speaker, when it was announced right back at the start that the FOI framework would be reviewed, I actually spoke positively in the media of this move by the government, because I felt it would likely be a genuine attempt by the government to modernise our FOI framework, which is warranted. But sadly, that now that we're preoccupied with the detail of the reforms, I find the reforms very much lacking, and I've flipped and I've become quite critical. So I'll leave it there, Deputy Speaker, and I will support the amendment moved by the member for Indi.
Thank the member for Denison and call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am rising to support the member for Indi's amendment, and I think it is worth pointing out that the 2013 Hawke Review explicitly recommended no application fees, and this is the same review that the government is repeatedly referring to as backup for other changes in the bill, to show that they have actually been supported previously. And this is just another example of previous comments about the FOI legislation being cherry-picked and all in one direction, all towards making it harder for the public to access information. Now, it may be that fees would prevent bad faith actors from introducing large volumes of requests, but it is also likely to deter public interest journalism. And had the government consulted more widely than just with public servants, had they consulted with some of the journalists who use the FOI process to hold government to account, I think that it would have heard more about the impact of fees on public accountability. And I think then the government would be much happier to support this amendment and make sure that we are not creating extra barriers for the public to find out what decisions government's making and why they're making those decisions.
Thank you, member for Curtin, and call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. The government opposes the amendment. The cost to government of processing FOI applications is significant and is increasing, costing $97.99 million in 2024-25, compared with $36.32 million in 2010-2011. Further, vexatious, abusive and repeat requests by applicants for the same information impact on agencies and ministers' ability to process other FOI requests in a timely manner. The ability to introduce fees for FOI requests will assist to manage these issues. The bill includes a regulation-making power to impose application fees for FOI request and review processes. It also includes appropriate safeguards. The bill expressly prevents application fees from being imposed in relation to requests for an individual's own personal information. Any fee regulations must provide for waiver or remission in circumstances of financial hardship. The regulations can provide for circumstances in which fees should be refunded. Regulations to establish application fees under the bill will be subject to scrutiny and disallowance. All other Australian jurisdictions, except the ACT, have application fees for FOI requests.
Thank the Attorney-General, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Attorney-General. I have a question for the Attorney-General. You're quoting a cost to the Commonwealth of $97.99 million in processing freedom of information requests. Could you tell me, please, how much revenue you expect to raise by imposing these fees?
I appreciate the question from the member. As I said, the bill provides for regulations to prescribe fees for FOI applications, internal reviews and Information Commissioner reviews. The vast number of FOI requests continues to be for access to personal information at about 75%, so that would be excluded from those fees. This would all depend, obviously, on the number of requests that were received. Being unable to see into the future would be inappropriate to make an estimation.
Thank the Attorney-General. Call the member for Indo.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Attorney-General. Attorney, I still can't see a case that charging for access to freedom of information will in any way compensate for the cost that the Commonwealth is claiming that it's costing them right now. And I'm wondering what other justification, other than the cost, is charging a fee about.
Call the Attorney-General.
Thank you. I refer the member to my comments made previously.
Any? I put the question. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I put the question. Yep. All those in favour? Aye. Against? As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I call the member for Indo.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move Amendments 3 and 4 as circulated in my name together.
Leave is granted.
I move Amendments 3 and 4 as circulated in my name together. Acting Deputy Speaker, in a bill full of anti-democratic reforms that will worsen transparency and accountability in our government, the amendments proposed in Schedule 7 are perhaps the most egregious changes proposed. The amendments I'm moving today seek to repeal both the changes to Cabinet exemptions as well as new powers to refuse FOI requests without even consulting the relevant documents. First, on the summary refusal of request. This part of Schedule 7 would enable decision-makers to refuse a request when, and I quote, "it would clearly be exempt," end of quote, under the relevant section of the Act. What this means is that a decision-maker can refuse a request without ever checking whether it is actually an exempt document. Now, simply believing it would be exempt will be enough to refuse a request. I'll say that again just to make sure everyone's got this straight. Your right to access government information can be determined by whether the public servant thinks it would involve an exempt document. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that doesn't pass anybody's pub test. It's lazy at best. The test of clearly exempt is elastic and it will be stretched in practice. That is not a fair contest and it will discourage legitimate scrutiny. It will result in worse outcomes. Now, while you can appeal, most people will simply give up. It's just another way that freedom of information will be harder to access. Secondly, on Cabinet exemptions. Now, it's already incredibly difficult under the current FOI Act to access documents that have gone anywhere near the Cabinet room. Years of litigation have established a very high threshold for the disclosure of documents involved in the Cabinet process. Now, I fully support the principle of Cabinet solidarity, and I agree there must be rigorous and appropriate protections for Cabinet confidentiality where it's needed. That's not my argument. However, I think most people today believe that the balance has shifted too far against disclosure, and that's under the current arrangements. But now the government want to go further and extend Cabinet exemptions to more documents, many of which were never created to go to Cabinet or even to directly inform Cabinet deliberations. Under this bill, anything considered or even simply noted in the Cabinet process will be exempt. rather than the previous definition that referred specifically to deliberation and decision-making. Now, this matters. I'm also extremely concerned that the previous dominant purpose test will be replaced by a substantive purpose test. Words matter. This will increase the threshold even higher. Words matter, and that's why they're in the bill. Under these proposals, a document could be exempt simply because it helped to inform a minister in relation to an issue the Cabinet will consider. It's a long bow. I contend it is too long. And it's hard to imagine anything that this couldn't include. And finally, these amendments to expand Cabinet exemptions are in direct contravention of the concluding recommendations of the Robodebt Royal Commission. As I said in my speech yesterday, and it's important these things are recorded in the Hansard, this government's proposals seek to reinforce a culture of Cabinet secrecy that, in part, allowed Robodebt to persist for so long. So concerned am I about this that I asked the Attorney-General about these proposed changes in question time in an attempt to understand why the government was rejecting the concluding recommendation of its own Royal Commission. Unfortunately, the Attorney-General's answer did not inspire me with confidence. It didn't, suggesting that the proposals were merely a clarification of what happens now and would reflect the policy intent of the existing exemptions. But this, Deputy Speaker, simply isn't accurate. Yesterday, the Centre for Public Integrity published a fact-check on key claims made by the government in relation to this bill. This fact-check said that it is misleading to suggest that this bill simply clarifies the existing Cabinet exemptions. In fact, the opposite is true. The Australian Law Council in its submission said, and I quote, "The effect of the proposed amendments will be to broaden what is captured by the Cabinet documents exemption and further limit access to information. This contradicts the closing observation of the Royal Commission," end of quote. And the Law Council goes on to recommend that these amendments be rejected. So I seek to repeal these sections of the bill because they will make our democracy and our government less open, less accountable, less transparent, and we don't want that.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the member for Denison.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And again, I will be supporting the member for Indi's amendment because clearly the attempt by the government to greatly increase the exemptions to the FOI framework are unwarranted. Again, as a matter of principle, the effort to do this will be an impediment to the community's access to information, thereby promoting democracy through public participation and scrutiny. I mean, I think that's self-evident. I don't need to talk in any more detail about that. Surely we should be doing everything to shine a light on governance and public administration, and we should be taking no backward steps in that regard. I'd also make the point, and in fact the member for Indi has already touched on this, the Robodebt Royal Commission made a very, very clear recommendation, and I'll read it. The government should end the blanket approach to confidentiality of Cabinet documents. To give effect to this section, Section 34 of the FOI Act should be repealed. The wide range of class and conditional exemptions in the FOI Act is sufficient to protect the public interest in relation to Cabinet documents. The mere fact that a document is a Cabinet document should not, by itself, be regarded as justifying maintenance of its secrecy. In other words, Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be having a debate about the merits of increasing the exemptions, and we should be having a debate about the merits of reducing exemptions. Now, Deputy Speaker, I would like, and this is going to be a little bit indulgent, so bear with me, I'd like to recount something out of my own personal experience. Now, the students of ancient history in the Federation Chamber might remember that 20 or so years ago I got myself into terrible strife when I resigned from the Office of National Assessments and went to the media and accused the Howard government of misleading the Australian community over the reasons for the invasion of Iraq. Now, one of the reasons I resigned and went public was my concern as a public servant, an intelligence official, my concern that if I just ventilated my concerns internally, they wouldn't be recorded, they'd be buried and they would never see the light of day. And heavens, if for any reason one day there should be one or in fact two inquiries into Australia's misplaced for the invasion of Iraq, there'd be no record of it. So my experience was that if I, as a public servant, had been able to give frank and fearless advice, and if it had been recorded carefully, I might have been more comfortable with sticking with the team and not resigning from O&A. The point I'm getting to, Deputy Speaker, is this claim that the current FOI framework is a barrier to frank and fearless advice is actually back to front. Yeah. I think public servants would be much more comfortable with giving frank and fearless advice if they knew that it was written down, noted carefully, and one day, if the government's refusal to take that frank and fearless advice, if one day that government refusal to heed the advice was made public, then it would be the government's problem and I would be vindicated. I wouldn't stand accused as an incompetent or worse public servant, an unprofessional public servant that wasn't giving frank and fearless advice. So, I make this point as firmly as I can. The claim that frank and fearless advice is not being provided because public servants are scared of their advice one day being publicised, it's quite misleading. In fact, it's terribly misleading. We have a world-class public service, really world-class, and it's populated by officials and senior officials who want to give frank and fearless advice, and they want it to be recorded, and they are quite comfortable with their advice being one day publicised, in particular if the government makes a misstep or a serious misstep by accidentally invading a country for fraudulent reasons, then that advice would clear those officials of any sort of incompetence or unprofessional behaviour. So good on the member for Indi. It's another good amendment and I'll be supporting it.
Thank the member for Clark, previously Dennison, of course, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to just reiterate the issue that has come out of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission that is being ignored here. And the excuse being used is that public servants will be more likely to give frank and fearless advice. In the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, one of the findings was, one of the quotes there from Commissioner Holmes was that nothing I have seen in ministerial briefs or materials put to Cabinet suggests any tendency to give full and frank advice that might be impaired by the possibility of disclosure. The Commissioner goes on to say that had there not been the exemption from freedom of information, the activity would have been just uncovered earlier and dealt with much more effectively. And the Commissioner says, that raises the real question of whether the protection of Cabinet documents as a class from disclosure ought to be maintained, or whether, when access is sought, disclosure should be given unless there is a specific public interest in maintaining its confidentiality. And one of the things I'd like to add to that is that I'm unclear as to how this will actually increase frank and fearless advice anyway. If you move from a dominant purpose test to a substantial purpose test, I'm not convinced that that actually will make a significant difference in a public servant's decision about what to say to Cabinet. And many experts would say frank and fearless advice is far more likely to be protected by protecting the tenure of those public servants and ensuring that they are able to speak up without fear of their jobs, than just to avoid the fear that someone might find out what they've said. In fact, they might actually feel more comfortable if they know that they can give advice and ultimately it may be one or two inquiries down the track, that advice will become known and the public will know that they did their best. So I will be supporting this amendment. I think the expansion of Cabinet exemptions is absolutely heading in the wrong direction. We need greater transparency. The way to rebuild trust in government is for people to understand what decisions government's making and why they are making them. And I'm very disappointed that the government is putting this forward. It is not in the interests of open government.
Thank the member for Curtin and call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I'm also rise to support this amendment, and I think probably out of all the all of the bill. I think this is probably the most important part to change, and I thank the member for Indi for making these changes. I really want to reiterate what was said and actually read out by the member for Clark in terms of robo-debt, because I think the government has made a huge deal, and I think rightly so, about the impact of robo-debt on individuals and the enormous stain that it is on Australian sort of political public service history. But then to ignore something which was so clearly put in the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, and in some cases it seems to mischaracterise some of what the Robo-Debt Royal Commission said, and saying somehow that this fits within the Robo-Debt Royal Commission's observations and recommendations, I think is very disappointing. And I'm disappointed, I'll be honest, with the Prime Minister, who, in a question I asked specifically on this issue, denied that robo-debt had anything to do with FOI, when in fact the Robo-Debt Royal Commission is explicit in that in relation to cabinet confidentiality and how that inhibited and negative for robo-debt. I'd also like to make the observation more broadly about what we're trying to do in this country to improve the quality of debate. And Mike Burgess, the head of ASIO, spoke yesterday very powerfully at the Lowy Institute, talking about the need to disagree well, to have fact-based and broad-based conversations, and to do this in an effective way. And let's be honest, the Parliament doesn't do that very often. But I think that to do that well, we actually need the information to back it up. We do need the frank and fearless advice of the public service to be more available to the country rather than less available to country, so that we can have the debates that we need to have in this country about difficult political and public issues. And these are, there are many, difficult challenges that we are facing as a country, economically, socially, and really as a member of the public rather than a member of the Parliament, I would love more of that information to be out there in the public domain, so that as a member of the public I can be better informed about whether the government is serving the people or whether it's not, and what policies we should or shouldn't be considering, or what policies perhaps have been considered and why justifiably they have been left alone. I think in the dearth and the sort of vacuum of information, you will have other players who play, and I respect many of the think tanks and others who play in this space, but there are also many bad actors who play in this space and who try and fill that void of good public data and good public debate, with sometimes quite misleading information that actually decreases trust. So this is where I wish the government, and I urge the government, to rethink completely its approach on this FOI bill and say, what would it take to increase transparency in this country, to give people more confidence actually in government, and actually more information and certainty, and so our community can be more well informed about what are the good policy choices that we should be urging our government to be making, and what are the difficult trade-offs that we urge our government to be making. Because let's be honest, there are very difficult trade-offs here, but most Australians do not have access to the public service advice that helps make those difficult trade-offs clear. And certainly, so I'm very much supporting what the FOI recommendations coming out of the robo-debt. We should be decreasing the restrictions in relation to cabinet documents rather than increasing. So I once again recommend and urge the government to support the member for Indi's amendment here, because I think it goes to the heart of both, I think, building trust in government but building a better public debate, and I think both of those things are really critical.
Thank the member for Wentworth, and the question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. With respect to Amendment 3, the government opposes the amendment. The government considers that this provision is necessary to achieve efficiencies and allow agencies and ministers to move to more quickly resolve requests of this kind. The government recognises that a similar provision was repealed in the 2010 reforms, and that the ALRC's 1997 Open Government Report recommended the repeal. However, the ALRC also acknowledged that repealing the provision may increase the cost of FOI processing. The government respectfully suggests that in the context of rising FOI costs since the 2010 reforms, the repeal should be reconsidered on that basis. The proposed provision has appropriate safeguards. The provision is only available in certain circumstances. The decision to refuse access is a reviewable decision through internal review and by the Information Commissioner and the Administrative Review Tribunal. When relying on the provision, the agency or minister provides a statement of reasons for the decision, including that the provision was used and what exemptions were relied on to refuse access. With respect to Amendment 4, the government considers the proposed changes to Cabinet exemption are required to appropriately protect information central to the Cabinet process and support the principle of collective ministerial responsibility. The amendments are necessary to more clearly and accurately reflect how the Cabinet process works in practice and to ensure appropriate protections for the full range of documents prepared to support the Cabinet process and workings of Cabinet government. The amendments would provide appropriate protections for briefings where a matter is presented to Cabinet orally and without papers, and reflect that, for example, a summary of a Cabinet document can be just as revealing of Cabinet deliberations as a verbatim copy or an extract. The change from the reference to dominant purpose to substantial purpose recognises that documents may be created for multiple purposes. However, the Cabinet purpose must still be of substance, real and not insignificant, trivial or nominal, ensuring the exemption still applies to documents with a genuine Cabinet purpose. The government will therefore be opposing both sets of amendments.
Thank the Attorney-General, and I call a member for Indo.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Attorney-General for her response. I feel that I need to ask the Attorney-General, though, to respond in particular to the Law Council opinion on Cabinet exemptions and the explicit advice that they've given in regard to the Robo-Debt Royal Commissioner's recommendation. I don't feel that the Attorney has addressed that, and I have real concerns about that. So I ask respectfully that the Attorney might address that particular concern with this bill.
Call the Attorney-General.
Thank you. As outlined in the Australian Government's response to the report of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, the Government believes it is critical that the Cabinet, the key decision-making body of government, is comprehensively informed in its deliberations. To achieve this, the Cabinet must have the benefit of frank and fearless advice from Minister and senior public servants in question. The principle of collective responsibility requires that ministers should be able to express their views frankly in Cabinet meetings in the expectation that they can argue freely in private while maintaining a united front in public when decisions have been reached. For these reasons, the Government does not support repeal of Section 34. The bill does, however, respond to the Royal Commissioner's observation that merely describing a document as a Cabinet document is not itself sufficient justification to maintain confidentiality of a document. The bill inserts new subsection 34(7) to make clear that the mere presence or absence of any kind of security marking or other feature is not sufficient to determine whether or not the document is exempt under Section 34.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
So we'll resume with consideration of the bill in detail. Are there any further speakers?
Sorry, no.
No further speakers. The question is that the amendment. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. We'll put that question. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. As the question is unresolved, in accordance with Standing Order 188,
The question will be included in the Federation Chamber's report to the House on the bill. I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
I move the amendment circulated in my name.
The question is that that amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. The amendment I'm moving today is simple. It removes the changes proposed in this bill to the deliberative documents exemption of the Freedom of Information Act. The bill proposes to expand this exemption by including a new list of factors against giving access, in addition to the current factors favouring access and irrelevant factors. This list of factors against giving access to a document in the public interest is overly broad, and in the words of former Public Service Commissioner Andrew Podger, he says they could be used to refuse access to almost any document. Specifically, the list includes whether giving access to the document would or could reasonably be expected to prejudice the orderly and effective conduct of a government decision-making process. Speaker, this is one of many measures in this bill that would reduce government transparency and take our public service in a more secretive direction. As I outlined in my second reading speech, experts, the broader community and my crossbench colleagues have all raised key concerns with this bill, including the expansion of cabinet document exemption, the reintroduction of application fees for FOI requests, and the removal of the ability for an FOI applicant to remain anonymous or use a synonym. A central argument from the government for the proposed expansion of exemptions is the current provisions that they constrain the delivery of frank and fearless advice. Certainly, we must protect the public service values of impartiality, intellectual rigour and, perhaps most importantly, the willingness of public servants at all levels to offer frank and fearless advice to their superiors and their ministers. Yet the evidence, including from the Robodebt Royal Commission, shows that factors other than FOI are contributing to failures to provide the frank and fearless advice. These include the central role of government in appointing and dismissing departmental secretaries, which has the potential to impact the relationship between the Secretary and Minister. Disappointingly, the government has not taken on key recommendations of the 2019-30 report to reform the appointment and tenure processes of departmental secretaries. Such reforms would structurally strengthen the independence of the public service and improve the ability of public servants to provide frank and fearless advice. Speaker, freedom of information is a key pillar of our democracy. It ensures that Australian people have access to the information they need to understand the decisions and the actions of their government. Australia's FOI system does need repair. But the overwhelming sentiment from the community, experts and in the submissions to the Senate inquiry on this bill is that this bill is not fit for purpose. Given the strong and broad opposition to the bill, I feel it should be withdrawn, and I would urge the government to instead set up an independent, comprehensive review of the FOI system in a way that modernises it to work for, not against, our democracy. However, in place of that, the bill...
a division has been called for in the House, so the proceedings are to be suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. So the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and in continuation I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. However, in place of that, the bill should, at the very least, be amended to remove the most egregious elements. This includes the member for Indi's amendments to remove the expansion of the cabinet document exemption and application fees, and the member for Kooyong's amendment to remove the restriction on anonymous requests.
I thank them both for their tenacity in striving to strengthen the integrity and transparency of our political system. The amendment I'm moving, Speaker, removes the expansion for the deliberative documents exemption, something that would move us away from a culture of disclosure towards a culture of secrecy. Our FOI system is critical to the integrity and strength of our democracy, and we must preserve and protect it at all costs. That's why I ask the government to engage in good faith in the crossbench amendments today. There is no urgency to push these changes through, and I ask the government to seriously consider these amendments. I commend the amendment to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
I rise to support the member for Mackellar's amendment. And FOI is a fundamental tool of accountability in our democracy, and the default option should be disclosure. Adding more factors that count against disclosure is heading in the wrong direction to where the whole framework should be heading. FOI was developed in 1982 with a clear purpose to open up government and to shift that default from secrecy to transparency and ensure that decisions made in the name of the public are actually visible to the public. And it has generally worked. It ensures that the public can find out what the government's doing, it exposes corruption and waste, it allows the public to participate in government decision-making and exercise some power as citizens. And adding more exemptions to what can be disclosed is not in the spirit of the legislation as it was originally intended. It might be painful. It might be painful for government to actually have to be transparent on its decision-making, and I recognise that. But it is a small amount of pain to bear for a system of democracy that actually retains the trust of the people. And the part of the bill that the member for Mackellar is seeking to amend was going to introduce new factors to be considered that would say, let's keep this secret. But let's think about that concept of balance and whether balance is an appropriate thing to be looking for in this bill. We're balancing transparency for the benefit of the public versus a bit of inconvenience for public servants. And one of the things that's been put forward by the government in explaining the need for this bill is that there are 500 public servants or 500 equivalent full-time public servants filling FOI requests. Now, that sounds like a lot, 500 people. But is this really too many? If we are thinking about balance, do we have that balance? There are 213,000 federal public servants, and 500 of them are focused on making sure that government decisions are transparent. That's 0.2% of the public service that's actually focused on public accountability. I think that this concept of introducing factors that count against greater disclosure is completely the wrong way for the legislation to be heading, and I thank the member for Mackellar for her amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. The government opposes the amendment. Part 3 of Schedule 7 inserts 3 public interest considerations that would weigh against the disclosure of information under the deliberative processes exemption. The amendments provide greater statutory guidance in respect of the harms the exemption is designed to protect. The amendments reflect that the effective operation of government, including the development of high-quality and robust policy, relies on agencies being able to provide and ministers being able to consider frank and comprehensive advice in confidence. Other like-minded jurisdictions, such as the United Kingdom and New Zealand, recognise such factors as relevant considerations in assessing the public interest in disclosure. Importantly, the deliberative processes exemption remains a conditional exemption, subject to the public interest test, and in applying the exemption, the decision-maker will still need to weigh the public interest considerations for and against disclosure.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Being no further speakers, I put the question that the amendment moved by the member for Mackellar be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of that opinion say no. No. I think the ayes have it. As the question is unresolved, in accordance with Standing Order 188, the question will be included in the Federation Chamber's report to the House on the bill. I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move amendments 1 to 6 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 6 as circulated in my name together. The FOI Act enshrines a right to access...
The question is that those amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you so much. The FOI Act enshrines a right to access information, and it protects individuals' rights by providing them access to the information held by government about themselves. The objects of this Act are clear. They should not be qualified or restricted. Items 1 and 2 of my amendments omit the government's proposed qualifiers to this fundamental statement of the objects of the Act. What is proposed by the government is introduction of the notion that promoting representative democracy must be balanced with efficiency. Representative democracy is not practiced only when convenient. The objectives of openness and transparency should not be qualified. Similarly, the government has argued that departments risk being overwhelmed by FOI requests which are being generated by bots. It has sought to treat multiple requests for the same information as a single request. But this is irrational. If 2 or more requests for the same document are from different sources, they should clearly not be treated as the same request. For example, a matter of public interest might well be sought by more than one media outlet. The government's solution to this issue is unnecessarily restrictive, and I therefore propose a solution at item 3 to maintain reasonable access, under which requests could be considered and treated as being different requests if different addresses are supplied under the section 15(2)(d) notification. The government has sought to prevent anonymous requests with this bill. To protect the privacy of individuals, it is appropriate that a person seeking their personal records should provide their name and their proof of identity so that personal material is not wrongfully given to another person. However, in seeking public interest material, there may be a very good reason in some instances, for a requester not to be identified. If release of the material is in the public interest, it doesn't matter who the requester is, only that an address for a response is provided to facilitate the actual provision of the information. And so my amendment at items 4 and 5 makes this distinction, protecting the privacy of individuals and the anonymity of public interest requests. I now come to the more egregious parts of the government's bill. Its deliberate move to keep Australians in the dark on this flimsy pretext of national interest. We see this pretext in this and in other bills, including the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Bill, currently being debated in the House, which references the FOI Act as grounds for the minister not to publish decisions in the so-called national interest. If the government's decisions are lawful, if they are sound, if they are based on the best advice, and if they are in the public interest, indeed if they are in the national interest, then they should be shared with the people. We need to stop the rot, because if we let these provisions of secretiveness pass, if we hide who's lobbied the government, if we hide what information is before ministers, and if we hide who is benefiting from government decisions, we are losing our battle for integrity and accountability in this democracy. The amendment in item 6 addresses the right to freedom of information. It changes the requirement for exempting cabinet documents from requiring a dominant purpose to requiring only a substantive purpose of being for cabinet consideration. I support the member for Mackellar in her related amendment to section 7 regarding the addition of new considerations for not releasing these documents. Those considerations, as given in this legislation, are too broad, they are too loose and they are too easy to misapply.
Order. Continuation, the member for Kooyong.
Thank you. The Freedom of Information Act 1982 is legislated as an act to give to members of the public rights of access to official documents of the government of the Commonwealth and of its agencies. That is a worthy activity for any government. Any restrictions on those rights of access have to be limited and they have to be proportionate to prevent transgressions of those rights. So I commend these amendments to the House.
Hear, hear.
The question is that those amendments be agreed to, and in that case, I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. The government opposes the amendments. The amendments to the objects of the Act balance promoting transparent government with the countervailing public interest in protecting essential private interests and the proper functioning of government. The amendments in relation to vexatious requests allow multiple requests to be treated as a single request and will help agencies deal with abusive and repeat requests by applicants for the same information. I note that the government has also moved amendments in relation to the anonymous measures in the bill, and I will speak into those later in the debate. The amendments in relation to anonymous applications will ensure vexatious applicant declarations are unable to be circumvented, discourage applicants from engaging in inappropriate or threatening behaviour, and enable agencies to know who they are dealing with. The amendments in relation to the deliberative processes exemption provide greater statutory guidance on the harm the exemption is designed to protect and reflect that the effective operation of government relies on agencies being able to provide and ministers being able to consider frank and comprehensive advice in confidence. The amendments to the Cabinet exemption are necessary to more clearly and accurately reflect how the Cabinet process works in practice and to ensure appropriate protections for the full range of documents prepared to support the Cabinet process and workings of Cabinet government.
The question is that those amendments moved by the member for Kooyong be agreed to. I will put that question. So the question is that those amendments moved in the name of the member for Kooyong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I hadn't even got there, but all right. As the question is unresolved, in accordance with Standing Order 188, the question will be included in the Federation Chamber's report to the House on the bill, and I call the Attorney-General.
Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
I call the Attorney-General.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? Yes. Leave being granted, I call the Attorney-General.
I move Government Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together.
Therefore, the question is that those amendments be agreed to, and I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. The amendments to Part 5 of Schedule 2 moderate the circumstances under which identifying information must be provided by an applicant when making a request. Applicants would only be required to declare when they are making a request on behalf of another person and provide that other person's full name where the request is for that person's personal, business, commercial or financial information. This is a sensible adjustment based on feedback by stakeholders through the committee process. The amendments also provide that proof of identity is not required for another person whom the applicant is acting on behalf of, where the Freedom of Information request does not concern that person's personal, business, commercial or financial information. The changes reflect that there may be situations where an applicant may wish or need to obtain non-personal information anonymously through another applicant. For example, a community group being able to put in a request on behalf of their constituent, an investigative journalist or whistleblowers. Retaining the requirement for the applicant to provide a name supports a number of policy purposes, including to ensure vexatious applicant declarations are effective and unable to be circumvented through use of a pseudonym.
The question is that those amendments moved by the Attorney-General be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, the magnificent Indi, North East Victoria. I just want to rise in support of the Attorney-General's amendments. I think these are sensible amendments. I recognise that we had a conversation in your office some time ago, which included a conversation about such measures to improve the bill, and I thank the Attorney-General for bringing these changes to the chamber.
The question is that those amendments be agreed to. Therefore, I will put the question that the amendments moved by the Attorney-General be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Give the call to the member for Curtin.
I ask leave leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave being granted, to call the member for Curtin.
I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Therefore, the question is that the amendments moved by the member for Curtin be agreed to. I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you. These amendments would ensure that there is a broad review of the Freedom of Information Act before this bill comes into force. And a broad review is the only thing that all previous reviews have agreed on. The 2013 Hawke Review, the 2015 Shergold Review, the 2019 Thodey Review and the Senate and Legal Constitutional Affairs Committee inquiry in 2023 all call for a comprehensive independent review of the entire FOI Act. Now, it's important to note that none of these listed reviews performed a comprehensive review of the FOI system, so this would not be duplicative. Instead, every previous review that's at least partially looked at the FOI system has pointed out its complexity and the importance of it actually getting a comprehensive assessment. Now, the reason we need a broader independent review of the Act, as opposed to just a committee inquiry into this bill, is that this bill only addresses the problems that are solved by less transparency. This is, at best, half of the problem. The other half of the problem is that in many circumstances we need more transparency. There are many reasons to increase the information that's disclosed. Requests can take far too long to be answered. The proportion of FOI requests granted in full has dropped from 59% in 2012 to just 25% in 2024. There have been findings that this system is driving a culture of secrecy, a lack of ministerial engagement and inconsistent exemptions. Journalists and legal advocates report administrative torture with excessive redactions and delays that compromise public interest reporting. Now, these really crucial problems that require greater transparency are not addressed in this bill. A comprehensive independent review should be linked to the fundamental purpose of the FOI system, based on the principle that we need to maximise transparency and efficiency for genuine and lawful FOI requests. Within this context, it should consider how best to encourage greater proactive disclosure of information to the public and thus reduce the need for formal FOI requests. It should consider how to maximise accessibility, transparency and efficiency for genuine and lawful FOI requests, including through setting an appropriate fee structure, and improve the timeliness of dealings with FOI requests, including review processes, and ensure that exemptions to disclosure requirements do not go further than is required for good government. It should consider how best to create a robust system for resourcing, training, auditing and oversight of authorised officers responsible for those FOI decisions, and how best to manage vexatious and frivolous requests. Also, it should consider how to address the potential impact of artificial intelligence, both to improve FOI processing and to mitigate the impact of its use in generating vexatious and frivolous requests. And largely, it should consider how best to provide structural support for public servants to provide frank, honest, timely and evidence-based advice. Now, this review should be done by independent experts, not by representatives of the government who are focused on reducing the workload and reputational risk for government. It also needs to provide significant opportunities for public feedback. The FOI system is part of the checks and balances that we put on governments to ensure that power is used in the public interest, and we should not be making changes to this system without seeking the views of the public and the media who hold governments to account. The consultation process for this bill was wholly inadequate, consulting only the public servants who can't help finding FOI requests painful to fulfil. Our FOI system is an essential part of our democratic checks and balances, and without looking at both sides of the ledger, the reasons for more transparency as well as the reasons for less transparency, the government is doing the public a disservice in this bill. I commend the amendment to the House.
Okay, thank you. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise in support for the member of Curtin's amendment, and just want to add my voice in calling for a broad review of this bill and of our FOI system. And again, not just a committee review, but one that's done independently by experts. And we know all previous reviews, the Hawke, Shergold, Faulkner and Thodey, all recommended comprehensive reviews. There are multiple concerns with this bill to change our FOI laws. And they include the expansion of the Cabinet document exemption, the reintroduction of application fees for FOI requests, something that would shut some people out of their democracy and promote secrecy over transparency, and the removal of the ability for an FOI applicant to remain anonymous or use a pseudonym. And we know that sometimes it is people like whistleblowers, investigative journalists who require to make these applications anonymously. And we know that there have been many royal commissions coming from investigative journalism. So to cut that out, to shut that out, would be a retrograde step in terms of our transparency. One other thing I just want to mention is a number of us have said that freedom of information is a cornerstone, is a key pillar of our democracy. We need to be moving towards greater transparency, greater accountability rather than greater secrecy. And so that's why having an independent, broad-based review of our FOI is incredibly important, and I support the member for Curtin's call for there to be a broad-based review of this of our FOI system. And just before I do that, one other thing is that a lack of trust, a lack of trust in our political system, a lack of trust in our democracy, is something that undermines social cohesion and a sense of well-being. So anything that we can do that inspires greater trust in our government and our political system is always a great way to grow that social cohesion. Thank you.
Okay. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the member for Fisher. Yep.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. In relation to this bill, the Coalition is opposed to it lock, stock and smoking barrel. I do acknowledge the amendment that was just introduced or moved by the Minister, by the Attorney, and I thank her for doing so, but it does not remedy all of the many problems that have been raised by my parliamentary colleagues and the many stakeholders. This bill does not have a friend apart from the public service. And when every stakeholder, when the crossbench, when the Coalition are combining to say this bill is extremely problematic, it is incumbent upon the government to have a very, very long, hard look at this bill. Now, as many of my colleagues have mentioned so far, the concept of freedom of information is a fundamental tenet of our democracy. Our democracy can be inconvenient at times. That's the price you pay for living in a democracy. I understand that sometimes requests for freedom of information may be difficult, they may be arduous. But the concept of putting these time limits, these 40-hour time limits on requests for information goes against the very basis of the freedom of information. It goes against the very basis of a bulwark of our democracy.
I'm sorry to interrupt the member, but I just would ask you that you be relevant to the amendment that is being considered before the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm able to speak on the bill.
I put the question that the amendment be agreed to.
The amendment that, well, I have been actually relevant insofar as the amendment that's being put forward by the attorney goes to just...
No. It's the amendment from the member for Curtin.
The member for Curtin? Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. The amendment that's being moved by the member for Curtin is a very sensible amendment, because basically what it is asking the government to do is to go and do an inquiry, an independent inquiry, on this bill. And when this bill does not have a friend in the world, when all of the stakeholders are saying that there should in fact be an independent inquiry, not a parliamentary inquiry, which would no doubt be stacked with government members who would no doubt support this bill. A proper independent inquiry has been called for in relation to this bill, or in relation to the concept of changing the FOI Act for many years. And it beggars belief that this government would not seek to get all of the barnacles out on the table. It's this concept. This is a government that campaigned in the lead up to the 2022 election on honesty, on transparency, on accountability, and now they're in government. This government doesn't want to be held to account. This government wants to make life difficult for Australians who want answers from their government. And I implore the attorney to reconsider. Just hit pause. Why won't the attorney hit pause and do an independent, or commission an independent inquiry in relation to this bill?
Okay. Well, I put the question that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. The government opposes the amendments. The government has a delivery-focused agenda, and while reviews have their place, delivery is important for Australians. More than 6 reviews have considered or reported on the FOI system in the past 13 years, and the bill is the first significant amendment made to the FOI Act in response to these reviews. Recommendations, analysis and stakeholder submissions made to previous reviews and inquiries into the FOI system were considered in the development of the bill. These included the 2013 Hawke Review and the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs inquiry into the operations of the FOI Act.
Thank you. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour? All those against? I think the noes have it. Okay, as the question is unresolved, in accordance with Standing Order 188, the question will be included in the Federation Chamber's report to the House on the bill, as it is necessary to... Yep, I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to address some other grave specific concerns that I have with this bill. The provisions under Schedule 7, Part 2, which expand Cabinet document exemptions, raise serious questions about the government's commitment to transparency and accountability. The Law Council of Australia has voiced strong opposition to this measure, citing its potential to undermine public trust and democratic principles. The Law Council warns that the amendments could reduce transparency around government decision-making and hinder scrutiny of matters in the public interest, which runs counter to the objectives of the Freedom of Information Act. They argue that the bill extends beyond efficiency gains and instead undermines the core principles of FOI, particularly the public's right to access information promptly and at minimal cost. Before proceeding with reforms that may reduce access to information, the Law Council recommends that the government commission an independent review of the FOI Act and the broader federal FOI framework. On balance, the Law Council does not support the bill in its current form, especially provisions that enlarge the scope of exemptions and implement barriers to public access. My question to the Minister is this: How does the government justify restricting access to information in a democracy where transparency is a cornerstone of public trust? This bill, in its current form, risks eroding the very foundations of open government. I urge the Minister to reconsider these provisions and listen to the voices of civil society, legal experts and the Australian public.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to the expansion of Cabinet document exemptions under Schedule 7, Part 2, this has drawn considerable criticism from Transparency International Australia. My question to the Minister is this: why is the government expanding the Cabinet exemption, effectively shielding more documents from public scrutiny? This move appears designed to reduce transparency around key decisions. I urge the Minister to reverse this provision and uphold the public's right to know.
Thank you. The member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. The discretionary refusal powers in Schedule 7 allow agencies to reject requests deemed frivolous or harassing. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner has raised concerns about the lack of safeguards. My question to the Minister is this: what safeguards exist to prevent agencies from abusing the new discretionary powers to refuse requests deemed frivolous or intimidating or harassing? Without clear definitions and oversight, this provision risks arbitrary denial of access. I call on the Minister to introduce robust safeguards.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to the discretionary refusal powers under Section 11 B(3) of the Act, the Freedom of Information Bill introduces discretionary powers under Schedule 7, Part 3, Division 1, that have been described by the Environmental Defenders Office as a grave integrity failure. The EDO, who I often don't agree with, but in this case I do, in the submissions to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, argued against the expansion of exemptions, allowing agencies to refuse requests on vague grounds, such as prejudicing frank discussion or orderly and effective government conduct. Madam Deputy Speaker, my question to the Attorney is this: why is the government pursuing reforms that have been described by integrity advocates as a grave integrity failure? This bill risks giving agencies broad powers to reject requests based on vague and subjective criteria, undermining the public's right to know. I urge the Minister to withdraw these provisions and restore faith in our democratic institutions.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I refer you to the Freedom of Information Bill 2025, specifically Schedule 7, Part 3, Division 1, and in relation to the amendments to Section 11, B, subsection 3 of the Act. Subsection 3, A, inserts a provision which provides that a document is conditionally exempt if the document would or could reasonably be expected to prejudice the frank or timely discussion of matters or exchange of opinions between participants in deliberative processes of government for the purposes of consultation or deliberation in the course of or for the purposes of those processes. Attorney, what does that provision even mean, and in what circumstances does the Minister consider that it could or would be exercised?
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to Schedule 2, Part 4, Division 1, which amends section 15AD, capital AD 1 of the Act, and introduces subjective criteria like intimidation or harm for rejecting FOI requests. The Australian Lawyers Alliance warns this undermines procedural fairness. My question to the Minister is this: how does the government plan to ensure procedural fairness when agencies can now reject requests based on subjective criteria like intimidation or harm, or even worse, those that are likely to have that effect? In what circumstances and how would it be determined that an application was an abusive process? Attorney, this opens the door to abuse and arbitrary decision-making, and I urge the attorney to clarify and constrain these powers.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, until only a couple of hours ago, the bill's requirement for verified identity under Schedule 2, Part 5, Division 1, would have effectively banned anonymous FOI requests. The Human Rights Law Centre warned that this will deter whistleblowers and vulnerable individuals from seeking accountability. My question to the Minister is this: why did the Minister believe that banning anonymity was in any way acceptable, and why did it take her until this very, very late stage to see that such a proposal was antithetical to the concepts of the FOI? Does the Minister now accept that banning anonymous FOI requests would have deterred whistleblowers and vulnerable individuals from seeking accountability? This change would have threatened to silence those who rely on anonymity to expose wrongdoing. Why did it take the attorney so long to acknowledge that all Australians should have the right to seek information without fear of recriminations? And what evidence supported the claim that anonymous or pseudonymous requests are predominantly vexatious or abusive?
Call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Law Council of Australia has criticised the government for failing to conduct an independent review before introducing sweeping changes to the FOI framework. My question to the Minister is this: why were these sweeping changes introduced without first conducting an independent review of the FOI framework, as recommended by the Law Council and just about every other academic and interested stakeholder? This lack of consultation undermines the legitimacy of the bill, and I call on the Minister to pause and engage meaningfully with stakeholders.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Schedule 3, Part 2, Division 1 of the bill introduces a 40-hour cap on processing FOI requests. The Environmental Defenders Office warned that this could be used to reject complex but legitimate requests. My question to the Minister is this: how will the proposed 40-hour processing cap avoid becoming a blanket excuse for agencies to reject complex but legitimate requests? This arbitrary limit risks undermining access to information on matters of public interest, and I call on the attorney to reconsider this cap and ensure fairness in FOI processing.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Schedule 6 introduces application fees for FOI requests. The Australian Council of Social Service warns that this will disproportionately affect low-income Australians. My question to the Minister is this: how will the introduction of application fees not disproportionately affect low-income Australians seeking information about their rights or entitlements? Attorney, access to information should not depend on one's ability to pay. I call on the attorney to remove this financial barrier.
Call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Centre for Public Integrity has warned that the new fee structure under Schedule 6 could deter legitimate public interest inquiries. My question to the Minister is this: what measures are in place to ensure that the new fee structure does not become a barrier to legitimate public interest inquiries? This bill risks pricing out transparency. I call on the Minister to exempt public interest requests from fees.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Schedule 5 alters review procedures, placing additional burdens on the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. My question to the Minister is this: has the government considered the operational burden these changes will place on the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner? This bill risks overwhelming the OAIC and delaying transparency and justice. I call on the Minister to consult with the Commissioner and revise these provisions.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some lawyers have warned that the changes to the FOI Act could increase litigation and legal costs. My question to the Minister is this: does the Minister acknowledge that these reforms could lead to increased litigation and legal costs rather than reducing inefficiencies? This bill may create more problems than it solves. Has the government performed a cost-benefit analysis of these reforms, and if not, will she commit to doing so before proceeding with the bill?
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance has criticised the lack of consultation with media organisations. My question to the Minister is this: what consultation was undertaken with media organisations, civil society and legal experts before drafting these amendments? Transparency reforms must be developed transparently. I urge the Minister to engage with stakeholders before legislating. Thank you.
And I call the member for Fisher.
Almost there, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost there. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills is reviewing the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill. My question to the Minister is this: will the Minister commit to amending or withdrawing the bill if the Senate committee finds that it undermines the public's right to know? The government must respect the findings of independent scrutiny. I urge the Minister to act on the committee's recommendations. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, as I have previously indicated, this bill does not have a friend in the world apart from the public service. And quite frankly, I would have thought that the public service would have welcomed particularly the changes that the attorney has finally made today around anonymity. But the amendment that the attorney has moved today does not, in and of itself, correct a bill with all the many faults and problems that so many of my colleagues have spoken for such a long period of time on. This government is allergic to transparency. It continues, day in, day out, particularly as we get closer to the Christmas break, to be jamming legislation through this place. Every Australian should be very concerned when they hear that their government is looking to create efficiencies in everyday Australians' access to information. Democracy is a very precarious thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it is something that it should be cherished, and I think is cherished by mostly by 27 million Australians. But the downslide in democracy can happen very easily. And when this government came to power in the lead-up to the 22 election, it prided itself. It made it a fundamental election principle. Vote for us, they said. We'll restore, they said, integrity to the parliament. We'll restore integrity to government. And what we have seen, particularly over the last 4 to 6 weeks, is this government continuing to ram legislation through this place. And this bill should send a shockwave through the hearts of 27 million Australians. I have just spoken about a few of the stakeholders who have raised concerns about this bill. Just a few. The media, in particular, relies heavily upon access to the freedom of information, and it relies heavily on the ability to be able to access information to hold the government to account. That's their job. Whether they do it particularly well or not is, of course, up for debate. But what this government shouldn't be doing is nobbling the ability of the media to do its job. But that's exactly what this bill will do. And you might say, oh, well, you know, how is it doing that? The reality is that the media is much more than just your News Corps and large media organisations. It also involves small independent newspapers that, like the Glasshouse Country News in my electorate. They should be able to provide or request information from this government on important issues like funding for hospitals, funding for childcare centres. It's vitally important that Australians across our country have the ability to be able to ask questions of their government, who are there to serve them. The bureaucracy is not there to serve themselves. The bureaucracy is to serve the Australian public, and I urge this minister to pause this bill.
Thank you. As there are unresolved questions preventing the resolution of this question, in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration, and I call the clerk. If you want the call. If you would like the call, Attorney. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. I refer to my comments made in relation to government amendments, and secondly, I refer the honourable member to the answers and comments I have provided to every proposed amendment moved by other honourable members, each of which covers the subject matter he has raised and for which I have already given responses in this chamber.
Thank you. Preventing the resolution of this question in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'll start where I finished. Network-embedded storage at large and small scales and electric vehicles. Deputy Speaker, I am so proud to be part of a Labor government that is backing Australians to get trained, to be part of a Labor government that is backing Australians to get jobs, to be part of a Labor government that is backing Australians to build their skills, the skills that our economy and our nation needs. And, Deputy Speaker, I am very proud to be part of a Labor government that is backing not just employment, but good, secure employment. It's setting people up for jobs in those priority areas so that people can make the things that we need to make, so that people can care for the people that we care about, so that people can build the houses that we need to make housing more affordable in this country. This bill supports the administration of the VSL program, which is making vocational education and training more accessible to all Australians. As the Minister for Skills and Training said, and I quote, "Our investment in free TAFE and getting more apprentices into the workforce is a testament to our commitment to ensure every single Australian has an opportunity to attain higher education, which leads to those good, secure jobs." And, Deputy Speaker, when we look at what the Albanese government has been doing in the vocational education space, and we compare it to what we've seen from those across the chamber, the contrast couldn't be starker. We are investing in VET. We are investing in the future skills our country needs, and they, the opposition, they have only been focused on taking down cost of living. Yep.
Thank you. I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. And that might sound technical in nature, but is in fact deeply grounded in fairness, integrity and opportunity. This bill goes to the heart of something deeply important to the people of Barton and to the communities right across our wonderful country, ensuring that vocational education remains accessible, accountable and very much trusted. In my electorate, families know the value of vocational education and training. Our nurses, aged care workers, tradespeople, early childhood educators, hospitality staff and emerging innovators, they are the backbone of our local economy and they are the backbone of our nation. When we invest in VET, we invest in our future workforce, in economic growth and in giving Australians, particularly young Australians, career changes, parents re-entering the workforce and a genuine pathway to skills and dignity through secure work. And Deputy Speaker, that is exactly what this Albanese Labor government is doing. But with investment comes responsibility to ensure our VET system is fair, transparent, modern and worthy of public trust. And that's why this bill matters. Now, let me be very clear about what this legislation does and why it's absolutely necessary. During a review of the administration of VET student loans, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified that VET student loans providers had historically handled students' tax file numbers, even though that authority was not clearly set out in the VET Student Loans Act 2016. Now, I want to be absolutely clear for the public, for the students, for parents and for institutions. This was not misused. This was not misconduct. There were no student complaints, no privacy breaches and no adverse impacts on students or repayments. Providers acted in good faith, in line with practice and administrative expectations. The handling of tax file numbers was necessary to verify students and ensure loans and repayments could occur through the tax system. However, the legislative authorisation for that handling was not explicit. Our government believes in doing things properly and we don't sweep things, particularly administrative gaps, under the rug. We work towards fixing them. So this bill does three simple but very important things, Deputy Speaker. One, it retrospectively authorises the handling of tax file numbers by VET student loans providers from 1 January 2017 to 30th September 2025. That gives providers and government officers legal certainty that their actions were valid and lawful. Two, it ensures that from 1 October 2025, VET providers will no longer need to handle tax file numbers because the government has now modernised the system, investing in secure digital automation to protect personal information. Three, it strengthens alignment between IT systems and legislation to safeguard privacy, improve modernisation and enhance trust in the VET student loans program. This is responsible, transparent and very considered policy making. It fixes a gap, it protects students and it respects providers and it strengthens public confidence. Deputy Speaker, this bill sits within a broader, principled Labor approach to vocational training that is grounded in restoring integrity to a system that was badly damaged by the previous coalition government. It was the former coalition government that oversaw the explosion of crooked private operators, the exploitation of vulnerable students, billions of dollars wasted, dodgy schemes targeting people hoping to build a better life, Students who were just looking to learn and prepare themselves for their careers were taken for an absolute ride. According to the Senate Standing Committee's report on vet student loans, a number of registered training organisations and their agents aggressively marketed courses to vulnerable people using high-pressure tactics, including free laptops, claims of free training and guaranteed jobs. In turn, providers enrolled students into large loans for courses that were either unnecessary for employment, had low completion rates, or were of questionable relevance to the labour market. Not only did this create a huge liability for the Commonwealth, but it damaged the reputation of the vet sector more broadly. And no wonder, it was dodgy, bad policy that hurt the most vulnerable in our community. Labor came in and cleaned it up through the Vet Student Loans program, and we are now continuing that work to make sure that the vet system remains trusted and strong. This bill reflects our approach of steady, responsible, student-focused and forward-looking. Deputy Speaker, for a loan system to function, trust matters. When taxpayers help fund a student's education, they deserve confidence that the system is fair, that repayments are handled accurately, that data is protected, and that regulation keeps up with technology. And this bill ensures that. It authorises retrospectively and transparently past handling of tax file numbers by approved providers, including TAFE and reputable registered training organisations. It also ensures that from October this year, automated secure systems, not training providers, will handle tax file number transfers. This strikes the right balance, protecting students, maintaining loan integrity, supporting providers, complying with privacy rules, and ensuring seamless loan administration. This is government doing its job safeguarding integrity and modernising public systems responsibly. The bill applies to current and former vet student loans providers, their staff who handled tax file numbers in good faith, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, the Commissioner of Taxation, and relevant Commonwealth officers involved in administration. This does not give blanket immunity for wrongdoing. It validates legitimate administrative actions taken in good faith to support students. Strong privacy protections, security obligations, oversight mechanisms and criminal penalties for unauthorised disclosure remain in place. Deputy Speaker, VET is an economic imperative for our nation. Our workforce is rapidly evolving. We face skill shortages in nursing, aged care, disability support, shortages in construction, electrical trades, cybersecurity and tech, new industries emerging in advanced manufacturing, renewables and clean energy, and the growing need for retaining and upskilling as careers change. VET is the bridge between economic need and opportunity, and VET student loans are a lifeline for thousands of Australians chasing skills and a better future. And I know in my electorate, the St George Cogra TAFE campus and the administrative and teaching staff have been doing amazing work to upskill the next generation across various occupations. And I must also highlight, I had the privilege of having the Treasurer and Member for Rankin, Jim Chalmers, and Minister for Skills and Training and the Member for Scullin, Minister Andrew Giles, visiting the St George Cogra TAFE campus, which has specialised facilities such as simulated hospital setting. And we had the opportunity to meet a number of students and teaching staff and learn more about their collaboration with local public hospitals like the St George Hospital to ensure we have the best trained students to participate in our health sector. Since July 2023, this government has invested $42.2 million to modernise the VET student loan system. This bill ensures that those investments land on a strong legislative foundation and reminds me that TAFE campuses like the St George TAFE in Cogra and many more are important assets in all of our communities. It ensures our students, our providers and our economy has stability and certainty. Deputy Speaker, This bill may be technical in nature, like I said earlier, but it has a purpose, a very clear purpose, and it is quite principled. It gives certainty and legal clarity to students, providers and government to safeguard personal information and strengthen privacy, to modernise the VET loan system and to uphold integrity in education, which is one of the great enablers of Australians' prosperity and aspiration. And to every student in Barton and across this nation, we are building an education system worthy of your dreams. And we will always defend your right to learn and to grow and to build a future with dignity and purpose. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I call the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I wish to address the House on the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025, a bill that strengthens our vocational education system, ensures the integrity of student loan administration and delivers certainty for students, providers and the Commonwealth alike. This bill is not a headline-grabbing measure, but it is one that matters deeply to those who trust our system to work as it should. It's a technical bill with a very human purpose, to make sure that every student who relied on the VET student loan since the program's commencement in 2017 can do so with confidence in the law and confidence in their privacy. Our government is taking steps to fix a problem identified during a review conducted in the previous term of government, a problem that goes to the heart of how VET student loans were administered and how tax file numbers were handled under the 2016 Act. That review revealed that the VET Student Loans Act 2016 did not explicitly authorise loan providers to handle student tax file numbers for the purpose of administering those loans. While the practice had been long established and no evidence of misuse ever arose, the legislation itself had not kept pace with the system it was designed to govern. And that is why the Albanese Labor government has brought forward this bill, to make sure that alignment between our IT systems and our law is restored, and to provide certainty where uncertainty once stood. This bill retrospectively authorises the handling of students' tax file numbers by VET student loan providers for the purpose of administering the program from 1 January 2017 to 30 September 2025. In doing so, it ensures that providers and Commonwealth officers alike can be confident that their past actions were lawful and necessary in the delivery of a program that has helped hundreds of thousands of Australians gain a qualification and build a career. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations has, since early 2025, made the technical changes required to modernise the system. The tax file numbers are now masked from providers and transferred automatically between relevant Commonwealth systems. That means from 1 October 2025, providers will no longer need to handle TFNs at all. This is a simple but significant change, one that closes the loop between legislation, technology and practice. It is also a demonstration of what good governance looks like, identifying an administrative gap, consulting with providers, building a solution and enshrining it in law. The tax file number is not a small piece of information. It is the key that connects a student's loan to their future earnings and their repayment through the tax system. Without it, the integrity of the entire loan repayment framework could be compromised. So this bill recognises that reality, that a TFN is essential for accurate tracking, for fairness to taxpayers and for confidence in the system. At the same time, it ensures that personal data is handled with the utmost care and respect for privacy law and community expectation. Speaker, it is important to note there has never been a student complaint about the handling of TFNs in the VET student loans program since its commencement in 2017. That is not by accident. It is because providers have been operating under strict security controls and integrity safeguards from the outset. Those safeguards include compliance with use and disclosure provisions under the VET Student Loans Act, rigorous approval processes to become an approved provider and mandatory notification of any data breach involving student information. The bill before us does not remove or weaken these safeguards. It cements them and confirms that they were lawfully applied from the beginning. It will apply to all current and former VET student loan providers and their officers who handle students' TFNs in good faith to administer loan applications and repayments prior to 1 October 2025. It will also cover the Secretary of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, the Commissioner of Taxation and other Commonwealth officers involved in the process. In other words, this bill draws a clear line under the past and sets a clear standard for the future. The department has communicated with providers throughout this process, keeping them informed about the IT changes, about the policy intent and about this legislation. This has been an example of good faith collaboration between government and industry, the kind of practical problem solving that is too often overlooked but which keeps our systems running smoothly. Because behind every technical fix like this are real students, real trainers, real providers trying to get on with the job of building skills and careers. Speaker, for those listening who might not be familiar with a vet student loans provider, what a vet student loans provider is, they are registered training organisations approved by the Australian Government to deliver VSL-approved courses. That includes our TAFEs, the bedrock of Australian skills and training, and also private colleges that meet the standards set by the Commonwealth. Together, they make up the network that trains electricians, nurses, childcare workers, fitters, technicians and hundreds of other skilled Australians who keep this country running. These are the people training the next generation of workers for the renewable energy sector, for aged care, for construction and manufacturing, industries that define the economy of tomorrow. The bill before us commences the day after it receives royal assent, but its provisions will apply retrospectively from 1 January 2017 to 30 September 2025, a clear, comprehensive window covering the life of the program to date. The department first learned of this problem through its routine review of how vet student loans were administered. Officials identified that the legislation did not clearly authorise the handling of tax file numbers by providers, despite the fact that the practice was nearly necessary and well controlled. The review recommended stronger alignment between relevant IT systems and the law, and that is precisely what we are now delivering. It is a measure of good administration that when issues are identified, they are addressed promptly and openly, and that is exactly what this government is doing. The bill also formally authorises the department's past disclosure of TFNs to providers for the same lawful purpose. After 1 October 2025, no vet student loans provider will be authorised to handle student tax file numbers because the system will have fully transitioned to automated data transfer between Commonwealth agencies. That is a positive evolution. It protects privacy, simplifies administration and reduces risks for all involved. Since early 2025, the department has rolled out these updates to its IT systems, a modern approach to data security that meets the expectations of students today. This has been backed by a $42.2 million investment over 4 years to build a modernised vet student loans IT system, one that will be fully operational from 2026 and will strengthen every aspect of the program's administration. That new system will underpin faster assessments, smarter payments and stronger integrity, ensuring that public funds are well spent and students are well served. For students, the impact of this bill is simple: continuity, certainty and confidence. The way students apply for a vet student loan will not change. They will continue to use the Electronic Commonwealth Assistance Form, the ECAF, just as they do now. Their tax file number will continue to be required because it is the link between their loan and their tax record, but they can be assured that it is now protected by modern IT architecture and clear legislative authority. If any student does have a concern about the use of their tax file number, they can contact the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations or the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. But I reiterate, no such misuse has ever been reported. Speaker, the Vet Student Loans program is a cornerstone of our training system. It enables Australians to undertake vocational education and training without the immediate burden of upfront fees through an income contingent loan that is fair, accessible and sustainable. It means that a student in my electorate can enrol in courses at Elizabeth or TAFE, a Salisbury TAFE course today, gain a qualification, find a secure job and repay their loan through the tax system once they are earning a good income. That is how a fair society builds its skill base, by removing barriers to education and backing people to succeed. The program also supports national priorities, addressing skill shortages in engineering, construction, healthcare and the occupational licensing trades that are vital to our economic growth. It aligns training and supply with industry demand and a practical example of how policy can serve both people and productivity. And it ensures that opportunity is not just for those who can afford it up front, but for everyone willing to work hard to build a career. Without programs like VET student loans, tens of thousands of Australians would never have had the chance to study a trade, a technical qualification or a diploma that changed their lives. And without those graduates, Australian businesses would be facing even greater skill shortages than they do today. That is why this bill is so important, because it protects the integrity of a program that is central to our future. Now, it would be fair to ask why VET student loans require such careful handling of tax file numbers when students in higher education sector provide theirs routinely. The answer is that the VET student loans program and the Higher Education Loan Program are governed by different legislation. The VSL Act 2016 and the Higher Education Support Act 2003. Each framework has its own data handling arrangements, and this bill ensures that the VSL framework is now as clear and comprehensive as its counterpart in higher education. It brings consistency and certainty, both vital to the confidence of students and providers alike. In a broader sense, it also reflects the values of this government, that integrity in public administration is non-negotiable, and that every student has a right to know that their personal information is safe and their loan is secure. Speaker, there is nothing more fundamental to good government than accountability and trust. When people hand over their personal information, especially something as sensitive as a tax file number, they are placing their trust in a system that serves them. They trust that their data will be handled lawfully, used only for the purpose for which it was given, and protected against misuse. And they trust that if something goes wrong, their government will not hide from it, but will act to put it right. That is precisely what this bill does. It acknowledges an administrative gap that should never have existed and closes it transparently, decisively and permanently. It ensures that neither providers nor students are left exposed because of a technical oversight in the original Act. It sends a clear message. When issues arise, the Albanese Labor government deals with them head-on, with honesty, integrity and action. And importantly, it does so without disruption to students, without cost to providers, and without undermining the stability of the system. It restores confidence. Confidence that when you apply for a VET student loan, your data is protected and your loan is administered under clear lawful authority. It also restores confidence to providers who can continue to focus on what they do best, delivering quality education and training to the Australian workforce. Speaker, vocational education and training is at the heart of the Future Made in Australia agenda. It is how we equip our people with the skills to fill the jobs of the future in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, defence industry and care sectors. Programs like VET student loans make that possible by ensuring that the cost is not a barrier to opportunity. This is particularly true for communities like those in Adelaide's north. In the electorate of Spence, where access to affordable training means access to local jobs and lifelong security. It means that a young person studying welding at TAFE SA in Elizabeth can take up work in one of the growing defence and manufacturing facilities across northern Adelaide. It means that mature-age workers can reskill into emerging industries like renewable technologies or advanced manufacturing without being deterred by upfront fees. And it means that our regional training providers can continue to deliver high-quality, industry-relevant courses, knowing that the student loan framework supporting them is sound. Speaker, I commend the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 to the House as a bill that strengthens our education system, protects our students and upholds the integrity of public administration in Australia. Because when we build trust in our systems, we build confidence in our institutions. And when we build confidence in our institutions, we build a stronger, fairer and more skilled nation. Just in closing, I have been the very good benefactor of a VET's provided course gave me a 10-year career at sea that I loved, and I know, Speaker, that you are a man of the sea as well. But to all those young people out there that are considering what they do next after their Year 12 exams over the coming weeks, there is nothing wrong with taking the pathway towards a trade. It is an honest job. It gives you a great sense of purpose, and you'll be able to provide a roof over your head and provide for your families. And there's nothing shameful about that. There's only honour to be found in pursuing a trade. So get to it, everybody out there. Thank you.
Full ahead indeed. The question is that this bill be read a second time. I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025, put forward by the Minister for Skills and Training, and I commend him for doing so. Deputy Speaker, to build Australia's future, we need vocational education and training. We need VET to solve big national challenges in the labour market. There's no doubt we have a need for greater housing supply, for more workers in early education and aged care, and for skilled technical workers to support the transition to net zero. That's right, Deputy Speaker, net zero, because we on this side of the House actually believe in climate change and we want to prepare our country for a changing climate. If we as a country are going to rise to these challenges, we need to ensure that VET programs that support it are as strong as possible, that VET is accessible to people regardless of their means, and that the programs supporting it do have the social licence to operate. Our work in this space started by putting TAFE back in the heart of Australia's vocational education and training sector. We did this because TAFE is vital for the next generation of skilled workers. For too long, students studied courses or undertook training that did not lead to secure jobs or to skills that employers needed. Jobs and Skills Australia is the body established by this government to provide independent advice on workforce skills and training needs. This group quickly identified that we must address the disconnect between what students are studying now and where jobs and skills of the future will be. Since then, we've undertaken a massive piece of work to strengthen vocational education and training in Australia and to ensure that students are studying and training in the skills that will be vital for our future. And this bill is another step in our broader efforts to ensure that Australia is equipped with the skilled workforce we'll need for the future. The bill before us is about ensuring that the VET Student Loans Act and the administration of the VET Student Loan Program are aligned. Last year, the VET Students Loan Program assisted more than 24,000 VET students to pay their student loans, and VSL providers currently need to handle student tax file numbers, with TFNs being essential for ensuring students' loan application details match with their ATO accounts. During a review of this program's administration, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified that there wasn't a clear role in the legislation for VSL providers to handle students' TFNs. The bill before us today clarifies the basis for this necessary practice, and in this way ensures that the program remains compliant while being accessible to students. So in essence, this bill is about two things. It's about safeguarding student loans for VET students, and it's about strengthening confidence in government by paying attention to detail and making sure every process is up to standard. The VET Student Loan Program is an important part of the education policy landscape in Australia. It commenced in 2017 and it was passed with bipartisan support. It was an overhaul of the previous system, strengthening integrity and oversight and restoring confidence and trust in loans for VET students. Since this program was implemented, more than 324,000 VET students have accessed loans. 324,000 VET students trained in trades, technical skills, engineering, nursing, early childhood education and more. And 324,000 more opportunities to help build Australia's future in critical skills. This bill, which addresses a misalignment between the program's legislation and its administration, is important for a number of reasons. It strengthens the administration of the VET Student Loan Program, a program that has been and will continue to be instrumental in building the skilled workforce Australia needs. VET student loans make vocational education and training more accessible to Australians and ensures that Australia has enough skilled workers to meet industry demand and address skills shortages across critical industries. A study conducted by Jobs and Skills Australia last year confirmed that many of Australia's current job shortages in trades, care and education roles rely on the VET system and its workforce to teach and train future workers. Australia has persistent shortages of tradies and technicians, as well as community and personal service workers, including aged care and disability support workers, child care workers and nurses. As we strive to increase housing supply, care for our ageing population and ensuring that our children receive the best start in life, these workers will be even more critical. And for the future of our country, it's imperative that we ensure that the supply meets the demand for these workers. And safeguarding our VET student loans program, which gets people into VET courses regardless of their means, is a core piece of this puzzle. But the importance of the VET student loan program doesn't end there. Trades are a really important part of my electorate of Gorton. More than 13% of my constituents are technicians and tradies. More than 10% of my constituents are machine operators and drivers. Another 10% are labourers. And at the last count, more than 3,500 were studying in a vocational education institution. Apprenticeships change lives, connecting students with employers while building confidence and ambition. I recently visited CMV Truck and Bus in Derrimut with the Minister for Skills and Training and met a number of these amazing apprentices. CMV Truck and Bus have a fantastic program supporting 103 diesel mechanic apprentices across their operation, including 34 in my electorate in Derrimut. They're training the next generation of vehicle technicians. Free TAFE and good employers like CMV Truck and Bus make dreams like this a reality for so many young people in my community. Deputy Speaker, I previously worked in education policy in Victoria. We reformed the Victorian Certificate of Applied Learning to become the VCE vocational major, providing students with practical skills, hands-on experience and a pathway for further education. Bringing this pathway into the VCE was much more than a name change or a rebrand. It reformed the curriculum to ensure that there was an option within VCE that focuses on vocational and applied learning. We have some incredible school-based VET programs as well, where students are taking up hands-on subjects like automotive, engineering studies, building and construction, hair and beauty, and so much more. I recently visited Catholic Regional College in Sydenham, a fantastic local school in my electorate that has a VET hospitality and a VET food processing program. Their teachers and kitchen facilities at the school are incredible. They're able to provide commercial catering at local events through these student programs. They're learning the hands-on skills while they're still completing school so they can go on to do TAFE or straight into work. CRC Sydenham also has a great VET salon assistant program and has offered me a haircut one of these days, which I'm very much looking forward to. CRC is just one example, but there are so many schools in the western suburbs of Melbourne that have embedded the need for hands-on learning in everything they do, which sets our students up for whatever success and whatever they choose to do. This piece, which ensures confidence in our VET student loans program, is part of Labor's larger commitment to education. Labor is the party of quality, accessible education, and in our commitment to education, we're leaving no stone unturned. We've locked in 100,000 free TAFE places each year from 2027. We've cut 20% of all student debts and will raise the minimum repayment thresholds so that repayments are lower and only kick in when you earn more. Our 20% reduction to student debts will benefit VET students in particular, applying to more than 280,000 VET student and Australian apprenticeship support loan accounts. It will cut more than $500 million from VET student and Australian apprenticeship support loan balances, giving VET students a leg up when they enter the workforce. And we're working on all levels of education, committing $16.5 billion to fully fund all public schools over the next 10 years, tied to real and practical reforms. Legislating paid prac for teaching students to help with the cost of placements, giving early education and care workers a 15% pay rise, subsidising additional hours of care for the 100,000 families under the 3-day childcare guarantee, and putting TAFE back at the centre of Australia's vocational education and training sector. We passed the Free TAFE Bill, which has seen more than 685,000 enrolments in free TAFE. The Leader of the Opposition famously said, When you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Tell that to the 685,000 people taking up free TAFE around Australia. Tell that to the 1,420 apprentices in my electorate who are in training right now thanks to free TAFE. This includes my husband Chris, who was able to make a career change later in life as a result of Labor's free TAFE. He's a mature-age electrical apprentice who studies at Victoria University in Sunshine a day a week while completing his apprenticeship with a third-generation small business called Rizzo Electrical in Airport West. Speaker, free TAFE is life-changing for so many families, including mine. And frankly, it shows how out of touch those opposite really are. They voted against training more tradies to build the houses we need for our growing communities. They voted against the cost of living relief that free TAFE provides for so many Australians, particularly in the outer suburbs. They are out of touch with the needs and interests of suburban families. While we on this side of the House are doing everything we can to help Australians get better jobs with higher wages and giving educational opportunities to Australians that would otherwise miss out. Labor is the party of education, and we're building on our commitment to education with this bill. This bill is important because it works towards ensuring that the administration of crucial programs like the VET Student Loans Program are compliant and administered with integrity. We know that trust in government isn't where it should be. It's been eroded over the last decade when those opposite were in government, those opposite who presided over Robodebt, those opposite whose former leader swore himself into 5 additional ministries during his term without informing his own cabinet, much less the public, who voted against things that are making a real difference to Australians: energy bill relief, cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines and cheaper healthcare. When the Albanese Labor government came to power in 2022, we promised Australians that we would make government work for them, not the other way around. No more secrecy, no more scandal. And we've delivered key pieces of legislation to give Australians confidence that government does work for them, that our democracy is by the people, for the people, as it was intended. We've created the National Anti-Corruption Commission, the first of its nature in Australia's history. We've strengthened protections for public sector whistleblowers. We've committed to releasing an annual report on trust in the public service to increase transparency and trust in public servants. And we're delivering on the things that Australians care about: cost of living, housing, education, Medicare, delivering and putting real outcomes for Australians first. And with this bill, we're ensuring that the programs and processes that bring out real outcomes for Australians are compliant and administered with integrity down to the very last detail. The bill before us today speaks to who we are as a Labor government. We're a government that pays attention to detail, that acts on advice from the public service, that knows the importance of integrity and transparency in everything we do, that wants to build confidence and improve trust in government, and wants to earn that trust by doing right by Australians. We're a government that invests in Australians, our people, unlike the opposition who believe if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. We know that when we invest in our people, our society, our economy and our future, we all benefit many times over. We're a government that cares about what makes a real difference to the lives of Australians: cost of living measures, Medicare, affordable housing, and a government that knows the transformative quality of access to education, not just for individuals but for all of Australia. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The VET student loans bill that we're considering is really important because vocational education training plays a huge role in building the skilled workforce that Australia needs now and in the future. So we're taking steps to fix a problem that was identified during a review of how these VET student loans are administered. We've taken action to ensure that an issue that emerged is resolved and that there's certainty for students and providers. This bill is a fix for an issue where the VET student loan providers were handling tax file numbers and it wasn't actually authorised in the legislation for that to happen. The tax file numbers are really an essential piece of information for administering the loans program of this kind. So this is why the Albanese government is bringing forward the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 to fix the problem. The bill will retrospectively authorise the student loan providers who are handling the tax file numbers to do that. The bill will also provide certainty to providers and government officers that their past handling of students' tax file numbers for the loan scheme was lawful. And there's absolutely no change to the way students apply for VET student loans using the electronic Commonwealth assistance form. Now, this might seem like a pretty minor piece of legislation, but it achieves a number of things, and it underpins the VET student loans program, which makes vocational education and training more accessible to Australians by providing opportunities for students to do a VET course at either a diploma level and above, and defer the payment of tuition fees through an income contingent loan. So this program really helps to address skills shortages across industries involving science, technology, engineering or maths, and occupational licensing trades, among many others. The Albanese Labor government is building Australia's future, and we're boosting the workforce that we need to deliver it. We're investing in priority occupations and creating a modern, adaptable apprenticeship system, which is critical to the nation's future prosperity and productivity. Without programs such as the VET student loans, many students wouldn't have the opportunity to undertake tertiary studies. Australian businesses and the economy would miss out on those skills that VET students and alumni bring to all our industries. It's worth thinking about the number of people who are doing apprentices, and if I look at my own electorate of Macquarie, there's nearly 1,800 students currently undertaking training in the VET scheme. And I think it's also worth looking. I should point out my neighbours have pretty good levels too. In Lindsay, there's 2,365 people. These are the most recent figures for the last year doing training. My neighbour to the north, the Hunter, 3,500 people. And Calare to my west, nearly 3,000 people. So significant numbers. The top 20 list of TAFE enrolments also tells a story. The second highest on that list is the Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care, and this is the data for New South Wales. And of course, Wentworth Falls in my electorate offers that course, and it is terrific to see how many people are taking it up. Also on that list is the Diploma of Early Childhood Education and Care, also taught at Wentworth Falls. And both of those are vital for providing the staff we need for our early education centres, because kids need to have really qualified educators to take them through those very formative years. I also note that Certificate 4 in Mental Health and Certificate 4 in Entrepreneurship and New Business both make it into the top 20 courses in New South Wales, and that is a really good sign for the state of for future employers, and shows what young people and maybe older people are interested in pursuing. I also note that when I look at the key sectors, the top 2 courses in the agricultural sector are Certificate 2 in Animal Care and Certificate 3 in Horticulture. And both of these, of course, are courses offered by the wonderful Richmond TAFE. Deputy Speaker, the key to the revival of TAFE has been free TAFE. Only Labor is the party that believes in free TAFE. Those opposite do not. Delivering cost of living relief and valuable skills to Australians is a priority for the Albanese government, which is why we passed the free TAFE bill, as well as announced a $10,000 incentive payment for Australians who want to become a housing apprentice. So let's talk about free TAFE. There have been more than 685,000 enrolments under free TAFE. That's 685,000 opportunities to help build Australia's future in critical skills like the care and disability courses, which have seen more than 186,000 enrolments. In technology and digital, there's been more than 65,000 enrolments. The total figure for early childhood education and care sector has been more than 53,000 enrolments, and that shows where people are picking up. I should point out that under free TAFE, a student training in Cert 3 in early childhood education and care in New South Wales can save up to an estimated $1,930 in their training. That is absolutely cost of living relief. There are also more than 52,000 apprentices in construction courses, with that number set to grow thanks to the investment in more places in such an important sector. And I note that in the Hawkesbury and the Blue Mountains, the construction sector will be feeling the benefit of this. The construction industry has the largest number of total registered businesses in the Hawkesbury part of my electorate, comprising nearly 30% of the total. The construction industry in the Blue Mountains is nearly 20% of all registered businesses. And Emu Plains, of course, has its fair share of construction businesses like Powell Homes, who I visited early this year. So workers for this sector are essential, and cost shouldn't be a barrier. We've given special focus to the housing sector because of the catching up that we have to do to have enough workers to meet the additional housing supply and make up for what hasn't been done in the past decade or so. Of course, cutting 20% of student debt also applies to those who have incurred fees as vocational education training students. And the one-off reduction to student debts will apply to more than 280,000 VET students and Australian apprenticeship support loan accounts, which represents about 7% of all income contingent loan accounts that are administered by the government. So this measure, to cut 20% of debt, is going to get rid of more than $500 million from VET student and apprentice loan balances. That's a big figure, and it's great to be able to provide that sort of relief to people. Deputy Speaker, there are a couple of ways we've really incentivised apprentices to work in the housing sector, and the additional $10,000 in financial incentives that kicked in from the 1st of July is one of those. That's our key apprenticeship program, which includes a housing construction apprenticeship stream. We've also extended by 6 months to the end of this year the Australian Apprentice Training Support Payment and Priority Hiring Incentive, which is providing up to $5,000 to apprentices and employers in priority occupations. Plus, there's an increase to the living away from home allowance from July this year, which helps apprentices who need to relocate for their apprenticeship. Deputy Speaker, I know apprentices value the opportunity to learn and earn at the same time, and that they appreciate the training that they receive both off and on the job. But we know that they do experience cost of living measures, and I'm very pleased to see the steps that we're taking. Deputy Speaker, the final thing I'd like to point to is the overall investment that we've made and the overall impact it's having. Data from the National VET Data Custodian, the National Centre for Vocational Education Research, shows that apprentice numbers are up under the Albanese Labor government in comparison to 2019 figures, so pre-COVID figures. We need to be fair about this. The government's investing $1.4 billion in supporting apprenticeships over 25-26. In the last financial year, more than 62,000 employers and 119,000 apprentices have received incentive payments. The data is showing that our strategy to rebalance the apprenticeship system towards priority occupations that are critical to our current and future workforce needs is working. I commend the bill to the House.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Last month was. I move that the debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
So the question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Further statements in relation to Mental Health Month.
Are there any statements? And I call the member for Solomon.
Oh, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Last month was National Mental Health Month, and the theme of the month was building resilience, communities and connections. And I've got a fair bit to reflect on in this area for my own electorate of Darwin and Palmerston, and the privilege I have to serve Territorians and also across the Territory with my colleague, the member for Lingiari, Marion Scrimgeour, and the Minister, Malarndirri McCarthy, and all the important work that they're doing in this area as well. So I want to acknowledge their work up front. And we have the aim in the Territory, working federally with all stakeholders, to improve mental health for all Territorians. I want to particularly thank some of my colleagues, the member for the Hunter, Dan Rapicoli, the Special Envoy for Men's Health, who made the trek up to Solomon. We had great meetings with a range of stakeholders that are focused on men's health and male health, including, of course, young men and boys as well. Dan's appointment as the Special Envoy for Men's Health underlines how our government is giving it the attention that it needs, and he's doing a sterling job. Many would have seen him shave his voluptuous beard off to raise money for charity for men's health-related works, and I congratulate him for everything that he's doing in that Special Envoy role. And his message, as is the message of all of us, including the fantastic member for Spence, who does great work in Adelaide, north of Adelaide, and in South Australia generally in men's health as well. But we do need to break down unhealthy masculine stereotypes of stoicism and bravado to encourage young men to access services and to seek help when required. This is particularly important for mental health, and it's often that we see great examples of men reaching out for help, for mental health support, showing that that is actually strength, getting that assistance. In Darwin, we joined a men's health roundtable, which really highlighted all the fantastic things that a whole range of stakeholders are doing in the Territory, talking about healthy masculinity, progressive concepts of manhood and engaging young men in particular. But we're also putting our money where our mouth is in terms of programs in my electorate that are working with teenage boys in particular, and I'll touch on those briefly. But at the other end of the spectrum, not that men's sheds are only for senior men, they're for a whole age range of men, but there was the Men's Shedders at Shedfest NT, which is hosted by Australian Men's Sheds Association. So getting together all the men's sheds from around the Territory up in Darwin was great to go along with Special Envoy Rapicoli to that. It's a great way of getting men in a place where they can connect and chat. It's a safe space. They get to work on projects, share skills and connect. Now, I mentioned our programs with young men and boys, 12 to 18. So Grassroots Action Palmerston has a program called Turtleback, and we have funded them to come up with a learning and leadership centre that they are putting into action, and I've visited them with the physical infrastructure going in. And they're going to be working with young boys, in particular those that have been exposed to family violence when growing up, and giving them the skills and support and encouragement to break those cycles. And it's a very important program, and it's to work with boys from all backgrounds. But it is done in, particularly with the First Nations young men and boys, in a culturally safe and appropriate way. Next, in September, when we talk about mental health, we know that a lot of damage is caused through eating disorders, and I hosted with my friend and colleague, the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide, Emma McBride. We hosted a Northern Territory Eating Disorders and Carer Roundtable with Eating Disorders Families Australia, led by Jane Rowan. I want to thank all the frontline practitioners, the NT Health people, the system leaders who come together to identify solutions that are going to strengthen our support in the Northern Territory for Territorians with eating disorders or difficulties managing their relationship with food. And it was really positive. It was highlighted by everyone. Whilst the Assistant Minister was there, we also visited Headspace, and we've given them increased funding so that the Darwin Headspace becomes a Headspace Plus. We also visited the Medicare Mental Health Centre that has also got extended hours now. Thank you to all those mental health professionals that are doing such fantastic work. And just finally, I want to touch on a couple of important things, and that is the leadership role that our government is playing to protect young children, teenagers that are under the age of 16, from the harms that social media incurs, giving them time to develop the tools to be able to manage that space more effectively and more safely. So from the 10th of December, media platforms will need to take steps to make sure that under 16-year-olds aren't able to have a social media account in on certain platforms. And finally, and one of the things that I'm very proud to be working with the member for Spence and others on is veterans and ADF mental health. We pushed very hard when we were not in government for a Royal Commission. The Royal Commission's done, the recommendations have been laid down. We're getting after implementing those recommendations. We're engaging with stakeholders to make sure that everyone who puts their hand up to wear our flag proudly is provided with the best possible support and care, and that is important for our mental health responsibilities as the responsible mental health and men's health and all sorts of health government that we are. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Are there statements by members? I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the sad reality is that 1 in 5 Australians have delayed or avoided seeing a mental health professional due to cost. The National Mental Health Report Card released in July paints a bleak picture of mental health in this country. The latest national study of mental health and wellbeing has shown that in 2020 to 2022, an estimated 4.3 million people aged 16 to 85 years old experienced a mental disorder in the previous 12 months. Prevalence of mental health conditions has increased in young people aged 16 to 24 from 25.8% in 2006 to 38.8% in 2022. Signs of financial distress are elevated from 17.1% in 2020 to 34.6% in 2024. And while more people are seeking treatment than they used to, treatment rates are still well below current targets. Clinical outcomes from public mental health services are not improving, nor are outcomes for those discharged from psychiatric care. Now, mental ill health has a real impact on individuals, families and communities, but also on our nation. The Productivity Commission showed that direct economic cost of mental ill health and suicide in Australia is estimated at $43 to $70 billion per year in expenditure and lower economic productivity. Mental health reform is critically important to our nation's social and economic success, but unfortunately it seems to have been forgotten by this government. In my community, the government has completely abandoned mental health supports, particularly for our youth. The former Liberal government funded the Lilydale Youth Hub, a local service that provided mental health and social support for young people right across Casey. Upon coming to government, Labor failed to fund the hub, causing it to close down. Now, this is a gap in service that has not been filled in my community. And while local Headspace officers in Lilydale and Knox provide amazing support to young people, they are at capacity. On top of this, the government cut the number of Medicare subsidised mental health sessions Australians can access from 20 sessions to just 10. They halved supports when Australians needed them the most. And you will hear this government talk a lot about Medicare, but they don't talk about the mental health supports that they cut under their watch. And they cut this funding for mental health support, despite a report by the University of Melbourne that found the 20 sessions should stay. On page 328 of the University of Melbourne's main report of the evaluation of the Better Access Initiative, it says, and I quote, "On balance, the evidence from the evaluation suggests that the additional 10 sessions should continue to be made available." Should continue to be made available. And 10 to 20 is significant. 10 gives you roughly an appointment every 5 to 6 weeks. 20 gives you that every 2 to 3 weeks as you need that support. What this government is saying is that your credit card and your bank balance will determine the mental health support you get in Australia. And every time the Prime Minister stands up with his little stunt of holding a Medicare card, it is a slap in the face to every Australian that needs mental health support. It is a slap in the face because they halved those sessions. If you were going to stand up as the Prime Minister and claim credit with your card, which isn't even true, because everyone knows you need more than your Medicare card, you need your credit card as well. He'll claim credit for that while he cuts sessions for mental health support. What hypocrisy. At a time as I've gone through, when so many Australians are struggling, coming out of COVID, coming out of lockdowns, under financial stress, the Prime Minister says no one left behind. Well, he's left behind every Australian that doesn't have the bank balance to afford the mental health support that they need. It is rank hypocrisy from this Prime Minister, happy to stand up and take credit, won't take responsibility when he cuts such a needed service for the Australian people. Those opposite don't like to talk about that, but they are the facts. This Prime Minister cut it when the Australian people needed it. And I recently had a young man who walked into my electorate office and he wanted advice on where he could find support. And he was in his mid-20s, too old to be seen by the local Headspace services, but unable to access support elsewhere. Local services are at capacity and wait lists to see a psychologist are lengthy. Unfortunately, mental ill health is often exacerbated because locals can't find support, but this would be a similar story across the nation. Last week, I received an email from Emily from Hillsville, and she said, "Wait times to see psychologists are too long and people need to be able to see a professional whenever it is needed to support their journey." Many people can't afford to pay their bills and meet their mortgage repayments, let alone find $200 for a psychology appointment. Mental health appointments are the first cost savings in many budgets. But ironically, good mental health is what people need in order to deal with these difficult times. The Labor government, as I have said, have cut the number of Medicare-funded mental health sessions Australians can access from 20 to 10. And it's no wonder Australians are doing it tough and mental illnesses are soaring. We're seeing statistics increase, but nothing changes. And enough is enough. It's time for the government to take mental health reform seriously and ensure Australians have the ability to improve their well-being, their work, study and contribution to society to the full extent of their passion and potential. When the individual is strong, the family is strong, the community is strong, and when we have strong communities all across the nation, we have a strong country. But when it comes to mental health support in this country, the facts are the facts and they can't be denied. This Prime Minister has let down the Australian people.
Are there statements by members? And I call the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. October was Mental Health Month, and it is an opportunity for every one of us to reflect on the importance of mental health care, access, dignity and hope in every Australian community. In the electorate of Spence, these words carry real meaning because we are delivering the services that our community has asked for, services that are saving lives, supporting families and reaching people earlier before crisis sets in. This government, this parliament and this community understands that mental health care is not a luxury. It is a core part of our health system and a foundation of fair and caring society. That is why the Albanese Labor government is delivering more mental health care in the heart of the community, where people live, work, study and raise their families. We made a historic commitment of $1.1 billion at the last election to deliver free walk-in mental health services across the country and to build mental health systems that meets people where they are, no matter their postcode, their age or their income. This funding supports new and expanded services across the full lifespan from early childhood through adolescence into parenthood and beyond. It is a vision backed by action, and nowhere is that clearer than in my electorate. In the northern suburbs, we have delivered the Northern Adelaide Medicare Mental Health Centre, located in the heart of Elizabeth. This service offers free walk-in mental health support 7 days a week with extended hours, no appointment, no referral and no gap fees. It brings together a multidisciplinary team, psychologists, social workers, mental health nurses and peer workers, all working together to provide wraparound care. People in crisis can walk through the door and know they'll be treated with dignity, compassion and professionalism. People like Ruth, who said, "I'm 55 and I cannot thank Northern Adelaide Medicare Mental Health Centre enough. I was listened to and supported. No judgment and talking with a peer worker with lived experience. I finally found a place for me. They get me, they understand me." That is what community-based care looks like, and that is what our government is delivering. But we didn't stop there. Mental Health Month is also Youth Mental Health Month, and I'm proud to confirm in this place that Gawler will soon have its own Headspace service. The Gawler Headspace Centre will officially open its doors in coming weeks, so stay tuned closely for that announcement. This is a major win for young people across the Gawler region and something the community has fought for many, many years. Young people aged 12 to 25 will now be able to access support for their mental health and wellbeing free of charge close to home. They won't need to travel to the city or wait in long queues or pay out of pocket for basic support. And most importantly, they'll be able to walk into a service that understands them, listens to them and provides tailored help. Speaker, we also continue to support Headspace Edinburgh North, another vital part of our youth mental health system. On Headspace Day, October 9th, we announced an additional $272,000 in funding for the Edinburgh North site to upgrade facilities, improve accessibility and enhance IT capacity. That investment ensures the service remains modern, fit for purpose and able to respond to increasing demand. And it sends a clear message that we don't just open centres and walk away, we continue to support and strengthen them over time. Supporting the next generation means supporting new and expectant parents too, because the mental health journey begins well before birth. That's why I'm proud that Elizabeth will be home to one of Australia's new perinatal mental health centres. These centres are purpose-built to support new and expectant mums and dads during what can be a beautiful but vulnerable time. Many parents experience anxiety, depression or emotional distress during the perinatal period, and they often feel isolated, guilty or unsure where to turn. Our perinatal mental health centre in Elizabeth will provide that support in a welcoming, non-judgmental way. Speaker, all of this reflects a broader commitment to a mental health system that is free, local, accessible and compassionate. Across the country we are delivering 91 Medicare mental health centres for walk-in multidisciplinary care, 20 perinatal mental health centres including Elizabeth, 17 mental health kids hubs providing emotional and behavioural support for children, and 203 Headspace services supporting the mental wellbeing of young people aged 12 to 25. But we know the future of mental health also lies in early intervention. That's why, from early next year, we will launch a new National Early Intervention Service. This will provide free phone and online mental health support, staffed by trained professionals for people experiencing distress, anxiety or early signs of illness. It is expected to support more than 150,000 Australians a year, and it will fill a gap between prevention and crisis, offering care at the first sign of struggle. This model reflects modern life, where people need flexible access to care, after hours, online and without barriers. It's about meeting Australians where they are and making it as easy as possible to get help. We also know that more access requires more people. That's why we're investing in the mental health workforce across every level of the system. That includes over 4,000 scholarships, internships and training places for psychology students to build the next generation of clinicians. It includes investing in social workers, occupational therapists, peer workers and GPs to make sure every professional has the tools and training they need. And it includes valuing lived experience, not as an afterthought, but as a vital part of recovery and care. Next year, we will establish a Peer Workforce Association to recognise, professionalise and support the peer workforce across Australia. We'll also conduct the first ever census of peer workforce to better understand how to support and expand this vital group. Because someone who's been through the system, who knows what it feels like to struggle, can offer something powerful: empathy, trust and hope. And Speaker, that word, hope, is at the heart of everything we're doing. Hope for young people who feel like the walls are closing in. Hope for parents who don't know how to support their child. Hope for workers managing stress, burnout or trauma. Hope for men who feel they have no one to talk to, and for women who carry too much too silently. Hope that if you reach out, there will be someone there to listen to you. This month, many Australians will grow a moustache for November to raise awareness for men's mental health, suicide prevention and early intervention. It's a reminder that behind every face is a story, a struggle and a community. Initiatives like Beyond Blue, Lifeline, Kids Helpline and 13 Yarn also play a vital role in helping people stay connected and supported. But our job as a parliament is to ensure that government does its part too, that we invest in services before crisis strikes, that we reduce wait times, eliminate gap fees and make help easier to access, that we build a system that is community-based, culturally safe and evidence-informed, that we support First Nations-led mental health services because the journey to healing must be grounded in voice, culture and self-determination, that we continue to listen to young people, to parents, to clinicians and to those with lived experience, that we don't treat mental health like a line item in a budget, but as a fundamental component of Australia's social fabric, and that we embed care into our health system in the same way we do for our physical injuries or chronic disease, because mental health is health, and because no Australian should ever feel alone, ashamed or unsupported when they're doing it tough. In the North, we're showing what it means to put these words into action. We've opened new doors in Elizabeth, Gawler and Edinburgh North. We're creating new pathways for young people, for parents and for those who just need someone to talk to. And we're investing in new futures, where care is accessible, recovery is possible and support is never out of reach. That's the difference good government makes. That's what it means to strengthen Medicare and restore integrity to our mental health system. And that's what we will continue to deliver, not just in Mental Health Month, but every day. I commend our government's work and reaffirm our shared commitment to the mental health of every Australian in every corner of the country. Don't forget to check in on your friends and family, but most importantly, don't forget to check in on yourself and give yourself the care you might need to feel okay. Thank you.
Are there statements by honourable members? I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on this important motion because mental health is one of the defining challenges of our time. It reaches into every home, every school, every workplace, and it's something that government simply cannot afford to get wrong. We all know someone who has or is struggling. It's the young person who can't get the right support at school, the parent quietly carrying a heavy burden, the colleague who suffers in silence. Deputy Speaker, our country is facing a mental health epidemic. According to the ABS, around 1 in 5 Australians experience a mental or behavioural condition each year. Rates of psychological distress have never been higher, and yet access to help has never been harder. Despite billions in federal investment, outcomes are going backwards. Children are waiting months for appointments, families are being pushed to breaking point. Communities are crying out for help. And under this Labor government, the system is going in reverse. Deputy Speaker, the system under Labor is completely backwards. We saw it when Labor cut Medicare's subsidised psychology sessions in half, a lifeline that thousands of Australians relied upon. They took away something that was working, leaving vulnerable families to fend for themselves. In my own electorate of Macpherson, the need is undeniable. Nearly 8% of locals live with a long-term mental health condition, and more than 1 in 5 report a mental or behavioural disorder. Behind each statistic is a person, a family, or a community trying to hold it together. Deputy Speaker, as you will well and truly know, in this role we have the opportunity to meet with people from across our community, to hear their stories, to understand their experiences, and then ultimately to represent them here in this place. Soon after I was elected as the federal member for Macpherson, I met with a local family from Palm Beach who spoke to me about the fact that they will never forget the day that their world fell apart. A father who had been battling depression attempted to take his own life. He survived, but the impact on his wife and his children was immense and remains to be the case. When he was released from hospital, he wanted to rebuild, he wanted routine, he wanted connection, and he wanted a sense of purpose. He tried to find a part-time job, something small, to get him back on track. But under Labor's welfare system, the moment he earned a few dollars, his support was cut off entirely. Deputy Speaker, this is what I mean when we say Labor's policies are backwards. We know that work, routine and social connection are some of the best ways to support recovery and mental well-being. Yet Labor's system punishes people who try to do the right thing. It traps them into dependence rather than helping them move forward. Why would this Labor government design a system that disincentivises Australians from beginning their journey to ease back into working, contributing and reconnecting? Why don't they trust Australians to make their own choices about gradually transitioning back into work and community life? If they had their own way, no one who had been disadvantaged would ever get a fair go at getting back on their feet. I'm reminded of another one of my constituents, Mr Deputy Speaker, a single mother whose daughter had been dealing with mental health challenges for some time. When Labor halved the Medicare subsidised psychology sessions, it left her in an impossible position. She simply cannot afford the extra cost, and so her daughter goes without. Australians deserve better. They deserve a system that meets them where they are, with compassion, flexibility and trust. And it would be remiss of me not to mention the fact that this mother spoke to me about the difficulties that her daughter has in accessing mental health support services because of the unique situation they were in, where her father attempted to commit suicide and thankfully was unsuccessful in doing so. Because of that, this person was unable to access support that was needed. Australians, as I said, deserve better. But under Labor, their services are cut, support is scarce, and those who are struggling are left out to dry. We're seeing psychologists, counsellors, nurses and GPs who are all burning out. Clinics are understaffed and families are falling through the cracks. I would, however, Mr Deputy Speaker, like to take this opportunity to thank the many people in my community of Macpherson on the southern Gold Coast, those who are involved with the provision of mental health services for young people, for people of all ages and for people of all backgrounds. They do incredible work in keeping our community's mental health where it should be and encouraging it to go in the right direction. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also point out in particular the fact that the mental health record for men in this country is shocking. Men are 3 times more likely to die by suicide than females, and they unfortunately make up 3/4 of all suicides. The previous speaker that spoke on this subject mentioned everything that government should do, all the responsibilities of government in relation to mental health, in relation to health more broadly as well. And what I would say is to that member is that member forms part of the government. There is an opportunity here for the government to do something about this. We went to the last election committed to doubling and restoring, rather, the 20 subsidised places for mental health support sessions. And that is something that was very well received in our community in Macpherson. And why was it well received? It was well received because people on the ground, the everyday men and women that I have the opportunity to speak to and I have the privilege of representing in this place, they understand that this is a serious issue at the moment, not just in Macpherson but across the country. The schools that I go into, with the rise of social media, we're seeing it at a very young age, instances of young people being affected by what they're seeing online, by the way that they're being treated online, and that transitioning into broader mental health issues for them. Deputy Speaker, something needs to be done. And if there's one thing I know from my engagement in my community, it's that what is happening in this building by this government is unacceptable. We need to step up, and the government needs to step up and provide where there is a need. And right now there is a need for better funding for mental health support services in Australia. Deputy Speaker, as I've mentioned, mental health needs to be a national priority. And the test of a government's commitment is not the number of their empty promises. It's whether, in a moment of crisis, an Australian can get the support they need. Mr Deputy Speaker, when I was elected to this place, I committed in my maiden speech to giving a voice to the people of the southern Gold Coast when they need it. That moment is now. People in Macpherson, people across the Gold Coast and people across Australia know well and truly that mental health is something that needs to be prioritised by this government. And us on the coalition side will continue to make noise, to continue to represent our communities where this need, for as long as this need remains. Right now, far too many people cannot access the services that they need. That is the measure that matters, and on that measure, this government, the federal Albanese Labor government, is failing.
I call the member for Moore.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
And I call the member for Cowper. Dawson. Sorry.
I knew I'd slip, but I didn't realise how far. I'd second the motion.
My apologies. The question is that that motion be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Federation Chamber now stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.